Chapter 51 The Devil's Hammer class has begun. The second elite training camp has been going on for a month. Today, they came to the training ground early and found a familiar figure. No, it should be a figure that is unforgettable. That is the source of all evil who knocked all of them to the ground on the first day, the hammer. Yo, you all came early, you have good awareness. I haven't seen you for a month, do you miss me, everyone? The faces of the elite team led by Yuan suddenly sank, and the sad memory surged from the bottom of their hearts. The rest of the people looked at the hammer on the high platform with a hint of curiosity. Ha ha ha, don't look at me like that, I was also under the order of Teacher Zifa at the beginning, don't care, don't care. After all, we still have to get along well in the future. When these words came out, everyone was confused. Don't understand, I am now the assistant of Teacher Zifa, and I will help you with your training in the future. Do you understand, elites? At the end, Taikawi smiled. This smile was called the Devil's Smile by the students of the second and later classes. That's it. Taikawi will be my assistant to help you train in the future. Taikawi, take out the things. Zifa's figure appeared on the platform in a flash. That was the performance of using shaving to the extreme, and everyone was used to it. He. With a smirk, Taikawi threw dozens of huge steel plates on the training ground. It was the batch of steel plates that he had given properties comparable to sea stone. From today on, all your training will revolve around it. There was silence at the scene, and 100 elite students looked at the steel that fell on the ground and picked up thick dust in disbelief. Can you see it clearly from such a distance? Come closer and take a look, it's true. The unpleasant sound of the hammer reached their ears, and everyone reacted. They swarmed to the steel plate, you touch it and I knock it. What is this? Steel. Ouch. Just as everyone stepped forward to touch the steel, wanting to find out what it was, a wailing sound came from the crowd. Dalmizia, what's wrong with you? This is not a steel plate, it is a steel plate mixed with sea stone. I have no strength. Everyone was shocked and didn't want to believe him. But his sore and collapsed look was obviously not fake. Could it be that this steel plate? He, I forgot that there is a person with ability among you. Suddenly a very gloomy laugh sounded. Duan. The hammer knocked on the steel plate, instantly attracting everyone's attention. He. This is not an ordinary steel plate. Let me introduce myself solemnly. I am the Colonel Hammer of the headquarters. I have the ability of the Superman hammer fruit. I can then cause the impact of the heavy hammer, and I can also use the ability of the fruit to forge objects, so that there is a certain probability that the objects will have special abilities. Teacher Zifa, please cooperate with the performance. Zafar laughed when he heard it, raised his arms high, and the black broken wind boxing gloves appeared. Watch out, broken wind! In the shocked eyes of everyone, Zifa's right fist suddenly blasted towards the sky. The terrifying airflow instantly formed a fist wind and exploded in the shape of a tornado. The broken wind boxing gloves can make the heavy punches produce strong fist wind airflow. The strength of the airflow is absolutely related to itself. For a strong man like me, the fist wind swung can probably be comparable to the swordsman's slash, but it does not have such a strong cutting ability. After the introduction, everyone was stunned. They understood that even if Taikawi lied to them, Teacher Zifa would not lie to them. Then the gloves were real. He. As for the steel plates in front of you, they are also my forgings. I have given them the hardness and ability comparable to sea stone, which can restrain the ability users. At the same time, it is not as unforgeable as sea stone. I heard from Teacher Zifa that you have already started learning the 6 styles. That's even better. As your senior, I know very well how to make the learning speed of the 6 styles even faster. Although Taikawi's words were very plain, coupled with his weird smile, everyone in the audience shuddered. Only Zifa, who knew the truth, silently prayed for the 100 people in front of him. Now please obey my orders. If you want to learn shaving the left side, the middle side of the iron block, and the right side of the finger gun. Quickly. Although they didn't know what Taikui meant, they quickly divided into 3 groups. Among them was the previously limp Dalmesia. Taikui and Zifa looked closely and found that the most people wanted to learn shaving, including Garden, Ghost Spider, Flying Squirrel, Doberman, a total of 50 people. Taikui ranked second, with Hwashaishan, Stolobiri, and a total of 40 people in the team. There were only 10 people learning to point the gun, and Taikui only knew Dalmesia. It seems that you are very clear about your direction. Very good. Iron Hammer nodded. Then he took out a bunch of tools, found an open space and started working. After a while, a huge stove was completed. How big is it? It's probably the size that can stew 10 people in one pot. Iron Hammer looked at his masterpiece with great satisfaction, carried the steel plate to the top of the stove, laid all the steel plates flat, and then lit it. The whistling hot air overflowed on the playground in an instant. Okay, it's done, you guys go up in groups of 10. After you go up, you can jump or run as you like. He 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 he. The sinister smile appeared again. All the people on the left team, including Yuan, collapsed. What kind of godlike training method is this? It will kill people. Some people wanted to ask Zifa for mercy, but Zifa was looking at them expectantly. Instantly made them feel half cold. Humph. Yuan gritted his teeth and stamped his feet, and was the first to jump onto the stove, standing steadily on the steel plate. It's so hot, so hot. This was the only thought in Yuan's mind. In order not to burn his feet, Yuan could only start jogging. Seeing Yuan go up, Flying Squirrel and others were unwilling to be outdone, and jumped onto the platform one after another. Hoo! Hoo! For a while, the playground was full of heavy breathing. And the people of the 2 teams, Jiaji and Dalmesia, silently felt a sense of terror in their hearts. If learning shaving is so perverted, then can they be good? Sure enough, the next second, the face full of gloomy smile looked at Jiaji's team. The team that wants to learn the iron block. Please collect, ask for bookshelf, ask for praise, ask for everything. Thank you readers for your great support. Chapter 52 Devil, Potential is Forced Out. I'm asking you what the secret of the iron block is. Accelerate blood flow and speed up muscle movement. Let the muscles burst out with a hardness comparable to steel. Kaji answered the question of the hammer without thinking. He 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 he. Lance, bring over the things I asked you to prepare yesterday. Pa. Accompanied by a strange laugh, Taikui took out a den mushi and broadcast it. After a while, dozens of Navy soldiers were seen pulling carts of coal blocks to the training ground. The coal blocks soon piled up into a small mountain. However, these coal blocks were still as big as boulders as they had just been mined. When everyone was looking at the small mountain of coal and didn't know why, Taikui moved. He used his right hand to lift a very large piece of coal, and then placed it in front of Kaji and others. Then, he used both hands to rub the coal fiercely. Under the huge force, the coal blocks began to break into small pieces. Did you see it? Just do it, break all the coal into pieces, and then throw it into the fire. Remember, it's not hitting, knocking, or hammering, it's rubbing. Do you understand? For a moment, Jiaji, Hwashaishan, Stolobiri, and others all turned pale. That's coal. Although the hardness is not very high, it depends on who you are competing with. Without any tools, just use your hands to break it. Oh my god! You are not allowed to hit, knock, or smash it. You have to rub it. Why do you have to rub it? Finally, a stubborn student asked. He he he. Because the rubbed coal is smaller and easier to burn, idiot. Of course, if you don't want to rub it, then use collision. It's okay if you can break the coal. Devil. At this moment, the hammer has completely become the devil's spokesperson. Don't waste time, hurry up. He showed his fist, which was bigger than a casserole, and covered it with a layer of black. Everyone was so scared that they could only swallow their saliva and start working according to Taikoi's instructions. Ouch, damn, it's so hard. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. For a while, the wailing sounded over the group of people on the steel plate of the furnace. Taikoi put his feet on the fire and came to the fire. Looking at the red-hot iron plate and the people jumping around, he was happy at first. Replaced the red-hot iron plate with a new one at a very fast speed. Godspeed shaving started. When he appeared again, Taikoi had come to the group of students who wanted to learn finger guns in Dalmazia, and took out several anvils from the ring and placed them on the ground. Then, in full view of everyone, he took out the seedling knife. This is he had spent a lot of time to get it back from Bogart, and he had to return it to him after using it. Damn it, it was obviously made by Tai with great difficulty. Squeak! With the pleasant cutting sound, the steel plate was divided into 3 pieces. Here is an explanation. The size of the steel plate is 3 meters * 1 meter, in the long direction. The iron hammer immediately split it into 3 1-meter square blocks. The finger gun user concentrates all the power on the fingers to attack. You can't have such strong concentration now, so concentrate all the power of the body on your hands. These burned steel billets are your training. Put on these heat-insulating gloves and hammer them hard. I don't care if you hit, knock, or hammer. You can do whatever you want. Do you know the standard long sword? Just hammer in that direction. Let's start. Don't worry, these gloves are heat-insulated and won't burn you. Dalmazia took a pair of gloves and swallowed her saliva. By the way, you'd better hammer quickly. If the steel billet cools down, you have to start over. If you can't find the piece you hammered before, he. You know. Just like that, the 3 members began their special training. And the hammer retreated to Zifa with a red-hot steel plate. He also took out a piece of iron and started forging. Duan! The huge hammering sound drowned out all the other sounds. But the people who were suffering had no intention of looking at him. Because they were suffering too much. Iron hammer, is this really okay? Although Zifa agreed with Iron Hammer's approach, it always felt so unreliable now. Duan! Teacher, you see, it will take effect in 3 to 5 days, and I can also speed up the forging speed. Although they can't shape the steel billet like me, it will be much easier for me to do it after the infusion of strength. Okay, teacher, if anyone faints or is lazy, I'll leave it to you. By the way, remember to replace those red-hot steel plates, both sides must be replaced. Zifa nodded, stopped talking, and just watched the trainees receiving training quietly. Duan! Duan! Time flies, and 3 hours pass quickly. Damn, it's too hot. Yuan is now soaked, and her boots are burned with holes. But the steel plate under her feet is still hot. The situation of others is similar to that of Yuan, and they are all using their endurance to endure. This is not a solution. Yuan gritted her teeth and began to think about the principle of shaving. 0.36 seconds dozens of times. She endured the scorching heat and began to try. Tap tap tap. Tap 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 tap. Tap 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 tap. Tap 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 tap. A loud noise suddenly sounded. Yuan's figure has disappeared. Zafar's eyes flashed, and he also disappeared. Swoosh! The sturdy body suddenly appeared in the air and then fell. He was holding the unconscious Yuan in his hand. Oh, it seems that your talent is still enough, isn't it learned? Iron Hammer laughed while hammering. His words shocked the people who were on the hot pot. Zifa also laughed. Iron Hammer, you are burning ants in a hot pot, the effect is good. It is not weaker than walking fast. Tisk tisk tisk, it turns out that people's potential is forced out. With the affirmation of teacher Zifa, a glimmer of light appeared in everyone's tired eyes. They all began to imitate. On the coal hillside, Ghost Spider was the first to react. He felt that rubbing coal with both hands was too ineffective. Doberman, come, hold a piece, and then bump into me, rubbing is too slow. Doberman and Ghost Spider are old acquaintances, and both of them work under Sakaski. The tacit understanding is quite high, and he immediately understood what Ghost Spider meant. Then you better be careful. Ghost Spider nodded, then stretched his muscles to prepare for the impact of the coal block. Doberman was merciless, picked up a huge coal block as big as a boulder, and used all his strength to hit Ghost Spider. A very beautiful scene of black people hitting people with a ball was created. However, the person was black and the ball was a coal ball. Tut tut tut. Please add to collection, bookshelf, praise, everything. Thank you for your great support. Chapter 53. Let the Chinese sword be passed down through the ages. Bang! A muffled sound sounded, and Ghost Spider felt that his bones began to creak and his muscles were sore. But as a real man, he still stood there, clenching his teeth tightly. Come again. Doberman was not vague, and hit it again with the coal boulder. Boom! Ghost Spider's entire body was stained black by coal, but he did not retreat a single step, and the blood in his body rushed into his muscles. Come again. Boom! Come again. Boom! Autuan. Finally, a deafening and different sound of impact sounded. The coal boulder actually cracked and turned into pieces scattered on the ground. Ghost Spider, have you mastered it? Doberman looked at the already dark Ghost Spider with a shocked face and couldn't help asking. But now no one can answer his question. After hitting again and again, Ghost Spider had already dreamed of Zhou Gong's chess game. In a coma. That was his last stubbornness. But it must be said that this really made him use the iron block in an instant, otherwise he couldn't rely on his own hardness to shatter the coal boulder. Another one, although he is also in a coma. Iron Hammer, your method is good, but the side effects are a bit big. Zephyr picked up Ghost Spider to his side, put him on the high platform, and ordered the medical soldiers to send him to rest. Tisk, that's much better than when you trained us, right? They are already very happy that the blue flaming Gatling gun didn't have to be used. Iron Hammer retorted in a very unhappy tone. When they were training Iron Block and Shaving, it was the blue flaming Gatling gun that fired continuously. If they were slower or softer, they would be hit by rubber bullets and unable to get up. What's the point? It's different from the training of Shaving and Iron Block. Dalmesia's finger gun training progressed slowly. Even the red-hot steel billet was as hard as sea stone. Dalmesia used all her strength to punch it, and the steel billet was very stable, and its shape didn't change at all. If even he couldn't do it, it would be even harder for others. Human beast form. Dalmesia, who didn't believe in evil, entered the human beast form again. Animal type dog fruit Dalmatian appeared again. Hound tooth piercing. The nails flashing with cold light stabbed at the steel billet with full force. Ouch! My hand! The next second, it turned 90 degrees. The finger was directly fractured. The others trembled all over. Humph! You haven't even learned how to walk, and you're still thinking about running, medic. Zifa cursed speechlessly. Tai Ket was forging iron with a smile. Soon a Tang horizontal sword took shape in his hands. The most commonly used practical sword among Tang swords is the horizontal sword, which is generally about 70 to 80 centimeters long, with a blade length of 50 to 60 centimeters, a thickness of about 6 to 8 millimeters, and a width of generally 3 to 4 centimeters. After quenching, the blade is extremely hard, smooth and without a trace of pattern. And this horizontal sword made by Taikui has a blade length of 80 centimeters, a thickness of 1 centimeter, and a width of 4 centimeters. It can be regarded as a long sword among horizontal swords. The handle and the guard are both made of iron, and the guard is oval in shape. It looks very simple. Oh, is this the knife made of this special steel plate? Why does it look different from the Miao Dao? Zifa watched Taikui finish making the Tang Heng Dao bit by bit, and picked up the Tang Heng Dao to watch. That is the Miao Dao, and this is the Heng Dao, of course they are different. Although the Miao Dao is good at close combat, the blade is thin. If it is used for a long time, I am afraid that the blade will be damaged. The Heng Dao is different. The slightly longer and thicker blade is more suitable for long-term combat, and the blade is longer, and the attack range is larger. Taikui took the Tang Heng Dao back and stroked the back of the blade with great care. Wait, I must let the famous sword of China be passed down through the ages on this continent. When the time comes, all the supreme big fast swords and big fast swords will have to give way to me. Can I try it? At this moment, a voice sounded slowly. It was the first person who broke through the hot pot training just now, Yuan. At this time, she had woken up from her coma and was looking at Tang Heng Dao with excitement. As a swordsman, famous swords have an absolute attraction to her. She herself also has a big sharp sword of 21 crafts. But when she saw the Danwan sword in Taikui's hand, she was unconsciously attracted by this very simple sword. Here, take it and try it. If you can't chop anything, chop coal. Facing the request of a swordsman, Taikui would naturally not refuse. After all, this sword was made for people to use. Yuan took Tang Heng Dao and was very happy. He quickly found a huge rock of coal and prepared to try the sword. It's better than the gold and silver, but this blade. One knife flow, Fang Hua. Tang Heng Dao quickly cut the coal at an extremely tricky angle, leaving deep knife marks. It's so sharp, I can hardly feel any obstruction. Yuan was shocked. You should know that before you have mastered the realm of cutting iron, the sword will encounter some resistance of varying sizes when it is cut. Of course, she did not use her full strength in this experiment. She only used sword moves and did not use sword intent. But the sharpness of Tang Heng Dao is really exaggerated. My dear, there is more to this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. The latter is more exciting. When the blade fell, the coal boulder was easily split like tofu. Tisk, what's so surprising? My Tai's forging skills are not exaggerated. No one in Marinford can match me. In fact, Taikui really wants to say that no one in this world can match him, but people are still. It's better to be low-key. Okay, now that you're awake, go to training after you've rested enough. Don't be in a daze there. Oh. Yuan quickly put down Tang Heng Dao and jumped onto the stove again. But with the inspiration from the previous shaving, her steps were much lighter this time, and the success rate of shaving began to increase. Others, don't waste time. Don't you see that people have told you the correct training method? Why don't you try? Do you really want to become a roasted whole lamb black coal? Train! Zifa's stern shout sounded at the right time, and a group of dazed students once again plunged into the hell training. Iron hammer, the finger gun. Got it. Iron hammer impatiently ran to the students who were learning to finger the gun. Watch it, I'll do it once. Pour power into both hands, but don't punch continuously, which will disperse the power and not condense enough. So increase the frequency of punching, punch once every 3 seconds, stand firmly in the horse stance, charge the right fist first, and charge the left fist. Remember, all the power must be concentrated in one punch. Duan. A loud noise came from the steel billet, and the iron hammer punched down, leaving a dent on the steel billet. Did you see it just hammer like this? As long as there is a mark, it is the victory of the first stage. Dalmizia, whose fingers have been straightened, has returned to the team. Seeing the way the iron hammer punches, his eyes flashed. Some kind of barrier in his mind was instantly broken. He seemed to understand. Please collect, bookcase, like, everything. Chapter 54 Fashion Master, Black Charcoal Hammer. Hoo. I jump, I shave again, I jump again. Ouch. Iron block, ouch, be gentle. Ha ha! I hammer, I poke, I point the gun. With the examples of ghost spider and hammer. Everyone finally found the proper training method in this huge forging room. Zephyr was very satisfied, and Hammer was very casual. 1 month passed like this. The number of people who could learn the 6 styles began to increase gradually. Ghost Spider, Doberman, Dalmatian, Stoloberry, Flying Squirrel, Cake, and some others have completely mastered the single 6 styles and started to rotate workshops, training equipment, and carry out the next step of training. Iron Hammer, Zhangguo is looking for you. Looking for me again? It must be bad news, I won't go. Hurry up, this time it's not just you, those 3 bastards are back too, there must be something else. Then you can't go, calling these people back, there must be something big, maybe they have to go to the front line again. Are you going? No. Okay, you forced me. 0-point explosion, broken wind tornado. Zifa came to the back of Iron Hammer, who was forging iron, clenched his fists, and made a volleyball catch in one go, and a fierce fist wind rose from the ground. Don't, it will explode! Iron Hammer exclaimed and reminded him quickly. But he was not as fast as Zifa. Under the invasion of the violent fist wind, the furnace began to become unstable. The next second, boom! The whole furnace exploded directly. Iron Hammer was the first to be hit. He quickly used iron block and armament haki to protect himself, but he was still affected. The flames burned through his shirt, and the coal changed his makeup. Zephyr reacted quickly and punched the explosion again, using the wind of broken wind to block all the waves caused by the explosion. But it also hurt Iron Hammer. He was originally suffering from one direction, but he was instantly attacked from both sides. The clothes and skin on his back were instantly destroyed. Old bastard, look at what you have done. Hammer, I'm hammering from all sides. Seeing himself become a black big brother, wearing a trendy holy outfit, with black teeth and black smoke, Iron Hammer was so angry. The hammer fruit attacked decisively. Iron Hammer opened his hands suddenly. The loud hammering sound rang from his chest and spread to his arms. Zephyr, who was retreating, stopped instantly, and his whole body was tense. The iron block started instantly, but he felt it was still not enough, so he quickly covered his whole body with armed color domineering. The next second, the invisible force wrapped Zifa. Hammers came from all directions. Dong duan, dong duan. Instantly, the sound of blunt hammers kept ringing. When was it developed? It's powerful. Zifa, who kept a defensive posture, smiled and let the iron hammer vent. I invented this to improve the efficiency of ironwork. Old man, you caused me to lose a furnace. Do you know how long this furnace has been with me? You compensate me. Hammers from all directions I hammer. The iron hammer bit his black teeth, and the black smoke in his mouth became more and more dense. That looked like a whole black polluted body. It really made a group of hard-working iron workers hard-trained students dumbfounded. Maynard, the way the hammer attacks is really terrifying. I was shouting desperately, while teacher Zifa was being hammered desperately. Tisk, 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 it's really worthy of being the hammer, the ability of this fruit is so unique. Compensate you, can't I compensate you? Stop it now. I will personally fund you to get the latest and best one. Seeing that the hammer's attack did not weaken at all, Zifa had no choice but to announce that he would compensate. Sure enough, the word compensation came out. The hammer decisively stopped, dusted off the holy clothes on his body, and was very happy. Why didn't you say it earlier? I'm not proficient in this ability yet. I'm exhausted. Zeph, little bastard. Go see Zhangguo, I'll compensate you when the furnace comes back. Okay. Happy, earn another furnace. Must choose the best one. How much did that furnace made of all rare metals cost? The cheerful hammer and razor walked up and flew half a meter off the ground towards the office building. Zifa's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Are all the people here? No, Hammer hasn't come yet. What's wrong with Zifa? Didn't I tell him to let Hammer come? Someone came, but he was just a black man. Zhangguo. The next second, the door of his office was pushed open. A black man with black smoke all over his body and wearing holy clothes walked in. Who are you? Why didn't you knock before entering my general's office? Looking at the black handprint on his door, the veins on Zhangguo's head began to jump. What? Didn't you ask me to come? At this time in Zhangguo's office, Old Man Kong was actually sitting on the side drinking tea, and staff officer he was looking at the information next to Zhangguo. Monkey and Gozai, one stood straight, the other crooked. As for the green-robed dragon, he was sleeping with his mouth wide open and snot bubbles. This style of painting's task. Sure enough, there is no normal person in the Navy's high level. If only they could hear the voice of Taikawi. I have to say something. How can he be more abnormal than him? Black skin, whole shoes, you are the brightest kid on this street. You are Taikawi. How did you become like this? It's all thanks to Mr. Zifa, who blew up my forge and fanned me from behind. Humph, I have to make him take out all his pension to buy me a good furnace. Warring states. Poor Zifa. Crane, poor Taikawi and Zifa. Sora, how old is Zifa when he gets his pension? Good idea, I have to make some. Okay, now that everyone is here, let's get started. Swish swish. As Zhangguo announced the start, 2 erasers were thrown at the monkey and the green dragon respectively. One hit the monkey's waist, and the other pierced the green dragon's snot bubble. Inside the quoa, General Zhangguo, my kidneys are about to be pierced. Is dinner ready? Zhangguo. Meeting you 2 bastards. Iron Hammer stood beside the 3 people very consciously. This painting style, oh, it's unbearable to watch. Only Sakaski is okay, if you don't mention that he is covered in blood and sulfur. You have all graduated for more than a year. Some of you have followed the Vice Admiral to chase pirates, and some have guarded a sea area alone. The headquarters remembers your contributions this year, so we called you back to prepare to award you medals again. 3 days later, the headquarters will hold a press conference, and you all should prepare your speeches for me. If anyone dares to cause trouble for me, have you seen Taikawi? Taiki. I will personally make you a set of this trendy outfit. Taiki, old man, you are so polite. Thank you all readers for your support. Chapter 55. Tai made a sneak attack, and ran away after hitting. Okay, stay at the headquarters these days, especially you, Taikawi, don't do anything weird, if you wear this unique look on the day of the awarding. He. Zhangguo didn't finish his words, but a series of sinister laughter made Taikawi's eyelids jump. Black coal dust fell. Get out, don't leave coal dust in my office. Taik, okay Zhangguo-san, we have made an agreement now, and you can see whether I will deduct your pension when the time comes. Humph. The 4 walked out of the office building together. Dog, you smell too much blood and sulfur. Can't you clean it up properly? Longzi, why are there a few more patches on your robe? Monkey, why are both legs of your glasses bandaged? Taika's black teeth were exposed, and he asked about the well-being of the 3 leading figures of the younger generation. Well, it would be better if one was not shining, one was smoking, and one was blowing wind. Humph, Iron Hammer, I heard that you are now Zifa's assistant teacher. It seems your strength has increased a lot. How about we have a fight? Sakaski was the most direct. His outstretched right fist began to drip soup, which was scary. Iron Hammer, I accidentally broke the leg of my glasses. Can you help me fix it? The monkey with a flash of light looked harmless. After all, who would be afraid of a person with a wretched face? But if you found that the temperature of the light on his fingertips was hotter than the magma of a certain dog, you would not say so. Ah ha ha ha, Iron Hammer, just right, help me fix my clothes. Bogart's craftsmanship is really poor. Drag was the most enthusiastic, but the whistling wind sounded in his wild laughter, making it difficult for Iron Hammer to think that he didn't want to beat him. Iron Hammer took a step back, leaving a black mark on the place where he was standing. Let's talk, don't fight if you can talk. I'm good at repairing things, but fighting is fine. Do you think I'm the same as you? You are monsters, dogs, monkeys, and dragons. I am just a blacksmith. Sakaski, I am a dog. Polosolino, I am a monkey. Drag, I am a dragon. Just as the three people's anger values were rising wildly. Break the stone in the chest, I hammer. Iron Hammer took the initiative and used the hammer fruit to the extreme. A deafening hammering sound rang out from his chest. The invisible shock wave immediately enveloped the three monsters. The surge of the shock wave made the three people unconsciously enter a defensive state, and Iron Hammer was waiting for this opportunity. It's not over yet, the hammer of the mind I hammer. Iron Hammer knew that the three of them were all natural fruit ability users, and ordinary means of attack would not work at all. The stone breaking on the chest was just a feint. The hammering of the mind was the highlight. The hammering that could not be seen by the naked eye sounded. The sound full of shock came directly from the bottom of the three people's hearts. The hammering that was like the rolling of the waves made the three people lose their minds for a while. Natural system. Okay, magma doin'. Flash doin'. Hurricane doin'. The right fist covered with armed color domineering punched 3 times in a row. Raised his hand and hammered the three people's heads. The shock of the mind and the shock of the head being hammered were combined into one. It directly made the three people fall into a dizzy state. Iron Hammer was not afraid of hammering the three people stupid. Stop it, these three people are not the coward that Jiaji is, and their physical fitness is far from the same level. Take advantage and run. Ha 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 ha, goodbye, 3 of you. The Iron Hammer, who had taken advantage of the situation, laughed loudly, and Razor stepped out again, and the whole person flashed away at a very fast speed. The 3 people who were dizzy were left tottering. Damn Iron Hammer, did you have to hit the head? Originally, my bastard father liked to hit the head, and now there is another one who likes to hit the head. Annoying. The 3 people who recovered from the dizziness looked extremely ugly. Drag rubbed his forehead that was hammered with a big bump and was very angry. Sakaski had a gloomy face, but did not say anything. Barusalino's eyes flashed with a bad light. I didn't expect that Iron Hammer actually comprehended the armament haki. I underestimated him. Sure enough, even the natural fruit must be careful when facing haki. Sakaski, who had been holding back for a long time, uttered a word. Although he was cruel, he was upright. If it was, it was. If it was not, it was not. No matter whether the hammer was a sneak attack or not, the armament haki was indeed a fact, otherwise even if the hammer succeeded in the sneak attack, it would not cause any harm to him. For a moment, the weight of the hammer in Sakaski's heart increased a little more. Within Kawawa, armament haki, but my Pikachu fruit has the advantage of absolute speed. I will not reveal this flaw on the battlefield. As for haki, I am very yearning for observation haki. Monkey has absolute confidence in his fruit. He has definitely developed the fruit ability better than everyone else this year, that is, Taikui is a colleague so he did not return to defend, otherwise. But he also has an idea about the word haki in his heart. He does not need armament haki, he needs observation haki, so that even if Taikui wants to sneak attack next time, he will not be able to succeed. Tisk, 2 boring guys, I'm going to find Taikui to mend my robe. Monkey, are you going? This chapter is not finished yet, please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Drag looked at the 2 of them speechlessly. Although they were in the same period, Dragon's relationship with them was very ordinary. If it were not for Taikui, he would not care about them. Let's go, let's go find Taikawi together. This guy took advantage and ran away. Sakazuki glanced at the black boxing gloves in his hand and agreed with Dragon's words. At the same time, the elite training camp. What did you hit those 3 bastards with a hammer? Of course my Iron Man's hammer is used to hit geniuses, ha 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 ha. Damn it, why don't I believe it? Hey you old man, you don't believe in my strength. On the high platform, the iron hammer couldn't continue to forge iron because there was no furnace, so he chatted with teacher Zifa, and told him about the feat of hammering down 3 monsters just now. Who would have thought that Zifa didn't believe him at all? Since those 3 monsters graduated early, Zifa has been keeping an eye on their movements. All 3 of them ate devil fruits, and they were all extremely precious natural fruits. Even if Zifa didn't like devil fruits, he couldn't deny that the strength of these 3 guys had improved by leaps and bounds. Although Iron Hammer was also improving and awakened the armament haki, if he wanted to fight 1 against 3, it would be like a cow flying to the sky. Humph, don't believe it, wait until the 3 of them come, and ask them in person. My iron haki is very powerful. ZEF, or else you are Black Arm. Kawa, Iron Hammer-san, your haki hit my head so hard, and my glass's leg is broken again. A wretched tone, a wretched tone. Oh, the monkey is here. Please collect, shelf, like, everything. Chapter 56, The Decision of the Headquarters, The 4 Black Brothers. The 3 monsters are all daring and daring. Facing Zifa's questioning, they generously admitted that they were successfully attacked by the hammer. This made Zifa speechless. It seems that you who ate the fruit have neglected physical exercise. I told you before that the devil fruit is good, but it is an external force after all. Only a strong body and a comprehensive physical skill are the kingly way. Do you understand now? It's useless to have the ability of the fruit without a strong body to match it. It's really a pity that the old man Zifa's words made the 3 people look in 3 different ways. Drager fell asleep and slept soundly. Sakazuki frowned. Polosalino looked up at the sky. Damn dragon, you actually fell asleep. Bang. Hey, is it time to eat this time? Iron Hammer, regarding your forging problem, Zhangguo and Old Man Kong have already made a preliminary plan for the countermeasures. In the future, the things you forge will be recycled separately by the headquarters. The price will definitely not be as high as outside. You should be prepared. Of course there are losses and gains. The scientific research institutes of the headquarters have already started preparations. You have the priority to use and transfer any new weapons or equipment produced there. As for forging materials and the like, Zhangguo has specially approved a note for you. Here, you can take this directly from the Navy inventory without paying for military industry or Bailey. Zepha beat Dragon with a hammer, then walked to Coal Hammer and talked to him earnestly. Iron Hammer was stunned when he heard this. During this period, the things he forged have always been to meet the needs of the people around him. Like Zephyr and Sakazuki, they were all given to him by Tai for free. It was for the sake of social connections. After all, he had just arrived in a very dangerous pirate world. If he didn't have a big supporter behind him, how could he survive? But he ignored the significance of his existence. Although his ability cannot be widely popularized at present, the positioning and recognition of him by several high-level generals have not decreased. Well, although the exploitation has not decreased either. But Zephyr's words still made Taikawi happy. Can I take the rare minerals directly? Yes. Can I take the famous swords? Yes. Can I also call the sea stone? Yes. Can I also take the goat of General Sengoku and the iron ball of Vice Admiral Garp? Yes, yes, shit. Zeph's tongue was about to get tied. In the final analysis, it is us old guys who have been too harsh on you these days. Whether it is Zhangguo, Xiaohe, or Old Man Kong, they all give priority to the headquarters. Your ability is good, but compared with the headquarters, it is just a drop in the ocean. Don't blame them. If you want to blame someone, just blame me, a fool. Iron Hammer was stunned again. Zifa is now middle-aged and at the peak of his life. However, the death of his family cast a haze over this iron-blooded man, and even his passion dissipated. How could Iron Hammer blame him? What's more, when he first came to Marinford, he was unfamiliar with the place and was a small shrimp who travelled through time. Without Zifa's blessing, he would have been taken away by the old bastard Zhang Guo to work as a coolie just because of his ability. I can still see how much Zifa teacher contributed. Zhang Guo. Damn, I am the culprit. Teacher Zifa, don't talk nonsense, how can I blame you? Well, I should thank you for not throwing me out of the arsenal to work as a 24-hour laborer. Now Marinford is my home, and you are my elder. In my hometown, a teacher is a father for life, so you are my father. Dad, please accept my worship. Looking at the black coal in front of him bowing 90 degrees, Zifa showed a gratified smile on his face. It must be said that the words of the hammer directly touched the heart of the strong man. Even Darag and the other two felt that the hammer was shining at this time. In Kawawa, why does it feel so wrong for the hammer to worship teacher Zifa? The monkey held his glasses in his hand and looked at the hammer without blinking. His intuition told him that the hammer's behavior was definitely abnormal. But he really thought too much. Taikawi bowed sincerely, without any other meaning. Asshole monkey, I'm sincere, eat my big baby. Taiki was furious when he was disturbed. I saw a cylindrical object was taken out by Taikawi. It was a rocket launcher. The monkey's face froze, and he started to glow immediately. Monkey, don't try to run, eat my big flower. Bang! The next second, thick black smoke spewed out of the muzzle of the rocket launcher, which directly wrapped the monkey, who had not yet completely turned into light, and even Darag and Sakaski were not spared. Isn't this a rocket launcher? Why is it emitting black smoke? Zeph also recovered and looked at the large piece of black smoke in front of him, a little dazed. Oh, this is my new work, and it's also a failure. I wanted to modify the rocket launcher, but who would have thought that the attribute was triggered? But the effect is not very good. Look, the attribute activated by this rocket launcher is black smoke. The original shells can't be used. What is fired is black smoke. These black smokes can completely block the line of sight and can also blacken people. It's useless. While Taikawi was putting out the smoke, he explained to Zifa. Zifa, so why did you make this kind of thing? Is it just to attract hatred? Cough cough cough. Tornado. Amid a cough, a violent tornado rose from the ground and rolled all the black smoke into the air. Fuck, green dragon, you're polluting the air. Damn bastard. Cough cough, hammer. Kawa, Sakaski, dragon, you've become black. Sakaski. Dora. Hammer, die. Big fire. Sakaski couldn't stand it anymore, and he exploded when he saw that his body was covered with black stains. Yo, 4 black brothers. Monkey. 8-foot outline jade. Black people wearing green robes, tisk tisk tisk. Dora. Dragon claw fist. Hammer. Who the hell is talking too much? Kaji, who was jumping and jumping on the side, quickly covered his mouth. Thank you for your great support. Chapter 57. Tai got promoted. You 3 bastards, it's not me who said that, it's that coward Kaji who said that. Why are you hitting me? Ouch, you have to hit me in the face, right? The training ground was in a mess, with lava everywhere, burn marks and cracks everywhere. The trainees had long disappeared, and the huge furnace and coal mountain were gone. At this time, Taikawi was in a mess, with his black face swollen high, which was caused by the punch from Guzi. His shirt disappeared completely, and mild burns and blood stains were all over his sturdy upper body. The pants were also in a miserable state, with only the waistband left. This was the masterpiece of Monkey Brother. After a fight, 9 out of 10 hits were all from the lower 3 roads. Drag was even crazier, knowing that Guzzi and Monkey were both natural types who were not afraid of damage, so he blew the wind blade with all his might. Taichui's standard hair was shaved off in an instant. The current iron hammer is completely a black bald man, and he is about to be exposed. Hehe, armament haki, so terrifying. This fight is fun. Sakaski sat on the ground with his whole body weak, his body was full of fist marks, all of which were from iron hammer. Drag and Borsellino were not much better, although they were a little better than Sakaski, but they were also covered with fist marks. Kawa, iron hammer, your mental hammer effect is too annoying, otherwise with my speed, you shouldn't be able to touch me. Iron hammer rolled his eyes at him mercilessly. Stupid monkey, can you not be so wretched and attack so wretched? Look at my pants, if I expose them, I will punish you. Monkey is right. If you didn't have that mental hammer, you would have been smashed by us. I have to say that your mental hammer is really similar to the domineering color domineering. It's really hard to adapt to it when it comes suddenly. Drag said sincerely that in the previous melee, the 3 of them had exerted their abilities to the extreme, but Iron Hammer relied entirely on his mental hammering to compete with them. Forget it, just this time. If I fight you 3 again in the future, I will be a fool. One of you is more ruthless than the other. Look at the beating I got. Humph. Iron Hammer didn't care about his image and lay directly on the ground, his mouth full of indignation. Are you done? Teacher Zifa reappeared on the dazzling training ground with a trace of emotion on his face. You 3 are indeed monsters. In just 1 year, your strength has improved greatly. The power of the natural fruit is also extraordinary. When Guzzi, Monkey, and Longzi heard this, they immediately showed a touch of pride on their faces. But always remember that what you meet around the corner may not be love, but also an angry gorilla. Duan. Lava. Duan. Flash. Duan. Hurricane. 3 violent punches fell. How familiar this scene was. Dog. Ryako. Monkey. What's going on? Why are you doing it again? The 3 of them rolled over with their heads in their hands, and Kizaru was the most exaggerated. He looked like a shrimp bending over, and Taikawi cheered loudly. He is worthy of being a role model of our generation. This posture and acting skills are amazing. 1 or 2, do you think you can fly to the sky after eating the nature-type devil fruit? The same thing, without a good physique, even if you are given the King of Heaven fruit, you can't play the effect. I've said it several times. Don't rely too much on the devil fruit, don't rely too much on the devil fruit, do you understand now? Just a weak chicken hammer who has just mastered the armament haki can punch you 1 by 1, isn't it shameful? Hammer seems to be implied, a little unhappy. You 4 beat my training ground into this state. Fix it immediately. Hammer was the first to express his opinion. After all, he was very clear about the cruelty of Mr. Zifa. With Hammer taking the lead, the remaining 3 people kept silent, but also agreed to fix it. Iron Hammer, how did you awaken your armament haki? Forging. How did you develop your psychic hammer? Forging. Your physique has been strengthened, how did you do it? Forging. Why didn't I notice it? You 3 like to ask questions. Don't ask, just ask. Forging. Forging makes me happy, forging makes me stronger. Guzzi, Monkey, and Longzi were silent. Asshole. Repairing the training ground is a very troublesome thing, but with the help of 3 monsters, it's very easy. The ground is broken easy, repair the road with lava, understand. Too hot cool down with strong wind, understand. Too many gravels it's gone with a whoosh, understand. As for the iron hammer, hammer it here and there, and it's done. After finishing the training ground, the 4 of them went back to their own homes and did their own things. 3 days passed in a flash. The awarding ceremony was held as scheduled. This ceremony was very simple, just for the monster quartet. The scene was quite large, and many reporters came. Who made them the four most outstanding people in the current emerging forces of the Navy. According to Marshal Kong, he wanted to let the new forces of the Navy spread out in an extremely domineering manner at this ceremony, so as to expand the influence of the Navy. My dear, there is more to this chapter, please click on the next page to continue reading, the latter is more exciting. On the high platform, Marshal Kong, Admiral Jean Guo and Chief of Staff Ms. Crane came on stage one after another. Below is the monster quartet headed by Sakaski. From left to right, they are Guzi, Monkey, Longzi, and Hammer. Red, yellow, green, and black, very conspicuous. Today's award ceremony is very simple. The elite training camp founded by Admiral Zifa last year has achieved great success. 4 young talents have emerged from it. In this year, the 4 of them have proved their value with very eye-catching achievements. After a high-level meeting of the Navy, it was decided to give the 4 people higher positions. Marshal Kong, with a long sword hanging on his waist, looked very happy, but the long sword looked a little short. It seemed not to match his height of more than 3 meters. Sakaski. Here. In the name of the Navy Marshal, I grant Sakaski the title of Major General. Marshal Kong looked at Sakaski with a face full of iron and blood with great satisfaction. Borsellino. Yo. In the name of the Navy Marshal, I grant Borsellino the title of Major General. Damn monkey, don't be angry, your health is important. Drag. Hoo bang. Ah here. Crack crack. In the name of the Admiral of the Navy, I grant Drog the title of Rear Admiral. Marshal Kong, who gritted his teeth to prevent himself from exploding, had a changed expression. Hammer. Here. In the name of the Admiral of the Navy, I grant the title of Rear Admiral Hammer, and promote him to the rank of Rear Admiral Hammer. Appointed as Deputy Director of the Logistics Arsenal. Marshal Kong still approves of Tai Ikawi. Good news, great news. Tai has been promoted. Thank you for your support. Chapter 58 Hammer, Dodging Monkey, yes. Get rich, Tai has made a fortune. Get promoted, Tai has been promoted. At this time, Tai Ikawi is completely immersed in the joy of promotion. There is the golden order given by the old man of the Warring States period, take it if you want. Now there is the Deputy Director of the Arsenal given by the old man Kong, whether he wants to take it or not. The most important thing is that he doesn't have to go out to sea. It's okay to stay in the arsenal and forge iron every day. The sea is so dangerous, let Guzi and the other 2 play. Iron hammer. Iron hammer. Iron hammer. From a soft voice to a loud shout. Old Kong was almost losing his power standing on the stage. Iron Hammer, I am calling you. Daragya beside him pushed Iron Hammer, asking him to wake up from his sweet dream. Iron Hammer realized that Old Kong was calling him. Although Marshal Kong was still smiling at this time, veins on his neck and forehead were bulging. That smile was as creepy as it could be. Here, Marshal Kong. Come up and give a speech. Oh. Iron Hammer was afraid of being punished later, so he stood on the stage and prepared to speak. But when he came to his senses, it was wrong. Why was it him again? Why are you standing there? Speak. There are 3 more people waiting behind us. Now Tai Ikawi was relieved, he was not the only one who wanted to speak. Ahem, hello, colleagues. I am Tai Ikawi, a blacksmith. My biggest dream is to sit firmly in the position of logistics minister and manage the arsenal at the same time, so that all naval colleagues can use good weapons, drive good ships, pick up good girls, and give birth to the next generation of naval officers. That's it. He left without any hesitation, leaving behind a group of people who were so confused that they couldn't be more confused, including Marshal Kong, General Jean Guo and Chief of Staff Crane. After Tai Ikawi finished speaking, the next one was Sakaski, who walked up to the podium and picked up the microphone very consciously. The sea is rampant, and the only way to stop the killing is to kill. No mercy, no softness. As long as it's a pirate, just one word, kill. He also left after saying this. The originally confused crowd was directly stunned by this murderous speech. Kawawa, hello everyone. I'm very happy that I got promoted today. Keep up the good work. Thank you. Bye. The monkey appeared in the golden light. The golden light flashed again and the monkey left. Ha ha ha, pirates, wait for me. Wait for me to wear a green robe and bring a hurricane to send you back home. Oh 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 oh. Drager was full of energy, but why did this sound so weird? 4 people, 4 speeches. The confused crowd went from confused to dumb, then to stunned, and finally to stupid. Good job, you 4, all good. Hey, please ask all the reporters to leave first. Iron Hammer, I have a bad feeling. I can't shit by myself. I have to shit together. Iron Hammer quickly looked at Guzi, Longzi, and Monkey beside him. The first 2 had excited lights in their eyes, but Monkey's eyes met Iron Hammer's. For a moment, there was an eye contact that was as strong as an electric current. Hammer, angry, do you want to get out? Monkey, same, get out can you? Hammer, yes now. Monkey, oh get out. Just when the reporter left. Assholes, 4 little devils. Warring states do it. A roar sounded. Golden light and hammer sounds also appeared instantly. Having reached a consensus, Taikawi and Kizaru prepared to run away immediately. 8-foot realm. The mirror condensed by golden light reflected golden light, and Kizaru's body also merged into the light, ready to escape. Taichawi used all the power of the fruit to his feet, using the shock wave generated by the hammer, plus the 6-style shaving. The double amplification took off directly on the spot. Old Man Kong and Zhangguo became even angrier. They didn't care about Sakazuki and Dragon, who looked confused. One of them chased the monkey, and the other chased the hammer, and they went out separately. You dare to play with light in front of me? Take my blow, Buddha's light is 10,000 feet long. The angry Sengoku also activated the fruit ability. Human fruit mythical beast big Buddha form. An Oscar-shaped Sengoku appeared in an instant. He was emitting golden light all over his body, and he looked very valuable. Putting his hands together, the golden light began to press towards the light that Kizaru had transformed into. Kawawa, we are both light, Sengoku-san, but I will not lose to you. Speed is king. As long as the speed is enough, no one can stop me. I escape. Kizaru, who used the shining fruit to the extreme, showed his monster-like talent in front of everyone for the first time. Under the flashing golden light, he stepped on the edge of the Buddha's light and escaped. Sayonara Sengoku-san. Before the monkey could be happy, a heavy punch came straight to his face. Bang! Anti. No. In the air, the furious old man Kong quickly stomped his legs and chased after Taikawi. I said what I thought in my heart. I just want to be the Minister of Logistics. Old man Kong, I tell you, be careful or I will deduct your pension. Kong was furious. Little bastard, as long as I am the marshal for one day, you can't be the Minister of Logistics. Humph, I'm still young, I can wait. Kong, listen, is that what people say? Take my sword. The furious old man Kong drew his sword. He is ruthless. The sword energy broke through the air. Old man, that's too much. Taikawi quickly dodged. Wow, it's just a few words, is it that serious? Come here and I'll tell you. I don't. Shave, modify, jet. Old Kong was so angry that he stood with his feet forward and backward and stepped out at the same time. The 6-style modified was activated instantly. In an instant, he came directly in front of Taikawi. Still running. Taikawi was shocked and quickly dodged. I shave. I shave again. After several dodgers, Taikawi was already dozens of meters away. But Old Kong was not unhappy at all, and still stood with his feet forward and backward. The next second, he appeared in front of Taikawi. Fuck, I thought shaving was already invincible, but I didn't expect there was an upgraded version of shaving. Ouch, don't hit my head. Bang. 6 styles reform iron block falling phoenix hammer. Old man Kong raised his fists high, and the next second he used his fists to blast iron hammer down from midair with his fists. Boom. A human-shaped pit appeared on the ground. Iron hammer, facing the furious upright ape. What should I do if I can't escape waiting online? Very urgent. Chapter 59 Land is the way home for Iron Hammer. Tell me about you four. What do you want to do? It's a good awarding ceremony, a great opportunity to show the new strength of our navy, but what's the result? One is full of nonsense. One is full of killing. One is here. One is so stupid. You really make the navy proud. Steelbone Kong has now completely transformed into Ant Kong at the entrance of the village. A series of bombardments made the 4 people unable to raise their heads. Among them, Iron Hammer and Yellow Monkey are the worst. The former is covered with fist marks, and the latter has a bandage on his head. It is worth mentioning that Monkey with bandages and his lame glasses really has a different flavor. Isn't the navy a place to kill pirates and show justice? Humph, if you ask me, anyone who dares to stop me from exercising justice should be killed. Or else it is said that Guzi Niu13 is really a genius. This time the firepower is not transferred. Get out, go to the Grand Line for a cruise, don't let me see you at the headquarters for a year or two. Kong, who took a heart-saving pill, panted and pointed at the door, almost shouting out his lungs. Humph, I couldn't ask for more. The dog turned and left, leaving behind a very domineering back. The eyes of Iron Hammer and Monkey were so wide that they almost jumped out of their sockets. Awesome, awesome, Marshal Kong, don't worry, Tai, will never be like him. I will stay at the arsenal and won't let you see me. Yes, Marshal Kong, I will set sail soon and promise not to upset you. The Iron Monkey duo sang in unison, and the old man Kong was so angry that he stared blankly and didn't say a word for a long time. No words, so you acquiesce. Brother Monkey, let's go. Okay, Iron Hammer, goodbye, Marshal Kong. While the Marshal was gasping for air, Taikawi and Kizaru left immediately. Only Durag, who was blowing snot bubbles, was left standing there and sleeping soundly. Hoo. Meat, big chunks of meat. Sora, what sin have I committed? Farewell to Monkey, who was also a member of the Go cult. No, he has now risen to Monkey King. Taikawi went straight to the Marine Logistics Department. He still had big things to do. Major General Andre, I'm Taikawi, I want to go into the treasure room to get some forging materials. At the same time, I want to withdraw some funds. Major General Andre, a very steady young man. The general is also the head of the Navy Logistics Department. Don't underestimate this Major General, he is a tough guy who participated in the Valley of God. He was also relegated to the second line because he was injured at that time and his realm could not be improved. He is definitely a person with military medals on his chest. Oh, Major General Taikawi, do you have a note? Yes, the privilege order issued by General Zhangguo. How much is the funding? Well, let's start with 200 million Baileys. Andre took the order and took a look at it, then nodded, accepted the order, and took out a work notebook to record it carefully. Taikaya, I heard that your goal is the Minister of Logistics. Are you joking or serious? Andre's face became extremely serious in an instant, waiting for Taikawi's reply. Well, seriously. This is Tai's direction of progress, how can it be false? Hey Taikawi, you have such outstanding talent, why do you insist on being the logistics chief? You should go to the sea is the way home for men. The old-fashioned tone coming out of this soldier who looks only 40 years old seems a little unreal. Oh no, I have deep sea phobia, claustrophobia, sudden death syndrome and deck madness syndrome if I stay away from the mainland for a long time. Well, anyway, the land is my way home. Okay, Major General Andre, I won't talk to you anymore, I still have to get something. Then, with the sigh of the Major General, Taikawa went straight to the warehouse. The Navy Treasure Warehouse is definitely the most important place in the Navy, because all the good things are placed in it. The warehouse is not very big, about 500 square meters. On the left-hand side of the door is a pile of ore, a large pile, colorful, which directly turned Taikawa's eyes into peach hearts. Because these are all rare ores. Cryolite, magnetite, meteorite, sea stone, all are forging materials, and they are of the best quality. Mithril, tin iron, thorium, all are good things to improve quality. Take it, must take it, it would be a waste if you don't take it. Iron Hammer did what he said, and threw every ore into the ring. One ring was not enough, so Iron Hammer took out another ring. Iron Hammer specially hammered 2 storage rings for this day. He could imagine the pain when Zhang Guo and Old Man Kong knew that he had emptied these ores. Pain destruction Kyrie Lloyd people. I went to the wrong set, but it was so cool anyway. Although I didn't take it all in the end, the tall mine was directly forced to shrink by half. Continue to explore the warehouse. After the ore is the cold weapon warehouse. Long-handled weapons, broadswords, bows, and arrows, even famous swords are here. However, Taikawa doesn't need these weapons at all. After all, he is a blacksmith, and it is very easy for him to forge weapons. Keep going inside. Armor and Armor Warehouse. Sets of very eye-catching armor are displayed together, giving people a spectacular visual impact. Seeing these armors, Taikawa couldn't help but think of the king who was hammered silly by him, Vinsmoke Judge. I don't know if that idiot has started to make gene warriors. Toxin, flame, electric shock, power tisk tisk. Little did he know that while he was thinking about Germa was also in full swing. Master, Princess Sora's condition has stabilized. Well, what about the fusion of super soldier genes? It seems very stable at the moment. Good, very good. Monster Bird Judge looked at Princess Sora on the monitor with excitement. Brother Hammer is right. Genes are the best creativity. With the Super Warrior gene, I believe that the child born by Sora will become the strongest in this world. Let Germa stand at the top again. The extremely excited judge was not happy for too long, and suddenly a sharp pain came from his head. Ah, what's going on? My head hurts. The violent mental fluctuations made him feel so painful that he reassembled some memory fragments. Hammer me confidant. Asshole Hammer, you dare to play tricks on me. The memories that were shattered by the hammer reappeared, and endless anger appeared on Vinsmoke Judge's face. Humph, bastard Hammer, you didn't expect me to recover my memory, did you? Thanks to you, the strongest gene warrior is about to be completed. When the time comes, even your hammer will not be able to shake them at all. I want you to kneel down and beg for mercy. Yes, you must beg for mercy. I, Judge, am the greatest scientist in the world. How dare you, a broken blacksmith, call me your brother? Suddenly, Judge thought of something, and his face, which was originally burning with anger, actually showed a sly smile. Hammer. Ha 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 ha. Notify the experimenters not to erase the emotional sequence of the Gene Warrior sequence, at least not now. Hammer, I have thought of a way to deal with you, ha 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 ha. Your technology will eventually become a sharp blade in the Great Germa Kingdom. The crazy Vinsmoke Judge laughed loudly, and the laughter was loud. The whole castle was filled with smoke and could not be dispersed for a long time. Please add it to your collection, bookshelf, praise, everything. Thank you all readers for your support. Chapter 60. The arsenal exploded with a flashing black man. How exciting! Duan. The two old men are so angry. After taking away most of the rare ores, Taikawa ran back to the arsenal and used his position to rearrange a workbench for himself. The area of this workbench is much larger than the one he used before, and it is a closed one, which makes it more convenient for him to forge iron happily. Ice crystal stone weaving fire stone. I wonder if this kind of thing can add a trace of elemental power to the original weapon as an added raw material. It should be possible. After all, a bald guy can light a sword with smoke, so the weapon itself must have some properties. If Taikawa is extremely resistant to going out to sea, then as long as he enters the forging room, Taikawa will return to heaven. Active thinking and full of motivation. Just do it. First, find Major General Lisk and ask him to deliver meals to our Tai on time. Then, hang up a sign saying no entry for outsiders. Finally, start forging iron. Duan chirps sounded, and Taiko was completely detached from the world, and threw himself into forging iron. You have completed your 10-month training. In 3 days, you will face the graduation assessment. As for the assessment content, it is very simple. Just like the previous class, you will go out to sea alone to hunt pirates. A bounty of 100 million Baileys is considered to meet the standard, and it can be accumulated. The time limit is 1 month. Do you have any questions? On the playground of the elite training camp, Zifa stood on the high platform, looking at the 100 people below with a calm face. After a year of forging furnace training, these 100 people were completely black. Even white girls like Yuan and Shirley were black. But there must be a cause for every effect. The blackened men obviously looked much more refined, and the sharpness in their eyes made Zifa very satisfied. No X100. Very good. Disband, these 2 days are your rest and preparation. Boom. Before Zifa finished his words, a violent explosion resounded throughout Marinford, and a pillar of fire shot up into the sky from behind the Marinford headquarters building. The ground also began to shake. Not good, that direction. Zafar shouted and cursed, and before he finished his words, he disappeared. Shirley in the team also changed color. Brother. With the voice of brother, Shirley exerted force with both feet and rushed towards the direction of the explosion. In the past year in the park, she had a very good relationship with Shirley, and the two had become close friends who could talk about anything. Seeing Shirley's appearance, she instantly understood that the explosion must be related to the bastard hammer. She also hurriedly chased after Shirley. As soon as Yuan left, Jiaji followed. As soon as Jiaji left, the others looked at each other and decided to follow to find out what was going on. For a moment, all the 100 students of the second session rushed to the place where the fire was burning. At the same time, the senior officers of the Navy also took action. Old Man Kong broke the window and flew out. Zhang Guo and he ran towards it at a high speed. Cough cough caw tui, damn it, I knew this broken furnace couldn't bear it. Fortunately, I didn't travel through time again. If anyone tells me that iron blocks are metaphysics in the future, I will spit in his face. Fortunately, it's rest time now. I'm the only one in the arsenal, otherwise it would be troublesome. In the sky full of flames, a person with a black body and even black teeth slowly crawled out. It was the forging master Tai. The incident happened suddenly and he had no time to defend himself. He could only shout that iron blocks are invincible. He didn't even have time to condense his armament haki. He was able to survive only by relying on his own excellent physical fitness and the iron block, but he was also covered in wounds, including burns, bruises, and explosion injuries. He has completely become a representative of tragedy. In order to keep himself alive, Taikawa used all his armament haki and turned himself from a black man into a shining black man. Even so, he still held something like a loudspeaker in his hand. Ahem, I didn't expect that the melting point of ice crystal stone and woven fire stone embedded in sea stone and then hammered would be so low. Just when Taikawa was sighing. Swish! Swish! Swoosh! Dozens of figures have appeared outside the arsenal. Taikawa! Where are you, my dear son? The leader had purple hair and a nervous face, and he started shouting as soon as he stood in position. Zeph knew that Taikawa had been obsessed with blacksmithing during this period. For this reason, he ran over to scold Taikawi, but Taikawi's firm attitude made Zifa very unhappy. But he was more anxious than anyone else when Taikawi got into trouble. In his mind, he couldn't help but see the scene of the 3-meter-tall kid bending down and bowing to him and calling him daddy. For a moment, the strong man's eyes turned red with anxiety. The flames were still surging, and explosions came one after another. That was the sound of other forging furnaces being detonated. Cough cough cough, I am here. Boom. Explosion. The sound of the burning flames directly covered the sound of the hammer. He was so angry that he wanted to curse the cow. Damn it, hammer! Zifa saw that no one responded to him, and in a hurry he tore off his clothes and rushed into the sea of fire. 2 figures immediately stopped him. It was Zhang Guo and Old Man Kong. Zifa, calm down. With such a big fire and explosion, it's hard to save yourself even if you rush in. My dear, there is more to this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. It's more exciting later. Soldier put out the fire quickly. Quick! Zhang Guo was very calm, but his red eyes undoubtedly proved his inner mania. Damn it, put out the fire for me quickly, you must save this bastard hammer. Old Man Kong also spoke angrily, and his right hand unconsciously placed on the long sword at his waist. Damn hammer, you must not get into trouble. Boom! The continuous flames directly deformed the arsenal. Under the high temperature and explosion, the steel frame finally couldn't bear it, and part of the steel frame began to collapse. This collapse made Zifa even more anxious. Put out the fire for me. The soldiers who followed hurriedly carried water to put out the fire, but the fire was too big and it couldn't be put out in a short time. Surely stop for me. Just then, Zifa was quick and grabbed a white figure. It was Shirley with her hair all over her body. Teacher brother. I know then you can't go in either. Shirley was so anxious that she couldn't speak at this time, and only her eyes were full of worry. Yuan and others had also arrived. Looking at the flames in the sky, she was stunned for a while. Damn it, pour water on me, I can't wait any longer. Zifa couldn't stand it anymore, so he picked up the bucket from the soldier next to him and poured it on himself. Just then, a piercing loudspeaker sounded through the sky, overwhelming the explosion and the flames. Thieves, save me! The short 6 words began to spread like a wave of sound. Everyone who heard the sound was stunned at first, and then a wave of anger surged. The terrifying magnetic field began to reverse, but a surprising scene appeared. Everyone who heard the sound looked in one direction as if they were guided by something. That direction was the location of the tragic man Taikawi. I saw Taikawi holding a loudspeaker, and the words just now were shouted out through the loudspeaker. Please add it to your collection, bookshelf, like it, everything. Thank you all readers for your support. Chapter 61, The Mummy Makes a Speech. Mist Kick Change Joduan. Although Zifa was furious, he was eager to save his disciple and suppressed his anger. Both feet danced at the same time. A huge blue slash flew into the air and flew directly to the source of the sound. The powerful mist kick blew away the flames and smoke blocking the road. Everyone looked at it with angry eyes. A figure with a flash of black light was lying there, and Zifa's mist kick Joduan flew 5 centimeters above the iron hammer. The iron hammer was so scared that he dared not move. It was the iron hammer. Damn iron hammer, die! No, go save people! Old Man Kong was so angry that he almost drew his sword to stab, but after all, he was very powerful, so he quickly changed his words. Although Zhang Guo was also very angry, as a user of the human fruit, mythical beast, and Buddha form, his 5 senses were very strong, including his spiritual power. He instantly understood that the reaction of the crowd must have been caused by the harsh sound before. Press down your anger and save people. Then he took the lead, golden light shone, and the Buddha appeared. Raising his hand, a shock wave full of Buddha light appeared. No, flames disperse. Words were no match for the opponent. Zhang Guo said disperse, but the attack was so fierce. The power of the shock wave directly overwhelmed Zifa's storm kick. Fuck, are you trying to murder me? Iron Hammer panicked and quickly put the horn in his hand into the ring. He stopped lying down and hugged his legs with both hands, turning into a black coal ball. He released the armed color desperately, fearing that he would be killed in the arsenal. As expected, as the loudspeaker disappeared, the source of the anger that made everyone feel instantly dissipated. It was that loudspeaker. Zhang Guo felt the violence in his heart dissipate, and instantly confirmed his opinion. But there was no time to prove his point now. Help, help! Zifa roared and rushed into the fire, because the arsenal was already shaky after Zhang Guo's attack just now. Shave change jet maximum power. Zifa also knows the same improved 6 style, and under the jet, Zifa rushed into the sea of fire like a cannonball. Seeing his old partner enter the sea of fire, Zhang Guo did not dare to neglect it. 10,000 Buddhas, give me a boost. Zhang Guo waved the shock wave with both hands to lift it. Under his control, the shock wave directly changed the direction of attack, erupted from bottom to top, and forcibly blasted the steel frame that was about to fall. Buy time for Zifa. Swoosh! In an instant, Zifa's figure appeared again, still emitting black smoke. The fire inside was so fierce that even at lightning speed, he was injured by the flames. Hammer, are you still alive? Putting the hammer on the ground, Zifa ignored the faint burning pain on his body and slapped him repeatedly. Pia! Pia! Ouch, stop hitting me, I'm not dead. Pia! Stop! Hammer was hit several times and shouted quickly. This old bastard was really ruthless. That was a slap covered with armed color domineering. It hurt so much. Still alive, still alive. Medical soldier. In the intensive care ward of the Navy headquarters hospital building, a mummy wrapped in bandages was lying on the bed. It was Major General Hammer who was rescued. On the other side was the former General Zifa, who was shirtless and allowed the medical staff to treat his wounds. You bastard, it's okay to blow up the arsenal, but you also blew yourself up half to death. What do you think can a piece of iron blow up? Hiss, 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 please be gentle, I'm old and can't stand the pain. Zifa spat at the mummy speechlessly. Can you blame me for this? Who would have thought that ice and fire plus neutral equals atomic boom? If I hadn't kept the good habit of putting everything in the ring, I would have lost all my underwear this time. Iron Hammer was also speechless. He just wanted to innovate, but who would have thought that he almost got himself killed? I am still scared, I am still scared. Humph, you still have the nerve to say that, don't you know no zone no die. Now that's good, what should we do with the loss of the arsenal? Old man Kong is worried. Speaking of the arsenal, Taikui was a little embarrassed. After all, such a big arsenal was completely destroyed by an explosion. Not to mention the lost items. If compensation is required, he can't even afford it even if he sells him. Sell him? It seems there is a way, he. It's okay, teacher, I have an idea. As long as Old Man Kong allows me to go to Shampoo Land, I can get back the loss of the arsenal for him. When Zifa heard this, he instantly understood what Taikui was going to do. Don't even think about it. Those things of yours are treasures. You can't always sell them out. Before Zifa could speak, a deep voice came from outside the ward. It was Admiral Kong Gangwu, followed by Zhang Guo and Crane. The three walked into the ward one by one. Don't worry about the arsenal for now. But you, are you not injured? Old Kong pulled a chair over and sat beside the bed, asking about my health. Hey, it's nothing serious. I was just burned all over, and all the hair was burned off. With my physique, I can move in 3 to 5 days. With Taikui's words, everyone was relieved. Old Kong, give me a list of the losses of the arsenal. I will definitely not sell weapons, but I have other things. At this point, Taikoi's eyes flashed with dazzling light. So, you have also made some things that have no strategic significance. Zhang Guo pushed his glasses and his mind began to turn. I wanted to nod, but Taikoi found that he was wrapped a little tightly and couldn't even move his head. So he just spoke directly. I discovered a lot of things during this retreat. First of all, the special effect weapons I made before actually have very low upper limits. Let's not talk about anything else, just talk about the sword of Old Man Kong. Although the sword energy is good, it has an upper limit. Sword energy, although the greater the power, the greater the sword energy, but the damage is actually the same, weaker than the flying slash of the swordsman. It may not be as good as the flying slash at all. After all, it is a slash that can split steel in two, which is the so-called iron-cutting realm. As for the broken wind fist and the trident, let alone, the upper limits are extremely low. It may be okay against ordinary pirates, but when facing some powerful pirates, it is completely auxiliary. That's why I took the risk and started using some rare ores for forging. I wanted to infuse the elemental power contained in the ores into the weapon to break through this limitation. As a result, it exploded. Sora. Warring states. Zephyr. However, I also forged a lot of different things during this retreat, and the loudspeaker used to save lives before was one of them. The ability is, Taunt. As long as you hear the sound of the loudspeaker, you will become angry with the holder and target him for attack. Warring States nodded when he heard this. This was exactly the same as his previous idea. Then, I made a bed. A bed that can move. It doesn't have any real effect, but I guarantee that those nobles, even the celestial dragons, will be deeply involved in it. At this point, the hammer was on the face under the bandage. A lewd smile appeared on his face. Fortunately, no one could see it, otherwise they would have spit on his face. The reason was simple, this expression was too lewd, even a monkey couldn't compare to it. Barusalano so high. Thank you for your support, readers. Chapter 62 Auction. You want me to sell beds? Have all the students of the second term gone to sea? Yes, they all went to the assessment in high spirits. At the port, an old man was entangled with a mummy and looking at the sea level. By the way, why did the old man Zhang Guo leave in the middle of the conversation yesterday? There was an urgent task for him to handle. Iron Hammer fell into deep thought. As the only admiral of the Navy headquarters, there are only a few situations that can make him go out. Celestial Dragon. I knew it. Okay, Mr. Zifa, I'm leaving too. Are you sure you don't need me to find someone to accompany you with the way you look now? Tisk, I don't know anything. The way I look now is just a disguise. Iron Hammer confidently boarded his warship in a mummy costume. Lance and a group of soldiers had been waiting for him for a long time. Iron Hammer, what is the mission this time? No mission, just go out for a stroll. The target is still Shampoo. Let's set sail. Okay. Without asking too many questions, First Officer Lance started to prepare for sailing. Phil Jackson is not here. How is that possible? Who is stationed in Shampoo? Lieutenant Colonel Mackenzie. Iron Hammer, who arrived at the number 66 naval base in Shampoo, found that the Major General who was originally stationed there was not there, but had set sail instead. The one who stayed behind was an old acquaintance of Iron Hammer. No, it should be said that it was an old acquaintance that Iron Hammer had known before. Lieutenant Colonel Mackenzie, one of the officers on duty at Shampoo Land. He is very smooth and can be said to be very incompatible with the original Hammer. After all, one is round and the other is straight, it would be strange if they could get along. Lance, you come with me, the rest of us will rest in the branch. Hammer, we. Stop, don't call me Hammer, please call me Mummy Orn. This is my new nickname, remember it, we are going out in disguise now, be sure to pay attention. Lance looked at the mummy Hammer helplessly. Just because he said he wanted to enter in disguise, look at what Lance has become of him. Flower top, beach pants, and star-shaped sunglasses. Oh, it's really tiring to have such a superior. At this moment, Lance suddenly thought of a hatted adjutant of a certain nose-picking strong man, and his heart was full of sympathy. Welcome to the Hydra Club. Iron Hammer pushed open the door of the Hydra Club for the third time. He sneered in his heart, "Bastard, Santos, I will make you spit out all the money you owe me this time. This is my VIP card. I want to meet your senior executives. I have a big deal to do." Iron Hammer didn't even need to disguise himself, because the explosion caused his voice to have a smoky feeling, which was very special. The guard took the VIP card and hurriedly welcomed the two in respectfully. The chief steward Santos received the news and immediately came to Iron Hammer in a hurry. "Dear VIP customer, let me ask one more question, this card should not be yours, right?" Santos looked at the mummy-like Iron Hammer in front of him, and a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. If he remembered correctly, the owner of this card should be the guest of Anvil. "Humph, that's my apprentice, and you're called Santos." Yes. "Good boy, take my hammer." Iron Hammer was so angry. It was this bastard in front of him who cheated him out of 90 million Baileys. 90 million. This revenge must be avenged. Done. Although Santos has a certain strength, how can he compete with Iron Hammer, one of the monsters in the headquarters under the absolute power and speed? He couldn't even dodge and was directly blown away by Iron Hammer. Of course, Iron Hammer held back, otherwise a full-strength blow would definitely smash Santos into a pot lid. This made Lance dumbfounded, and he was completely stunned. Didn't we agree to do business together? Why did we fight? If they react, should we run or fight? Violent and hurtful guards. The attendant at the side pressed the alarm immediately, and countless guards rushed over quickly. Iron Hammer was not panicked at all. He felt very comfortable watching Santos being hammered away. 90 million, no, I have to find a chance to hammer him a few more times. Humph, he deserves to be beaten. With 10,000 bullets, he dared to accept me accepting my apprentice for 100 million Baileys. You are really good at tricks. The smoky voice said very cold words. Santos, who had just landed, didn't even have time to cry out in pain, and fell into endless panic. Thinking, it's over. I fooled the young one, and here comes the old one. This old one doesn't look easy to fool. Enduring the severe pain all over his body, Santos got up quickly. You said it, accidents are accidents. Whoever pulled the alarm, stop it quickly and let the guards go back. If there's no point in talking anymore. Take my hammer again. After saying that, Taikawa raised his fist, which was as big as a casserole, again, and pretended to hit. This scared Santos enough. Dear guest, calm down, I'll compensate you. Are 90,000 rounds of bullets enough? If not, I'll add 10,000 rounds. Hey, that's what I've been waiting for. Humph, you're still a good judge of price. 150,000 rounds of bullets. Take them out now, and I'll let this matter go. A trace of surprise flashed in Santos' eyes. Is this the price? I cheated 90 million, and I was asked to pay back 150,000 rounds of bullets. Damn it! But looking at Taikawa's fist that hadn't fallen yet, Santos swallowed his saliva. Give it, I'll give it. Come on, go prepare 150,000 rounds of bullets for the distinguished guest now. Comfortable, this is how Taikawa feels now. The fist turned into a big hand and slapped Santos on the shoulder, making him tremble all over. Very good, let's find a private room and talk business. A bed that can transform. Well, it should be said that it is a bed that can move and transform. A Master Orn, this is just a bed. Yes, it is a bed. Santos looked at the big metal bed in front of him and was a little speechless. He thought, brother, this is an auction house, you want me to sell a bed? This bed is foldable, made of metal, and looks very sturdy. There is a very soft wool cushion on the bed. There are also some buttons he has never seen before. He didn't have any idea about the bed, but he was very interested in how the person in front of him took it out. Just now, after a flash of light, this bed appeared in front of him. A person with ability, but what kind of ability is this? It seems that you don't understand the wonderful use of this bed. Humph, you have no vision. Let me show you. Lamborghini, go, lie on it. Lance. Goddamn Lamborghini. With a hint of complaint, Lance lay on the bed. Not to mention, Lance felt quite comfortable. I saw Taikawa tap his fingers lightly. The next second, Lance began to move abnormally. Surging like a wave, the power is undoubted. Fuck awesome. Fuck invincible explosion. Two people exclaimed. Taikawa smiled with satisfaction. It's true that Master Sing's creative thinking is the most powerful. Thank you for your likes and comments. It would be even more perfect if you can write a good review. Chapter 63 Han Sword Ice Nightmare. It's done. Iron Hammer, are you so confident to hand over the things to that club? What else with the lesson just now? I guarantee that Santos, that bastard, will not dare to mess around again. Iron Hammer showed a trace of satisfaction on his face when he walked out of the Hydra Club. The iron bed that can move by itself has been arranged by Santos at the auction tonight. Iron Hammer believes that this bed can be sold at a reasonable price. And that bed is just one of the items. He entrusted Santos to help auction the iron bed, perspective glasses, and invisible hat. No, you just went directly to Shampoo to sell things. Aren't you afraid that the top management will give you trouble? Iron Hammer rolled his eyes at Lance when he heard this. You need to tell me that. I blew up the arsenal. If I don't come out to sell some things, how can I compensate? Lance. I was careless. I forgot that Iron Hammer just put on a fireworks show in Marinford. After this auction, I think Master Orn's name will soon become very famous. Iron Hammer is very confident. After all, he has the precedent of the North Sea auction. These works are absolutely tempting to those noble lords. That night, the auction at the Hydra Club was in full swing. Since the appearance of the perspective glasses and the invisible hat in the North Sea, their fame has spread in the noble circle. The reappearance directly caused a sensation. Countless nobles flocked to it. But Iron Hammer did not go to the auction site. At this time, he was in the base of GR number 66, forging iron. Although he was injured, he recovered quickly with his extraordinary physical fitness. Besides, how could a mere injury stop my determination to forge iron? Ice crystal. One iron. Be careful, it should be fine. Dun. Dun. The sound of hammering was very rhythmic. After the last explosion, the hammer was very careful in forging this time. It mainly used special steel plates and added a small amount of ice crystal and one iron. Ice crystal has ice elements, and one iron can be well integrated with steel. The combination of the two can suppress the runaway of ice elements. The hammer was hammering carefully, fearing that it would cause another explosion. After another 333 hammerings, the ice crystal and one iron were perfectly combined with the steel plate. He was relieved. The most difficult step has been completed, and the rest is to shape it. But don't be careless. Dun. The hammering changed from heavy to light. Using the hammering caused by the fruit hammer was extremely vigilant and plasticized the steel billet little by little. Dun. Dun. A very long sword slowly took shape. Dun. Hammer, hammer. Suddenly, a rapid roar came from outside the door, scaring Hammer so much that he almost lost control of the strength in his hand. Who is it? I told you not to disturb me. Are you blind or deaf? If there is another explosion, the shampoo branch will be gone. Be careful that I will hammer you into a pot lid. Lance, who was standing at the door, looked at the furious Hammer with an embarrassed face. Hammer stared at Lance viciously, waiting for him to give a reasonable explanation. I was wrong, Hammer, I was so excited that I forgot. Santos from the club sent someone to deliver a check for 1 billion Baileys 1 billion. Then what is this? Why you disturbed me while I was forging iron? Lance was a little surprised. This was different from what he imagined. No, Hammer, that's 1 billion. How come you're not excited at all? Hammer was too lazy to pay attention to him. He turned around and adjusted his state and continued to forge iron. Look at your inexperienced look. Are you excited about just 1 billion? I'm really speechless. Can't you set a small goal for yourself and get him 10 billion Baileys first? 1 billion, hee. Lance was completely dumbfounded. Isn't 1 billion a lot? It's a lot, okay. Done. The crisp hammering sound rang out again, and Hammer spoke again. Lance, you need to open your eyes. As my adjutant, don't be blinded by money. Money is something outside of your body. Okay, go ahead, calm down, and then call the headquarters and tell Old Man Kong that the money promised to compensate the arsenal has been settled. Look, what is vision, what is temperament, Tai is so awesome. Lance nodded, and just as he was about to turn around and leave, he suddenly remembered something. By the way, Taikawi, there is something else Santos asked me to tell you. Done. This sentence made Taikawi accidentally hit a little harder, and the murderous eyes fell on Lance again. I'll leave after that. Santos said that a celestial dragon came to the auction this time, and all 3 of your items were bought by him. What's the name of the mule? What saint? Rizward saint. Is it the Rizward that Taikawi knows? I didn't expect that an ordinary auction would actually attract the attention of the celestial dragons. I'm leaving, you continue. Lance hurriedly ran away, and the iron hammer was forging iron again. But a celestial dragon wearing a glass cover and bulky clothes appeared in his mind. It was the Saint Rizward in his memory. If it is really him, he should still be a young man now. Tisk tisk tisk, there is a great demand, otherwise why would he pat the bed for nothing? The iron hammer smiled and continued to forge iron. Done. As the hammer woke up little by little, the long sword was soon hammered out. Ding, triggering the critical strike, the hardness of the sword body increased by 100, and the ice element effect of the ice crystal stone increased by 100. What is perfect? This is perfect with the system prompt sound. This long sword can definitely be called a perfect work. Taikawi carefully raised the sword and looked left and right. After confirming that it was correct, he oil-quenched the long sword more steadily. Chi. The quenching progressed smoothly. A long sword with a blue glow appeared in front of Taikawi after being taken out of the oil barrel. It looks good. As for the ice element effect. Thinking of this, Taikawi walked out of the workshop with the long sword and came to the seaside. The patrolling soldiers couldn't help but stop when they saw Taikawi's figure. Taiki's name was originally very loud in Champu, and his powerful forging skills were well known. Later, he went to the headquarters for training and was valued by the headquarters, which made the Champu branch flourish. I hope it's awesome. Taiki seriously stretched the long sword slowly into the sea. Hiss hiss hiss. As the sword entered the sea, a fierce cold air began to flow, slowly freezing the sea water around the sword. Taiki was overjoyed. It's done. Ha 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 ha, Ice Demon Sword. Iron Hammer laughed wildly and ran back to the workshop, leaving the soldiers confused. Although he was very excited, the sword was not yet finished, and the remaining accessories were also very important. After careful selection by Iron Hammer, considering practicality and beauty, the final product is as follows. The handle is wrapped with iron parachute rope. The handguard is made of brass with carvings. Total length, 165 cm. Handle length, 43 cm. Blade length, 122 centimeters. Blade width, about 5.5 centimeters. Blade thickness, about 1 centimeter. A classic long sword that has never existed in the world of One Piece, the 8-sided Han sword was perfectly born. Named by Iron Hammer, Ice Nightmare Han sword. After months of experiments and forging, Iron Hammer finally created the first elemental sword at the end of 1491. Chinese famous sword achievement +1. Thanks for your praise and comments. It would be even better if you can write a good review. Chapter 64, A request for help from Alabasta. At the same time, in Champudi number 76 GR, a hotel full of erotica. Saint Risward was lying on the iron bed he had just taken a picture of, enjoying the new experience brought by technology and women. Comfortable. The person who made this bed is really a rare talent. Someone come. A masked figure instantly appeared in the room. It was the CP0 who guarded the celestial dragons. Saint Risward. Don Terry, find me the maker of this bed. I want to bring him back to Marijoa. Make more novel toys for me. Don Terry was stunned when he heard this, but he quickly reacted and nodded and disappeared in the room. At this time, the excited Iron Hammer had no idea that he had been remembered by someone, and it was a celestial dragon. He took out a lot of wooden materials and made a blue scabbard for the Ice Nightmare Han sword. The scabbard matched the famous sword, and Taikui felt very satisfied. He felt that if this sword was placed in the original world, it would definitely become a world-famous sword. Of course, even here, this sword would definitely become a rare famous sword. The only uncertain factor is the forging method of this world. The forging of Japanese swords generally chooses to cover the blade with soil and burn it, so that a very exquisite blade pattern can be created for the blade. But Taikui has always been very resistant to blade patterns. He believes that swords should be smooth and flawless, and the simpler and sharper they are, the more perfect they are. What's more, Taikui was a Chinese swordsmith in his previous life. The great cultural heritage of 5,000 years gave him many choices. Why should he forge a Japanese sword? What's the matter? Aren't the 10 famous swords good? After spending a night in Champu, Taikui prepared to return. Just as Iron Hammer was about to return, the garrison commander of the Champu branch, Lieutenant Colonel Mackenzie, came to him with a serious face. Captain Lance, Alabasta has issued a request for help, claiming that a large number of pirates have entered the port city of Rapeseed. Need the surrounding branches to send troops to suppress it. Considering that the head of my Champu branch base has not returned yet, I hope that Major General Iron Hammer can help to go to the rescue. Iron Hammer. No, Mackenzie, I'm just a blacksmith. You want me to go and suppress the pirates? A smile appeared on Mackenzie's face. Iron Hammer, we are all acquaintances, do you think your words will work for me? Iron Hammer was embarrassed. Yes, his predecessor came out of here, and he knew the details clearly. I have other tasks, I have to return to Marinford as soon as possible. Mackenzie still had a smile on his face. This is the order of General Sengoku. Are you going to refuse it? Iron Hammer. Asshole Sengoku. Brill, brill, brill. Suddenly, the den mushi in Taikui's arms rang. Iron Hammer answered the call without even looking at it. I didn't notice that the den mushi instantly turned into a man with glasses and a serious expression. Hello, who is this? Iron Hammer, who was already very depressed, answered the phone. His bad tone made people know that he was very unhappy. Humph, I'm Sengoku. Iron Hammer. Damn it, this is CAO here, he doesn't know I'm scolding him. Oh, General Sengoku, this is Major General Taikui of the headquarters, what instructions do you have? There was a silence on the den mushi side. Okay, Iron Hammer, stop pretending. There is a mission for you to complete. Commander Mackenzie told you. Alabasta has issued a request for help. You are in Champu land. Go there. No, Alabasta is such a big country, can't it even deal with a little pirate? According to intelligence, the pirates this time are very strong. Among them is a natural ability user. Do you understand? No, let Guzi, Monkey, and Longza go. I am just a blacksmith. Iron Hammer was speechless. He didn't want to go. Natural ability users are so scary unexpectedly. The next sentence of Sengoku made him accept it happily. Dragon is with Garp, Borsellino is here with me, and Sakazuki is on an escort mission to Impel Prison. Currently, you are the only one left in the Grand Line who can deal with natural ability users. Iron Hammer. Wow Zafok. What about the other Vice Admirals? A Major General, can't be better than the Vice Admirals in the headquarters. The Vice Admirals are all stabilizing the chaos in the New World, and the combat forces of the headquarters that can be dispatched are all running outside. Otherwise, why do you think I'm looking for you? This mission is completed, you don't have to pay for the loss of the arsenal, and all the money you sell belongs to you. Upon hearing this, Taikui instantly became energetic. Really? Really, a mouthful of spit is a nail. Okay, I'll leave now, please. Pa. Without giving Zhangguo a chance to refute, Taikui hung up the phone with an excited look on his face. 1 billion Baileys, saved. Oh yeah, making money makes him happy. Captain Lance, go get the pointer of Alabasta, count the weapons and gunpowder, and prepare to sail. Yes. After saying that, Taikui went straight to he ran towards his small warship. Lieutenant Colonel Mackenzie was left speechless and shook his head. Thinking, how could this hammer change so much after going to Marinford? Could it be that Admiral Zephyr's training camp also has the ability to tap into psychology? Hammer, do you know Alabasta? On the deck of the warship, Hammer was rarely working on ironwork, but instead was looking at the endless sea level. Well, I know, a place I really yearn for. A huge country with a vast territory, rich in resources, and can stay away from the ocean without worrying about drowning in the sea. Lance looked at the very serious Hammer and couldn't say a word. Is this what he wanted to know? Is it? Ha ha ha, calm down, Lance, it's just a joke. Alabasta, the superpower in the Grand Line, the royal family that rules this superpower is called Nefertari, an aristocrat among aristocrats. One of the 20 royal families that founded the world government 800 years ago. Iron Hammer's words made Lance stunned for a moment. 20 kings, aren't those celestial dragons? No, Nefertari didn't enter Marijoa, but stayed in Alabasta. Not as bad as the celestial dragons. Iron Hammer didn't tell everything he knew, after all, it was a very secretive matter. Nefertari. Nefertari D. Alas, what a wicked world. Forget about him, completing the mission and living a peaceful life is the best way. Alabasta, Port City, rapeseed flowers. Prince Cobra, the rescue signal has been sent out. I guess the Navy has received it. Cobra, full name Nefertari Cobra, is currently 18 years old. He has a heroic face and full of temperament, but his face is full of tension at this time. Okay, order the defenders to transfer the civilians as soon as possible and wait for the Navy to rescue. At this time, hundreds of meters in front of Cobra, there was a pirate flag with a flaming skull. Thank you for your praise and comments. It would be perfect if you can write a good review. Chapter 65 Humanoid Pokemon. Hurry up, guys, this is Alabasta, the superpower in the Grand Line. Yeah, ha 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 ha, this is a lucrative business. Under the flaming skull, a sturdy middle-aged man with red hair, red clothes, and red cloak was mobilizing his men before the war. A group of small Karami pirates raised their weapons, eager to try. This scene made Cobra feel nervous. Prepare to meet the enemy. As a superpower, Alabasta also has its own troops. A square formation of 2,000 people was ready. At Cobra's order, everyone clenched their long-handled weapons, and a murderous atmosphere began to spread. Oh, it seems that the superpower of Alabasta does not welcome our explosion pirates. Little ones, what should we do in the face of such a welcome ceremony? Kill them. Massacre. The red-haired man laughed wildly. That's right, anyone who dares to hinder the steps of my fire giant Scree will be swallowed by flames. I am a pirate who ate the natural devil fruit, the flame fruit. Burn flame! Scree roared, and then the whole person turned into a ball of fierce flames and flew towards the army where Cobra was. His men also shouted to follow Scree's steps. The number of pirates was only 1,000, only half of the army, but under the raging flames, their momentum was even greater. Damn the ability user, get water, get ready to put out the fire. As a prince, Cobra has always been very smart. He knows the horror of the natural devil fruit, so he can hold on until the Navy's rescue arrives. He ordered a group of soldiers to take a lot of sea water and put it in buckets, wanting to use the sea water to suppress the ability users to fight. But is it really as easy as he thought? Shoot! Seeing the enemy approaching, a group of soldiers burst into a strong desire to fight. The Alabasta warriors were divided into two groups, one holding a long-handled war gun in the front and one holding a flintlock in the back. Under Cobra's order, the gunners began to shoot. Ya ha ha ha, you want to shoot my men, have you asked my explosion? Fire vortex! Scree smiled grimly, and his hands turned into blazing flames and swirled. All the bullets fired by the king's army were blocked by the fire vortex. The pirates' Karami took the opportunity to rush forward. Damn it, put out the fire with seawater. Cobra made a prompt decision, but the fire vortex was powerful and was burning more and more vigorously. The seawater prepared by the soldiers alone could not cause any damage to the flames. Damn it, a bounty of 130 million, the fire giant Scree, is this the power of the natural devil fruit too exaggerated? Although Cobra didn't want to admit it, the power of the natural fruit was indeed extremely powerful. The bullet was blocked, and the two sides started a hand-to-hand fight between the flashes of swords and the shadows of swords. Little guys, kill them! Ya ha ha ha! Scree, who was maintaining the vortex of fire and floating in the air with the flames, laughed wildly again. In his opinion, the army in front of him was a lamb to be slaughtered, which did not interest him at all. However, Cobra, who had just issued the order, was noticed by him. He was dressed in gorgeous clothes and had a full temperament. Well, he should be a leader. Catch that leader for me, ya ha ha ha! Hearing what Scree said, Cobra showed a trace of anger on his face. The fear of fire also disappeared. I am Nefertari Cobra, the crown prince of the kingdom of Alabasta. Don't even think about getting involved in Alabasta with a mere pirate. Kill! Under Cobra's outburst, the soldiers' fighting spirit rose again and fought with the pirates. I didn't expect it to be a prince. Humph, I'll catch you in exchange for ransom, so cool. Scree's eyes flashed, and he rushed towards Cobra with flames. The big handful of flames instantly turned into a cage of flames and surrounded Cobra. Asshole, just flames! Cobra poured the sea water on his body and rushed out. But Scree would not let him do so. The flames burned inside and outside, cutting off Cobra's thoughts. Ya ha ha ha, surrender prince, you will. Done. Swish. Bang. A heavy fist with black color hit Scree's face directly, and he flew out with the flames. Tisk, not as hot as my furnace fire, that's it. Little chicken. The cloak of justice fluttered in the wind, and the 3-meter-tall man was extremely tall and straight. Prince Cobra, your bold words are so impressive that they make me feel a little excited. Cobra looked at the figure floating in the air in surprise, and was very excited. The Navy is finally here. At the same time, Scree, who had just been blown away, turned into flames and flew back. There was a very obvious fist mark on his ferocious face, and he was bleeding from his mouth and nose. Who is it? Which bastard attacked me? Compared to the anger in his heart, in fact, Scree was more confused. Since he ate the natural flame fruit, he hasn't felt pain for a long time. No matter it was a knife, an axe, or a gunpowder shell, he didn't care. But the punch just now hit him on the head. He is still a little confused now. Tisk, as expected, there are some monsters on the sea, and their vitality is exaggerated and outrageous. The visitor complained speechlessly. Rear Admiral of the Navy Headquarters, Iron Hammer, is ordered to suppress the bandits. Are you ready? The armed color domineering began to spread, and Iron Hammer's fists were completely deep black. Scree looked at the changes in Iron Hammer, and a trace of solemnity appeared on his face. If he was not mistaken, the fist that just blasted him away was accompanied by this black color. Humfamir Navy. Flame emission. Scree took the initiative and sprayed a flame ray. If you were not still in human form, I would have thought you were a Pokemon. And it's a fire attribute. Iron Hammer said this, but his hands were not slow at all. Razor left white traces in the air, and after dodging the flames, he rushed towards the little fireman at a very fast speed. And below, the Navy soldiers led by Lance also joined the battlefield. The King's army retreats, do not enter the attack range. The Navy led by Lance has just landed, heading behind the pirates. Rapid rifles, flintlock rifles, rockets, and incendiary guns all joined the battlefield. A huge firepower network broke out in the back in an instant. Ah! Get out of the way, get out of the way, the Navy's firepower is too terrifying. For a moment, the pirates in the rear were defeated by the heavy firepower. Thank you for your praise and comments. It would be perfect if you could write a good review. Chapter 66 Hammer vs Little Fireman, Hammer wins. Since the addition of Germa's armament and Hammer's burst gun, this is the first time that Hammer's subordinates have faced the enemy head-on. The previous encounter with Roger doesn't count, that was a ship full of monsters. The results of the battle brought by advanced firearms are very obvious. Any pirates who stand in the way of the Marine Brigade will be ruthlessly killed by the firepower network. The pressure on the King's army was greatly reduced in an instant. Cobra was also very surprised, and at the same time felt fortunate for his decision. Unlike the battle on the ground, the king-to-king battle in the air seemed to be magnificent under the full release of the flame fruit. Seeing that the flame ray was dodged by Hammer, Scree immediately changed his tactics. Flame wheel. Flames burst out from his body one after another, and he turned himself into a wheel monster made of flames. Sure enough, the moves with big brain holes don't look good at all. The figure of the Iron Hammer appeared and ruthlessly complained again. It was really that Scree's current appearance was too ugly. Hit the cow across the mountain. The right hammer attacked, and the air cannon directly shook the flames away, turning them into fireworks all over the sky. Damn Navy, dare to insult me. I'm going to burn you to ashes. Sea of fire. The exasperated Scree was covered in flames, and the sky-high fire was released like seawater. Hey, range AoE skill, too much. Iron Hammer frowned slightly, he was not afraid of this sea of fire. But these flames have begun to fall, and will soon cover the bottom. Although Alabasta is located in the desert and is not easy to turn into a fire, the King's army and his troops below will suffer. Damn, Old Man Waring states, if he had said earlier that there was a little fireman here, I would never come. No way, Ice Nightmare. In order to prevent his subordinates from getting hurt, Iron Hammer suddenly pulled out the sword hanging on his waist. Ice Nightmare left the sheath, and the terrifying cold air rose. Since you are fire, try my ice. I'll cut. The 8-sided Han sword slashed at Scree with a strong ice elemental force. The power of ice crystals in the sky blocked the spread of the sea of fire. Oh yeah, my skills are really not to be underestimated. Next shave. Seeing the sea of fire blocked, Taikawi seized the opportunity and immediately flashed to Scree's side. Scree was still releasing flames crazily, not realizing that the enemy had come to him. Take Taikawi's hammer. Hammer 80. The heavy hammer covered with armed color domineering hit Scree's face again. Ah! Boom! After a scream, Scree was directly blasted into the sand. The sea of fire also stopped spreading as Scree was hammered. "Asshole, why can you attack me? I am a flame man who ate the flame fruit." Scree, who was hammered twice, had fallen into madness. He didn't understand. Flame fist. Scree, who had already fallen into madness, raised his fist and went up. Tikui was afraid that the flames would burn his clothes, so he dodged repeatedly. "A frog in the well, with just a natural fruit, do you really think you are invincible? I have hammered even flash and lava, how can I not hammer a little fireman like you? Lie down, arm hammer from all directions." Iron Hammer was really annoyed, and hammered with both hands, armed with haki, and air hammers burst out at the same time. The hammers from all directions directly enveloped Scree. Duan! Bang! Duan! Bang! For a while, the terrifying hammers sounded one after another, and Scree was directly hammered silly. Scree had lost consciousness during the hammering. But Iron Hammer didn't notice it, and the hammering lasted for several minutes. When the hammering stopped, Scree had already ascended to heaven. So, Iron Hammer versus Little Fireman, Iron Hammer wins. And Scree's younger brothers saw their boss defeated and prepared to escape, but Lance would not let them do as they wish. The firepower net directly stopped the pirates who wanted to escape and blocked them. Now the pirates had no way to retreat and could only choose the avatar. "Lance, find a sea stone chain to tie him up." Lance glanced at the unrecognizable fire giant Scree, and his mouth twitched slightly. Tisk tisk tisk, too miserable, even if he was too young, he would not be recognized. An Iron Hammer slowly came to Cobra. "Prince Cobra, the pirates have been eliminated. If nothing happens, I will lead the team back." Cobra was still in a trance, everything happened too fast. That was the natural flame fruit, and it was defeated just like that. Also, when did the Navy have such a terrifying firearms power? One question mark after another floated back and forth on Cobra's head. "Hey Prince Cobra, did you hear me?" Iron Hammer looked at the dazed Cobra speechlessly. "I thought, this guy was so stupid when he was young, no wonder he was robbed by Lao Sha in the future. It's so stupid." "Oh, Major General Taikawi, I was thinking about something else just now." "What did you say? You want to leave?" "No, the pirates have been expelled, please let me do my best to be a good host. At least have a meal." Cobra woke up from his trance and quickly grabbed Taikawi's big hand, his face full of desire. Taiki. "Oh my god, what kind of look is this? Cobra is not a glass, otherwise how did Vivi come?" No, I still have a mission, and this group of pirates needs to be escorted. Let's talk about meals later." Faced with the enthusiastic Cobra, Taikawi ran away. Leaving Cobra confused. What happened? Why did he run away? "Iron Hammer, what happened to you? You're sweating all over. Are you burned by the flames? Also, that Scree has been hammered to death by you, why did you ask me to tie him up?" Lance, who was escorting the pirates, looked at the sweaty Iron Hammer and couldn't help but wonder. "What, dead?" "Yes, he died." "Iron Hammer, is this guy so weak?" Setting sail again, Iron Hammer looked at the gradual lithe port disappeared, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. Poruburu crack. "Hello, I'm Iron Hammer, General Sengoku, the mission is completed." "Well done, Iron Hammer, send him to impel down, and you can return to Marinford." "General Sengoku, you're too late, the flame fruit user is dead. Can I return to Marinford directly?" "Sengoku, then what are you asking? The man is dead, what do you think?" "Hehe, it was a momentary mistake, I really didn't expect him to be so vulnerable." "Sengoku, listen, people say it or not, a pirate with over 100 million can't be vulnerable. That's right, after all, he is facing Iron Hammer, the number 4 of their new navy." Thank you for your likes and comments, it would be perfect if you can write a good review. Chapter 67 Green Bird is here. Teacher Zifa, where is this the stone of life? When Taikawi returned to Marinford, he saw Zifa standing like a rock in the port. Go away, is your mission over? Well, I got a natural ability user, so I don't have to pay the arsenal, and I made 1 billion berries for nothing. Zafar was shocked. 1 billion berries? How many things did you sell? Taiki smiled wretchedly, and he really looked like monkey. Just a bed, a hat, and a pair of glasses. Zafar was silent, the speed of making money was too scary. These 3 things were not important at all, but they could be sold for 1 billion berries. Suddenly, Zifa saw the very delicate long sword on Taikawi's waist. This scabbard and hilt look good, a new work. Taiki smiled and pulled the ice nightmare out of the scabbard very proudly. A trace of cold air began to spread. Zifa felt the freezing air and his heart moved slightly. This breath, you successfully combined the ice crystal stone with your forging skills. The shape of this sword is cool, it looks good. Iron Hammer nodded vigorously. This sword is called Ice Nightmare. It is made of ice crystal stone, and my ability has given it a stronger ice elemental power. Moreover, its hardness inherits the sea stone. It is definitely a sharp weapon. Just when Iron Hammer was showing off to Zifa, a very excited voice sounded in the port. Takula, what a beautiful sword! And this freezing power so powerful! A young man in black clothes, with curly hair and about 3 meters tall, came to Iron Hammer and Zifa in an instant, looking left and right at the Ice Nightmare Han's sword. What kind of sword is this? It's so handsome! Although Iron Hammer was a little surprised by the sudden appearance of a person, his face moved slightly when he saw the face of the person clearly. It's very handsome, isn't it? This is the sword from my hometown, named Eight-Sided Han's sword. Just for this shape, I dare say that there is no sword on the sea that can surpass it in appearance. This is the confidence of Taikawi. He firmly believes that the shape of the famous Chinese sword is definitely better than those Japanese swords. Even the supreme great sword 12 works can't surpass Binjian in shape. Handsome, the most handsome. This sword body, this blue light, this freezing air, it's amazing. The visitor was already incoherent with excitement. Taikawi smiled at him, and Zifa was still looking at the young man in front of him with curiosity. The speed of this young man rushing over just now was very fast, and his figure was very agile. It's definitely a good seedling. Boy, what's your name? Who did you come with? The young man looked at Zifa's resolute face and quickly stood in a military posture that was not quite standard. My name is Kuzan, I came here with Garp. He told me to join the elite training camp. When Zifa heard that he came with Garp, he was speechless, but when he heard that he was going to join the elite training camp, he became excited. When he heard the young man called Kuzan, Taikawi nodded slightly in his heart. Sure enough, the person in front of him was one of the 3 future admirals of the Navy, Green Bird. Oh, you want to join the elite training camp? Although your body movement was good just now, why do you think you can be admitted? You should know that the assessment of the elite training camp is very difficult. Kuzan smiled heartily and opened his hands. Because I am strong. Bloom freeze. Kuzan's hands turned into ice in an instant, and the terrifying freezing air began to spread around him. Ice flowers condensed in the air. Natural devil fruit, frozen fruit. Taikawi muttered to himself. At the same time, he compared the freezing effect of Ice Nightmare with the fruit ability of Kuzan. Although both have freezing air, the freezing air of Ice Nightmare is far inferior to that of Ice Fruit. After all, Devil Fruit is really unreasonable. Good, it's really a good seedling natural system, it's still a very powerful Ice Fruit. But boy, you have to remember that although the fruit ability is strong, if your physique is not strong enough, you can't use the fruit ability. Iron Hammer was very speechless. Why did Mr. Zifa say this every time he saw a fruit ability user? Hey! Cool, you are General Zifa. I will definitely become the strongest student. I will defend justice when the time comes. Kuzan's eyes sparkled as he looked at Zifa, and he blurted out a sentence that made Zifa very satisfied. Good boy, that bastard Garp finally did a good thing. Come on, follow me to the training camp. Although the third batch of students has not started recruiting yet, I believe you will definitely become the chief of the third batch. The word chief was like a magic sound, which made Kuzan burst out instantly on the spot. Chief. That's good. I believe I will definitely become the chief. By the way, Mr. Zifa, who are the chiefs of the first and second batches? Can I have a competition with them? Looking at Kuzan's expectant face, Zifa slowly turned his gaze to the hammer beside him. Mr. Zifa, don't make a fuss. I'm not the chief. I'm just the fourth one. No matter it's a dog, a dragon, or a monkey, they are all better than me. Iron Hammer knows Zifa too well. He knows what Zifa is thinking just by tilting his head. Iron Hammer, don't underestimate yourself. Just based on the speed of your understanding of armament haki, you are not inferior to the three of them. Kuzan, his name is Iron Hammer, a student of the first class, and now he is a major general of the headquarters. My dear, there is more to this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. The latter is more exciting. If you want to spar, choose him. Let's go to the training ground. Iron Hammer. Kuzan, great. Kuzan, I really can't fight. Don't listen to what Teacher Zifa says. Iron Hammer looked at Kuzan, who was very angry, speechlessly. Suddenly, the words that thousands of Haimai gave to Kuzan came to his mind. The gentlest person eats the coldest fruit. Ha, Iron Hammer, no need to say more, come on, let me see the strength of our Major General. Kuzan didn't believe Taikawi's words at all. In his opinion, as a disciple of General Zifa, Taikawi must be very strong. Asshole Taikawi, can't you set a good example? Fight well. Zifa spit saliva repeatedly outside the court. But who is Taikawi? He is the one who has trained his face to the top first, so he doesn't care about saliva attacks. No, Kuzan, I really can't, damn it, come on. Taichan wanted to persuade Kuzan, but who would have thought that an ice spear would shoot at him? A paper painting flashed by. Oh, is this the Navy 6 styles? Really good. But I'm not bad either. Ice ball, ice spear, continuous shooting. Iron Hammer looked at the ice spears that appeared in the air one after another and sighed helplessly. It seems that I can't avoid it. Hey, since you are a frozen man, I will also use the power of freezing. You won't mind it. Ice Nightmare unsheathed. Thank you for your praise and comments. It would be perfect if you can write a good review. Chapter 68, Abnormal Navy High Level +1. Oh, a sword with the power of freezing. Cool, but I am a frozen man. Go my ice spear. Kuzan was not surprised but happy to see the might of the Ice Nightmare Han sword. He crossed his hands and swung them fiercely. Countless ice spears shot towards Iron Hammer. Hi! Iron Hammer grinned and began to swing the Ice Nightmare in his hand. Although Iron Hammer could not use a sword, he had a very powerful swordsmanship. That was what he practiced in his previous life, called blind halberd chopping. Relying on the strength of the Ice Nightmare, Iron Hammer slashed down and directly shattered countless ice spears, returning them to their original state. It's not over yet. Ice ball, ice soul bow. Kuzan condensed an ice bow in front of his chest, and countless ice arrows flew out. This series of attacks made Iron Hammer and Zifa silent. Kuzan, don't you think your attack method is a little? Iron Hammer couldn't hold it back while raising his sword to break the ice. What, isn't it very handsome? Ha 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 ha, I knew that my attack is both powerful and gorgeous. Zafard. Iron Hammer. It's a bit tasteless. Zephyr couldn't help it anymore, and roared outside the field, which stunned Kuzan. Useless, how could it be? Useless, you idiot, Iron Hammer, teach him a lesson. Iron Hammer nodded slightly, he thought so too. How could a good fruit be played like this? It's really too bad. Kyuzan, remember, attack is not dancing, no one cares about your fancy, only the power of your attack. Razor continuous slash. Iron Hammer's feet exploded instantly, and the whole person rushed towards Kyuzan at a very fast speed. Ice was shattered wherever he went. Then several swords chopped Kyuzan. The next second, Kyuzan turned into a pile of broken ice. Attack, pay attention to speed, accuracy and ruthlessness to knock down the opponent is the goal, this is attack. Not to be gorgeous. Cut. The hammer preached and acted at the same time, breaking the ice that was about to recover its human form again. Zeph looked at this scene with great satisfaction. Humph, don't underestimate me. Even if I'm an element, I can still attack. When frozen light capsule countless ice turned into ice cones and shot towards Taikawi. This move looks good, but it's not enough. Ice coffin. The same ice power burst out, and the ice nightmare used the freezing air to make 4 ice walls under the swing of Taikawi, directly wrapping Taikawi. The ice hammers hit the ice walls and both were broken. Taikawi, you are really strong. Come again. Ice Soul Bao. Kyuzan seized the opportunity to transform into a human form again and condensed the longbow again. He continued to attack while Taikawi was speechless. Forget it, your attack is too boring. Let me tell you one thing, Tai is a blacksmith who plays with hammers, not swords. Kyuzan showed a trace of doubt when he heard this, but the next second he understood what Taikawi meant. Break the stone in the chest. Duan. A heavy hammering sound was heard from Taikawi's chest. The sound waves visible to the naked eye began to spread, and all the ice disappeared wherever they went. What? Kyuzan was shocked. But Taikawi had no intention of stopping the attack. Ice Nightmare re-entered the scabbard, and the black and bright armament haki covered his fists. Kyuzan, you know, I just defeated a natural ability user. You have to remember that the natural system is not invincible. Shave. I hammer. Using the explosive power of shave, Taikawi flashed to Kyuzan's top, and the heavy punch containing armament haki hit Kyuzan's head directly. Not good. Ice shield. Kyuzan's reaction was also very fast, and an ice shield was formed instantly. Too naive. Break it for me. Under the heavy punch, the ice shield shattered. Ah! Bang! A scream and a heavy object fell to the ground. Looking at Kyuzan again, his eyes were white, and he lost his ability to fight and fell into a coma. Ah, he is still too young. Iron Hammer looked at Kyuzan speechlessly, pulled him up, and came to Zifa in a flash. The fruit is a good fruit, and the person is a talented person. But there is something wrong with his brain. Zeph nodded to Iron Hammer's words. It's okay. He looks young and has time to correct it. I'll go to Garp and find out about this kid. Take him back to your place first, and I'll go to your house later. Iron Hammer rolled his eyes at him unhappily. You can come, but bring your own food and wine. I'm too lazy to buy them. Asshole, is it difficult to cook a meal for your teacher? It's difficult. With Kung Fu, can't we go to the cafeteria together? I want to hurry up and forge iron. Humph, forge iron with woolen threads. Eating is the most important thing, just the two of us, plus Kyuzan. I'll have someone send the ingredients to your house later. Okay, you said it, just the 3 of us, no more. Okay. After Zifa finished speaking, he left the training ground in a flash. The hammer carried Kyuzan towards his home. A 3-meter-tall man carrying a man who was almost 3 meters tall, that picture, tut-tut, is a bit interesting. This chapter is not finished yet. Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content below. Asshole old man, are these the 3 people you mentioned? In the evening, the hammer looked at the old man Kong, Ms. Crane, old man Garp, Zifa and Kyuzan sitting in his yard with anger. Ha 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 ha, the hammer you cook is so delicious. I am very greedy. I brought you some food, didn't I? Fresh Sea King's the best food. Kapu pointed at the dozens of kilograms of Sea King meat beside him and laughed. Well, Iron Hammer, you finally got out of the arsenal, just a meal. I brought 20 years of wine, this is what the garden asked me for a long time, but I didn't bear to give it out. Miss he put a bottle of exquisite wine on the table and smiled. You brought everything, thank goodness I brought it too, here, the best bacon and ham, this is what I brought back from Mary Jo, a special supply. Old Man Kong put a big bag of ham on the table, and he was very proud. What are you looking at? 3 pairs of eyes were fixed on Zifa, wanting to see what he brought. Zephyr blushed when he was looked at, and took out several bottles of wine from his clothes. Sherry wine, drink it if you want. Garp, hey. Old Man Kong, hey. Miss Crane, Zephyr. I didn't know you had prepared everything, and besides, I also asked someone to send ingredients to Iron Hammer. She pointed to the vegetables, fruits, bones and meat on the side. Iron Hammer, you are so hot, is the food you cook really that delicious? Do Vice Admiral Garp, Marshal Kong, Vice Admiral Crane, and Teacher Zifa like to eat so much? I want to eat too. Iron Hammer, please. Iron Hammer. What the hell did I do? Abnormal Navy high ranking +1, future. Thank you for your praise and comments. It would be perfect if you could write a good review. Chapter 69 Test the second nuclear battle versus Hammer. At the dinner table. Half-tired Hammer sat down. No, how many days have you not eaten? Have you made all these ingredients? I understand. It's okay that our Navy leaders are abnormal, but they also eat a lot. This is really not an exaggeration by Hammer. Let alone the ingredients sent by Zifa, the meat of the Sea King brought by Garp is enough for several people. Now there are only bones left, and all the ingredients have turned into delicacies and entered everyone's stomach. Don't talk nonsense, eat quickly, this is what I left for you, otherwise Old Man Kong and the bastard Garp would have made it all. Zeph hurriedly brought a plate of food to Hammer. Iron Hammer-san, the food you cook is so delicious, I've decided that I will come here every day to eat for free. Iron Hammer. By the way, Garp, you did a good thing this time. Kuzan is a very talented kid. He has a natural frozen fruit. Very good. Zeph took a sip of sherry, and he looked very comfortable. Tisk, I met this kid when I was chasing Roger in the South China Sea. He was full of passion and insisted on joining the army with me. I reluctantly accepted him. Zeph. Oh, I was careless, I forgot that this guy is shameless. Oh Kuzan, right, Zeph and Garp both have a high opinion of you. Then tell me, what kind of justice do you pursue? Report to Marshal Kong, my justice, I define it as, burning justice. My passion and enthusiasm will become my justice. These words made the senior executives present very satisfied, and their eyes looking at Kuzan became softer. Iron Hammer, look at him, then look at yourself. Hey! Zifa looked at Iron Hammer, who was stuffing food into his mouth with a look of frustration. Iron Hammer. The 1 month of the second elite training camp assessment passed quickly. Very good, although there are no monsters like Sakaski in this class, the overall strength is still very solid. Zifa looked at the 89th person in front of him with great satisfaction. There were 89 people who passed the assessment smoothly this time, and only 11 people did not complete it, but these 11 people returned to the headquarters safely. This result is much better than the first session. Now I announce the ranking of the assessment. First place is Yuan, the bounty for arresting criminals is 77 million Baileys. Second place is Ghost Spider, the bounty for arresting criminals is 74.5 million Baileys. Third place is Doberman, the bounty for arresting criminals is 71 million Baileys. The rest are also good. I hope you can continue to work hard on the sea after graduation. The whole square formation did not get in chaos because of Zifa's words. I saw Yuan come out of the line alone and came to Zifa. Yuan, what's the matter with you? Zifa looked at Yuan, who came out of the line, and couldn't help asking. Teacher Zifa, although I have completed the assessment, I still have an assessment for myself. This made Zifa feel a little curious. What assessment? I hope to have another fight with Major General Taikawi. Oh, why? I want to know how far I have come from his hard training this year. Zifa was stunned by the sonorous words of the garden. And me, teacher Zifa, I also hope to have another fight with Major General Taikawi. Me too. Then I must be there. Yes, me too. Several figures came out one after another, all shouting that they wanted to have another fight with Taikawi. Zifa was more and more satisfied with this class of students. Good. Messenger, go and call Taikawi. Arsenal. After the old arsenal exploded, the new arsenal was built several days ago under the joint supervision of Taikawi and Major General Lisk. The new arsenal specially built a very solid single room for Taikawi. There were 20 centimeter thick steel plates all around, fearing that the hammer would explode again. At this time, the hammer was drawing a blueprint. Finished. After finishing the last stroke, the hammer looked at the blueprint in his hand with great satisfaction. On the blueprint was a Fang Tian Huaji. Fang Tian Huaji, unparalleled in fierce battles. Sea Tower Stone and Jiyan Stone, combined with mithril, and iron. Hammer, hammer, come out. Hammer. This shout scared Tai's hand and he almost threw the Jiyan Stone out. The hammer caught the Jiyan Stone in a hurry, and then carefully placed it on the table. Only then did he change into an angry look. Which bastard is crying like a ghost? Be careful, I will send you to see the King of Hell with one hammer. It's so annoying, he always scares him at the critical moment. Hammer, don't waste time. General Zifa sent someone to tell you to go to the boot camp. No, I'm at a critical moment. The person who called out was Major General Lisk, the head of the arsenal. Hammer, hurry up, otherwise, I'll stop your furnace. Lisk had no way to deal with the hammer, after all such a god-level blacksmith is the treasure of the navy. But now it is General Zifa's request, so he can only face the challenge. Iron hammer. No, what are you doing, so anxious? This chapter is not finished yet, please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. It seems that the second batch of students are back, and General Zifa called you to go over. It's so annoying, old man Zifa summons me whenever he has something to do. Iron Hammer put down all the materials helplessly and walked out of the forging room with dust stains all over his body. Teacher Zifa, please don't summon me whenever you have something to do. I'm busy in the forging room. Do I have to blow up another arsenal? In order to go back to forge iron as soon as possible, Iron Hammer directly shaved and moonstep, and came to the training ground without stopping. Pay attention next time, pay attention next time. Zafel looked at the iron hammer covered with dust stains and felt a little embarrassed. Tell me, why did you call me here? Iron Hammer didn't feel that there was anything wrong with his attitude. Look, these guys want to fight you again. Seeing their firm attitude, I can only call you here. Iron Hammer. Looking at the familiar faces on the stage flashing with overwhelming fighting spirit, Iron Hammer knew that this matter today could not be resolved peacefully again. Okay, 1 or 2, you really have nothing to do, right? Want to fight? I'll fight with you. Iron Hammer was really angry. As a blacksmith, the thing that could anger him the most was to drag him out of the forging room. Last time, it was because Teacher Zifa made an appointment with him in advance that he came to the training ground. This time, just for a fight, he was called out of the forging room. I was so angry. Yuan, Ghost Spider, Doberman. Flying Squirrel, Shirley, Dalmesia. Stolobiri, Kaji, Hwashaishan. Just the 9 of you, right? Iron Hammer looked at the 9 people standing in front of him, and rarely showed a hint of fighting spirit. Thank you for your praise and comments. It would be even better if you can write a good review. Chapter 70 Sonic Boom. All is fair in war. Okay, then come on. Although Iron Hammer was covered in dust, none of the 9 people present looked down on him. You know, they had experienced this scene once a year ago. A miserable defeat. 1 year of special training, just for today. 1 sword style sunset. Yuan held the golden sword and attacked Chen Meishi. At this moment, the big sword 21 gong bloomed with unprecedented sharpness. Sunset, this is a flying slash, which means the posture of the realm of the garden sword master. 21 skills of the great blade, I wonder if my Ice Nightmare can surpass this category. 8-sided Han sword Ice Nightmare, the work that Taikui is most satisfied with at this stage. At this time, he held it in his hand. The sharp blade and proud sword body, the Ice Nightmare attracted the attention of the 6 people present as soon as it appeared. Except Shirley, Kaji, and Dalmizia, the other 6 people all used swords as weapons. Seeing the famous sword, I couldn't help but take a look. What a good sword! The pearl is cast in the dark. Even Kaji could see the extraordinariness of the Ice Nightmare, but the last sentence caused countless well characters to appear on Taikui's head. On the contrary, the other 6 people nodded in tacit understanding. Good of you, Kaji. You were the one who talked too much last time, and caused me to be beaten by those 3 bastards. Let's start with you, Shave. With new and old hatreds added together, Taikui directly chose to attack Kaji. 6 styles, Shave made Taikui flash in front of Kaji in an instant. Damn, I'm telling the truth. Iron block. Wow, you dare to use illusion. Although Tai's opinion of Iron block has changed now, this cannot change the positioning of Iron block. Freeze him, Ice Nightmare. Ice Nightmare swept across, and the extremely cold air burst out instantly. Keiki, who had just accelerated the blood in his body to complete the iron block, was like an ice cellar in an instant. Crack, crack, crack. The full of cold air accompanied by the sound of crackling directly froze Kaji into an ice sculpture. Even his surprised expression was frozen into an emoticon. Such a strong freezing power, is this really what a sword can have? As a swordsman, Yuan was the most proficient in swordsmanship among all the people present, and he was shocked for a moment. 1 sword flow, stars. At the beginning of the fight, 1 person was frozen, and Yuan did not dare to be careless. Flying slash was followed by a series of stabs. Iron hammer used paper painting to dodge. Brother, be careful. Lightning fist. Shirley and Yuan had the best tacit understanding. Seeing Yuan's attack, she immediately activated her own innate electric current to assist. The snow-white hair was full of electric current. Hey, I had a fire fist 2 days ago, and you have a lightning fist. I really walked into another set by mistake, right? The electric shock flashed by, and Iron Hammer did not dare to neglect it at all, and dodged again with shaving. The attacks of the other few people also followed one after another. Dalmizia, in the form of a spotted dog half-orc, danced with his hands, and his finger gun moved in unison. Flying Squirrel, Burning Mountain, and Doberman used 3 swords. Stilobaliant Ghost Spider used 2 swords, 2 people, and 4 swords. The field was in chaos instantly. I saw that Taikui was not panicked at all, and used the 6 styles very skillfully in succession, and the Ice Nightmare swung out ice and snow all over the sky. Dog Fang Stab. 1 sword style dog attack. Dalmizia and Doberman seized the opportunity to launch a strong attack. You wish break the stone with your chest. The entangled Taikui slammed his left hand into his chest, and the shock wave instantly launched and repelled all 8 people around him. The improvement is really great. Taiki nodded and praised the improvement of several people. And these people have a good tacit understanding. Someone entangled him and someone else took the opportunity to launch a fierce attack. He had been passively defending all the time, and there was no choice but to use the fruit ability to repel them. In that case, try this. Taiki smiled sinisterly, and the ring on his right hand flashed. A rocket launcher appeared instantly. The moment they saw the rocket launcher, a scene from a few days ago instantly appeared in the minds of the 8 people. "Not good!" Black Smoke surely exclaimed, and the next second she burst out at the fastest speed to attack Taikawi. The others were also shocked, and then they also launched attacks. But at the moment they rushed towards Taikawi, the imagined black smoke did not appear. "Who told you that I must use it when I take it out?" Freeze at Taikawi, with a sinister smile, instantly swept the ice nightmare Han sword across, and the freezing air instantly rushed towards the 8 people. "Damn it, 1 sword style sunset lightning fist, hey I cut fang stab, 2 sword style cross kill." All 8 people used their full strength at once, and all the swords, fists, and fingers were launched. Even the freezing air of the ice nightmare could not go beyond the limit for a while. But is this really what Taikawi really thinks? Of course not. The freezing air is just the first step. After the ice nightmare swung out the freezing air, he was stabbed into the ground by Taikawi. He himself leaned sideways to gather strength, and terrifying power gathered in his right fist. Sonic boom hammer. He threw a heavy punch, and the terrifying hammer instantly broke through the speed of sound, hammering at the 8 people at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Before the 8 people could react, they were hit by the hammer. Sonic boom, this is what the shock wave can achieve when it breaks through a certain speed. This chapter is not finished yet, please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content below. It is also a way for Iron Hammer to improve his own fruit ability. The system panel that has not appeared for a long time. Name, Iron Hammer. Age, 20. Devil Fruit, Superhuman Hammer. Hammer Fruit, Development Degree 70. Armament Haki, Activated 35, Hardened. Observation Haki, Not Activated. Awakening Degree 80. Overlord Haki, 0. No, don't even think about it, you're just an idle fish. Ability, 6 styles, Perfect Mastery, 6 styles. Extended Skills, Mastery. Boom. The hammer that broke through the speed of sound directly knocked all 8 people away. It's not over yet. Finger Gun Modified Broken Hammer. I saw Iron Hammer extend his index finger, which was covered with dark armament haki, and then tapped the 8 people in the air one after another. Boom. Boom. 8 muffled sounds rose instantly. Who said that hammering must be powerful? You can also take advantage of any gap as long as the force is enough. Even if it is launched from the fingertips, it can become a sharp weapon that breaks the surface with a point. Broken Hammer. Iron Hammer's improved hammer on the basis of the finger gun, uses armament haki as a medium to compress the hammer to the fingertips and release it at once. Using the fingertips as points, it causes diffuse hammering, and the damage is very considerable. The 8 people who were hit hard were already in a state of being blown away, and now they fell to the ground instantly after being injured on both sides. Let's finish it. Hammer of the Soul. Iron Hammer made a final kill, and the hammer from the soul sounded in the minds of the 8 people, instantly making them lose their fighting ability. As a senior, I want to teach you a lesson. Real fighting is completely unreasonable. No one will fight you in an upright manner. Dirty tricks, and even conspiracies are commonplace, am I right? Teacher Zifa. Iron Hammer, who had dealt with 9 people, looked at Zifa with a sly smile on his face. Get out, don't talk about using dirty tricks so confidently. All is fair in war. Thank you for your likes and comments. It would be even more perfect if you could write a good review. Chapter 71. The cotton padded jacket that used to be leaking air. Do you know the gap? Although a year of training has improved your strength a lot, please remember one thing, that is, this sea lacks everything, but there is no lack of surprises. Once you step into the sea, you must be more careful. I don't want to see your names appear on the stone tablet. Iron Hammer looked at the 9 people sitting on the ground very calmly. Even Kaji, who was frozen into an ice ball before, broke free from the ice and was now rubbing his body with a sullen face. Iron Hammer is right. There are endless people with various abilities on the sea. You must be careful when you step into the sea. Zifa rarely stood up for Iron Hammer, which made Iron Hammer feel very comfortable. In fact, Iron Hammer has always been a good role model in Zifa's heart. It would be better if he was not so lazy. Brother, I will stay with you from now on. My electric shock can already form direct current. I think it should be helpful for your forging, right? After the battle, Iron Hammer took Shirley back to his residence. After a year of training, Shirley has transformed into a very standard female navy. Put aside the forging in advance. You should go to Lance to get familiar with it in the next few days, and then we will go sailing in a few days. Going sailing where to? Punk Hazard. 3 days later, the Admiral's office. Hey, Sengoku-san, who is this little kid? Iron Hammer came to Sengoku's office with an application, but unexpectedly there was a blonde child in the office. I thought, according to the current time, this child. Don Quixote Rocinante. Is it Taikoi? This child is someone I met by chance when I went out to sea to chase Bondi Wald a few days ago. Now he is my adopted son, Rocinante. Rocinante, this is Major General Taikoi of our headquarters. The wise general's eyes showed a rare softness. Rocinante, who was only 8 years old, looked at the 3-meter-tall and strong Taikoi, who looked like a bear, in a panic, with a trace of fear on his face. It made Taikoi very embarrassed. Zhangguo-san, I have to go to Punk Hazard. You promised me before that I have priority to use the Ministry of Science and Technology. Zhangguo took the document handed over by Taikoi and glanced at it. He looked at Taikoi with some surprise and said, "You are a rare guy. You actually took the initiative to go to sea. But Punk Hazard has just been established not long ago. At present, other technologies except sea stone are not perfect. I guess it would be useless for you to go there." Taiki shook his head indifferently and said, "I went there for sea stone. The reason why I blew up the arsenal before was because sea stone and forging materials could not be integrated. Sea stone is the hardest ore known so far. I must integrate it into my forging." This is what Taikoi really said. The craftsmanship of sea stone can only be used slightly by him. Although the Ice Nightmare Han sword was successfully forged, it was not forged with real sea stone but with the steel plate he gave power. If sea stone is really used, it is hard to say whether it can succeed. Zhangguo nodded after listening, and then signed Taikoi's form and agreed to his sailing. Iron Hammer, that bastard Wald sank several of our warships a few days ago, and even Vice Admiral Suolai was seriously injured. You must be careful on the way to Punk Hazard. Iron Hammer nodded. He knew Bondi Wald. He was a pure bastard. Anyone who dared to stand in his way would be sunk no matter who it was. Got it. Then I'll take my leave. Sengoku-san. Bye, Rocinante kid. After leaving Sengoku's office, Iron Hammer did not go directly to the port to prepare for sailing. Instead, he knocked on the door of Vice Admiral Tsuru, the Chief of Staff of the headquarters. Come in. Vice Admiral Tsuru, I'm here to see Yuan. Iron Hammer pushed the door open and saw Vice Admiral Tsuru dealing with a mountain of documents. On the sofa on the other side sat his target person, Yuan. Both Tsuru and Yuan were shocked. In the former's impression, Taikoi stayed in the forging room all the time and rarely walked around the headquarters. The latter looked at Taikoi with great curiosity. Oh Taikoi, you're looking for me. Well, I want to borrow your golden sword. As soon as these words came out, the curious expression of the former suddenly darkened. For a swordsman, nothing is more important than the sword. It can be said that the sword on the waist is everything for them. What are you going to do the golden sword? Of course Taikoi understood, and then he said his thoughts. I know that the golden sword of the 21st level of the big fast sword is definitely a famous sword. It is also one of the best famous swords in the headquarters at present. You also know that I am a forger, and you have seen the Ice Nightmare Han sword. I want to compare the two swords to see if the sword I forge can be comparable to the big fast sword. After hearing Taikawi's words, a hint of realization appeared on Yu Yuan's face. When they were fighting, she discovered the extraordinary features of the Ice Nightmare Han sword. Okay, if it's just for comparison, I can lend it to you, but you have to do it where I can see it. Otherwise, I'm afraid you'll damage my Jinchen Ruo. After all, you're the ruthless man who blew up the arsenal. Iron Hammer. That was just an accident. Hehe, it seems that Yu Yuan is very optimistic about the sword you mentioned, otherwise she wouldn't accept such a request. Ms. He put down the documents in her hand and smiled. After all, Yu Yuan grew up under her watch, and the Jinchen Ruo was given to Yu Yuan by her. No one understands the meaning of Jinchen Ruo's pregnancy better than her. In that case, why not let me take a look? I'm also curious that the weapon you made, Taikawi, has reached the level of a famous sword. Okay, wait for me for a moment, Taikawi. I'll go get some people to watch it together. Rest assured, they are good at using swords like me. I believe they also want to see this result. It's easy if they agree. As for how many people watch, Taikawi doesn't care. After all, when he participated in a certain competition in his previous life, there were still millions of spectators watching him. He was not stage fright at all. Arsenal, Taikawi's special forging room. The forging room that originally belonged to Taikawi alone was very lively at this time. Almost all the elites of the second session, led by Yuan, have arrived. After all, most of the navy now use swords. And there is only Ms. He in the senior management. She did not notify others. After all, this matter can be big or small, and it is enough to have her witness. Warring states. Little Crane. Zifa. Why? Old Man Kong. The cotton-padded jacket used to be leaking. Thank you for your likes and comments. It would be even more perfect if you can write a good review. Chapter 72 The Navy's Own Master Craftsman. The texture of the Jinchen Huo sword is hard, but it is very tough. Well, it has a good balance, the blade is smooth, and the blade pattern is nail-shaped. Oh, it can evenly distribute the power to the entire blade. This forging technology. It is worthy of being the great fast sword 21. Iron Hammer made a comprehensive analysis of the Jinchen Huo sword with the vision and analytical ability of a top blacksmith. As far as I know, each sword of the great fast sword 21 is a special existence. Some are indestructible, some can strengthen the slash, and some can even swallow the domineering spirit. Iron Hammer spoke at a moderate speed to analyze the famous sword. Everyone present held their breath and listened. This Jinchen Huo sword is balanced, which can evenly distribute the power of the holder to the blade, making its texture consistent, so that it is not easily damaged and can achieve the best attack effect. Not bad, not bad. Iron Hammer sincerely admired Jinchen's sword. Su Yuan, who was standing by, thoroughly understood his sword for the first time and was a little emotional. As a sword holder, I don't understand it as thoroughly as you, a blacksmith. Alas, it seems that my practice is still not in place. Ms. He did not speak, but looked at Su Yuan with a look of pity. Then Iron Hammer, the sword you made is as good as Jinchen's sword? The flying squirrel with a purple mohawk hairstyle suddenly asked. His words were also what everyone was thinking. Ice Nightmare. Iron Hammer took out the Ice Nightmare from the scabbard after hearing this. The sword was exposed, and the cold air spread. The forging material of Ice Nightmare is extremely powerful. I infused steel with properties and ice crystal stone with ice properties, and then forged it with iron. The hardness is absolutely up to standard. As for the sharpness, I have absolute confidence in it. If compared with gold and silver, the hardness and sharpness are almost the same. And in terms of gold and silver, Ice Nightmare is better because it has the power of ice element and sea stone. I think Ice Nightmare has more advantages in this respect. But the advantage is the disadvantage. The fixed ice element limits Ice Nightmare. Although the elemental power is good, based on my understanding of Ice Nightmare, I think this sword cannot use flying slash. Yuan. Flying squirrel and others. A sword cannot use flying slash. If you don't believe me, you can give it a try. As soon as these words came out, Yuan was the first to act, holding the hilt of the sword with her right hand. The others retreated one after another, leaving space for her. One sword style sunset. Yuan gathered strength in her right hand and swung out a sword. The sky was filled with icy air that whistled up instantly, but the sword blade did not form a slash. How could this be? Iron Hammer shook his head helplessly. This is the fact. Although the quality itself is extremely powerful, it also adds restrictions to this sword. Ah! Everyone looked at the Ice Nightmare Han sword in Yuan's hand with great regret. If a swordsman cannot swing a slash with the long sword in his hand, his combat effectiveness will definitely be greatly reduced. Then Iron Hammer, if you have to compare the two swords, which sword is stronger? The speaker was Ghost Spider. As a fierce general following Sakazuki, victory or defeat was very important to him. Taikui pondered for a while and gave a conclusion. Ice Nightmare, after all, even if you can't swing the flying slash, the original ice elemental power can make the sword holder's attack method more varied, and the freezing power is also a good means to deal with the enemy. This is Jin Chinga's knockout. A very pertinent evaluation, even the garden recognized this result. A famous sword of the great sword level. The Navy headquarters finally has its own famous craftsman. Ms. Crane looked at Taikui with emotion. The others also nodded repeatedly, and their recognition of Taikui was even higher in their hearts. After all, it is important to have a good relationship with a blacksmith who can forge a high-quality great sword-level weapon. Whether you can hold a famous sword and chop pirates in the future depends on Taikui. Taikui, you actually applied for this voyage yourself, is it true? On the warship that had already sailed out of the port, Lance looked at Taikui in surprise. The Taikui he knew was a complete idiot. Not to mention going out to sea, even leaving the forging room was a difficult task. Why I can't go out to sea? Taikui angrily scolded him. You want to go to Punk Hazard, then we cross the Com Belt. Aren't you afraid of being attacked by sea kings? Lance said what he was thinking with a serious face. How can you be an adjutant? I am a major general after all. Although my ship is small, I have applied for renovation with the old man of the warring states. Now the sea stone has been placed on the bottom of the ship, and it can completely cross the Com Belt. Taikui shook his head helplessly and looked at Lance as if he were an idiot. Lance was really embarrassed. This I have been helping the logistics department recently, and I didn't pay attention. Okay, full speed ahead, target Punk Hazard. Good. Just at the same time when the Hammer's warship just entered the Com Belt. The Admiral's office of the Navy headquarters. Report Admiral Sengoku, the walled pirates have appeared. They have already headed towards Fishman Island through the coating. It is estimated that they will enter the New World soon. This chapter is not finished yet. Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Sengoku frowned, and slammed the table in the next second. Prepare to set sail, directly cross the Red Earth continent to the New World, and directly block the bastard Wald. Don't let him enter the New World. At the same time, call Garp and ask him to help intercept Wald together. The messenger was stunned at first, and then reacted suddenly. Understood. I'll go and inform Vice Admiral Garp now. Brother, you guessed right, our movements are indeed monitored by the Navy. And these bastards, the world pirates, who were originally on the way to Fishman Island according to intelligence, are now safely parked in a sea area, which is the Com Belt. Captain World Destroyer Bondi World is pinching the neck of a crew member in his hand. Damn world government, they actually arranged such a shameless thing on my ship. Spy humph. Crack. With a big hand, the spy from the world government went to the west. Ahem world, don't be careless, leave here first. Deputy Captain Binjak, a very thin man, weak and sick, but he is the think tank of the world pirates and Bondi World's brother. Okay, Sebastian, take us away from here. Bondi Wald gave an order, and a tall figure plunged into the sea. Sebastian, a giant fish, dragged the ship in one direction with his strong physical advantage. Thank you for your praise and comments. It would be perfect if you could write a good review. Chapter 73. He regretted it, he hated it, he shouldn't have gone out to sea. The calm belt, as the name suggests, is a sea area without any wind or current, and the entire sea surface is absolutely calm. You should know that most pirate ships use wind as their main power source. Once they enter the calm belt, they will directly lose their power source and be trapped here. Not to mention that the calm belt is also the habitat of supergiant sea kings. They sandwich the entire Grand Line in the middle, which is full of danger. Duan. Being too calm can make people feel scared, but there is no need to worry about this on the warship of the Iron Hammer. The rhythmic sound of iron hammering keeps more than 100 people awake at all times. Captain Lance, I have already familiarized myself with the guns such as the burst gun, the flamethrower, and the heavy machine gun. Well, very good. Lance looked at Shirley in uniform in front of him, with a hint of emotion in his eyes. It is worthy of being one of the top few in the second session. This perception is really rare. But after a few hours at sea, he was familiar with and mastered all the weapons in the warship. It is also a little monster. Duan. I don't know what equipment the Major General has made this time. Shirley's words made Lance nod slightly. He was also curious. After all, the reputation of the Iron Hammer is now a household name in the headquarters. The name of the Ice Nightmare Han sword is even more popular among the soldiers. I don't know what is that. Lance was about to reply when he found a black spot in his sight. The next second, a trace of astonishment appeared on his face. Is that a ship, a pirate ship? Shirley was also shocked when she heard this, and then turned into a white light and flew to the observation deck. With extraordinary eyesight, she saw the things in the distance clearly in an instant. Beware, it's a pirate! An unknown sea beast is pulling the pirate ship forward. Shirley's cry instantly spread throughout the ship, and even Taikawa heard it. He immediately put down his work and rushed to the deck. Shirley used this to see which direction is the pirate ship heading. Can you see the pirate flag clearly? A pair of glasses instantly appeared in Taikawa's hand and was thrown onto the observation deck. It was the pair of glasses that Taikawa had given to Monkey to increase his vision. Shirley decisively after taking it and putting it on, the scene in his eyes became much clearer. A skull with a pointed hat, the world destroyer Bondi World. It's advancing very fast, it will probably hit us in a while. As the second batch of students, Teacher Zifa introduced them to several powerful pirate groups on the sea, and the world pirates were one of them. Iron Hammer's face sank instantly when he heard it. Damn, why did they enter the calm belt? No, the world pirates, the fish giant, damn. Lance, change course, get out of the calm belt, head for the Red Earth continent. Lance was shocked. You know, if they get out of their current location, they will be in the New World directly. Iron Hammer, are you serious? If we rush out of the calm belt now, we will directly enter the New World. Of course I know, bring me the Den Den Mushi. Okay. Bolo. Damn, old Sengoku, answer the phone. Iron Hammer was furious. Kaka. Hello old Sengoku, where are you? As soon as the Den Den Mushi was connected, Iron Hammer's anxious voice broke out. Iron Hammer, I'm heading to the New World now, what's wrong? What's wrong? I met Wald in the calm belt, what's wrong? Sengoku was shocked. Impossible. Wald should have dived to Fishman Island, how? No, he fooled me, asshole. Thinking at high speed, Sengoku realized instantly that their information must have been leaked, or there was a problem in some links. But now is not the time to be upset. Iron Hammer, get out of the calm belt. Do I need you to tell me I'm running to the new world now? How long will it take you to get there, old man? Iron Hammer is really anxious now. As a time traveler, he knows better than anyone how powerful and crazy Wald is. This is a ruthless man who dares to touch even the celestial dragons. He doesn't care whether Iron Hammer is a navy or someone else. I'm just about to reach the Red Earth continent. It will take at least 2 to 3 hours to cross over. Zhang Guo is also very anxious at this time. Wald has always been his responsibility. He knows very well what will happen if Iron Hammer meets Wald. But I have informed Garp, and he is now heading towards the outer waters of the New World. My original plan was to block Wald at the entrance of the New World and defeat him in one fell swoop. Finally heard a good news, but it was not much better. Old man, all I can do now is run as fast as I can, but if this bastard bites me like a mad dog, I hope you and Old Man Garp can be faster, otherwise I will have to collect the bodies of all the people on the boat. Kaka. After hanging up the phone, Taikui showed a trace of annoyance on his face. He regretted it, he hated it. Why did he go out to sea at this time? That's Wald, the world destroyer, the owner of the superhuman Momo fruit. The fruit ability is to magnify the speed, strength, volume, weight, etc. of the objects he touches by multiples, up to 100 times. My dear, there is more to this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading, the latter is more exciting. What's more, Wald's own strength is also extremely terrifying. Hey! Lance, tell everyone to get their weapons in place. Also send out these bursting guns and these long swords. Oh, yes, and these two, send them all out, give them to whoever can use them. Anyway, just one sentence, everyone, get fully armed. Taiku poured out dozens of weapons from the ring like pouring beans. 5 swords, 3 wind-breaking gloves, 2 tridents, 2 ruyi sticks, 5 bursting guns, 1 black smoke sprayer, and 1 miao dao and 1 tang horizontal sword made of special steel plates. These are all his belongings. He himself wears gloves, an ice nightmare on his waist, a hat on his head, long boots on his feet, and a trident on his back. The whole person was armed instantly, and the shape looked very funny. But no one would doubt his current combat effectiveness. After all the equipment on his body has special properties. Now Taikui is completely a human fighter. Shirley and Lance each picked up a weapon, the former took another trident, and the latter took a burster and a sword. Quick, I heard what the Major General said. If you are good at swords, take the swords, if you are good at fists, put on the gloves, and the rest of you take whatever you have. Heavy machine guns, bazookas all in place. Orders were issued quickly, and the 100 Navy soldiers took action instantly. At this time, on the Wald pirate ship in the distance, Wald was looking at the warship that appeared in his sight with a fierce look on his face. Damn Navy, you can touch them even in the doldrums. Sebastian, go over, I want to give their wreckage to the 2 bastards, Sengoku and Garp, as a gift. In Wald's roar, the fish giant burst out at a faster speed and dragged the pirate ship quickly towards the warship. Thank you for your praise and comments. It would be perfect if you could write a good review. La. Chapter 74, Iron Hammer's Tenacious Struggle Time. Iron Hammer, the Wald pirates are approaching. I'm not blind, I saw it. Where's the black smoke ejector? Use it. Under Iron Hammer's anxious voice, a soldier quickly raised the black smoke ejector and began to spray smoke towards the stern. Instantly, a large amount of black smoke appeared behind the warship. Smoke. You underestimated my partner, Sebastian, keep chasing. Wald's eyes flashed red, and his observation haki was activated instantly. The direction of the warship instantly appeared in his mind. The fish giant Sebastian accelerated again and took the pirate ship directly into the black smoke, biting the back of the warship tightly. Damn, I forgot, I'm a big pirate, how could I not know observation haki? Iron Hammer slapped his forehead angrily. He was too anxious and actually forgot about observation haki. At the same time, the system panel that had not been opened for a long time was opened. Name, Iron Hammer. Age, 20. Devil Fruit, Meta-Human Hammer Fruit, Development Level 70. Armament Haki, Activated 35, Hardened. Observation Haki, Not Activated Awakening Level 80. Conqueror Haki, 0 No, don't even think about it, you're just an idle fish. Ability, 6 styles, perfectly mastered, 6 styles extended skills, mastered. Alas, Observation Haki has not awakened yet, damn it. Since the black smoke can't stop them, then open fire and fire all the firepower. Iron Hammer made up his mind and issued an attack order. Instantly all the soldiers with guns gathered at the stern. The next second, gunshots and cannons began to sound. Boom! Bang! 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 Da-da-da-da! Swish! The cannonballs, extremely powerful, flintlock rifles, and missiles were all fired at the pirate ship behind. This firepower, underestimated them. Gayram. Bondi Wald, with his observation haki activated, found that the firepower of the warship in front of him was even stronger than some large warships. At his call, a man wearing blue striped clothes and 2 square hairs stepped forward instantly. An oversized square hammer swept out. Air cube, cube deformation. A bunch of cubes appeared in the air instantly, and then formed a wall. Countless bullets were instantly blocked by the cube wall. Cube fruit, it's so annoying. Lance, get him. The ability users are always unreasonable, and the hammer knows this truth. Lance jumped onto the observation deck immediately after hearing the sound, aiming the rifle in his hand at Gayram. Bang bang bang! 3 shots were fired, and 3 bullets shot towards Gayram in different rays. Not good Gayram, defend. Bondi Wald immediately reminded his partner. But Gayram didn't have the ability of his captain, and in a hurry he used his skill to hold the hammer in front of him. Ah! Bang! Ouch! Only one of the 3 bullets was blocked, and the other 2 hit Gayram's arm and leg respectively. Under the influence of pain, Gayram's wall of air blocks disappeared instantly. The sky full of bullets fell on the pirate ship like rain. Dodge! Moonstep! Bondi Wald was furious, and the whole person instantly flew into the air, and the other little Karami also looked for cover. Damn Navy! Momo 10x gun! Wold was furious and then pulled out the pistol from his waist, and the power of the fruit was revealed. The bullet was instantly given a 10-fold boost by him and flew towards the warship at a terrifying speed. Momo fruit! Keep attacking, I'll stop him! Arm broken hammer Hikaru! The combination of the flying finger gun and the hammer fruit power instantly flew out from the hammer's index finger. The combination of the hammer and impact power met the Momo 10x gun. Boom! A deafening explosion sounded in the air. Lance, how long will it take to reach the new world? At least half an hour. The hammer stared at Bondi Wald in the air with an ugly face. You continue to suppress the rest of the pirates. Leave the one in the sky to me surely, Lance. If there are cotters on the opposite side joining the battle, it's up to you. Shave Moonstep. Teetham, wearing boots that move like flying, rushed into the sky at a flying speed. Oh kid, you have guts. Unfortunately, your opponent is me World Destroyer, Bondi World. Leave with regret Momo 10 times faster. Bondi World, at 10 times the speed, also rushed towards Teetham. Tisk old man, let me teach you a lesson, now it's the world of creativity. Ice Nightmare Frozen Wind. Teetham, who barely dodged a blow with the help of his boots, did not forget to taunt. But his hand was not satisfied with the action, and he saw that Teetham turned into a gyroscope spinning in the air, and the Ice Nightmare Han sword also spun quickly, and the freezing air was directly emitted to the surroundings. The cold air formed countless frosts, and Bondi Wald, who relied on his speed to move around the hammer, was instantly covered with ice. A sword that can emit freezing air, great, it's mine. You're overthinking. How can I let you take my treasure away? Armile chop. The dark armed color was activated, and the blade of the ice nightmare turned black in an instant. Momo 40x/. Facing the slash of the hammer, Wald was not afraid at all, and responded with a slash. It's just that the 1-meter-long scimitar in his hand turned into a 40-meter-long machete in an instant. A real 40-meter machete. The hammer, who originally wanted to swing the sword to attack, instantly went into a defensive state. Damn it, if you have the guts, let me run 39 meters first. The giant sword fell in an instant, and the hammer had no choice but to use all his strength to block it with the ice nightmare. Kang! The two weapons collided heavily. The hammer instantly felt a huge force coming from his hand, and the next second the whole person was blown away at the speed of a cannonball. Shave, damn it! Broken wind, furious wind. Stop! After failing to shave several times in a row, Taikawa had no choice but to raise his right fist to activate the ability of Broken Wind and use the gust of wind to stop his body from flying backwards. Damn, World Destroyer, so terrifying. How can Luffy kill such a ruthless man? Taichui complained viciously while adjusting his body state. Because he saw Bondi Wald had already accelerated and rushed over again. The tricks stop here, die, little navy. Momo, 20 times faster. Arm harden. Bondi Wald's arms turned black in an instant, covered with armed color. Taichui's face was one side, and he did not dare to neglect it. He saw him tap his hat very quickly, and the next second he disappeared in front of Wald. Invisibility transparent fruit no. Just when Wald was stunned. Several terrifying shock waves appeared instantly. Ironclar hammer firing the fire bolt. Thanks for your praise and comments. It would be perfect if you could write a good review. Chapter 75, A Tense Battle. Armament. Bang. Several collisions exploded on Bondi World. But he, who was wearing the armament haki, did not suffer any damage from the series of attacks. Damn kid, you succeeded in pissing me off. But as a pirate who had been riding the sea for a long time, Iron Hammer's sneak attack successfully attracted a lot of hatred for himself. Bondi World's furious look and eyes flashing red made Iron Hammer's heart tremble. Oh my, this is not easy to deal with. The invisible Iron Hammer instantly widened the distance between the two. When Bondi World discovered him with his observation haki, the two had already opened up a distance of hundreds of meters. I'll see where you can run from now. Momo 50x gun. Bang! The furious Wald started with 50x, and the huge bullet shot at the hammer at a very fast speed. Seeing the invisibility laugh, the hammer cursed inwardly. Hateful observation haki. Arm hit the bull from a distance. The dark fist hammered out a shock wave to stop the bullet. Momo 50x speed. Razor. The two people accelerated towards each other at the same time. Psychic hammer maximum power. The hammer, sliding in the air with the razor, instantly launched its strongest attack. Bang bang! The hammering sound from the soul instantly sounded in Wald's mind. The powerful sound made him fall into a trance for a moment. Seeing that his move was successful, the hammer pursued the victory. Attract thunder, frozen wind. The trident and ice nightmare were deployed at the same time. The freezing air froze Wald, and the trident was directly inserted into the ice. Electric currents began to spread, and soon the frozen Wald was wrapped in lightning. A crackling sound instantly rang out. Asshole! Suddenly, a furious voice rang out from the ice. Although the mental hammer was powerful, Bondi Wald's mind was very strong, and he recovered in just a few seconds. Tisk, take my thunderbolt! Crack! The electric current condensed more and became more and more violent. At the moment when Wald shattered the ice, the hammer hit the trident with a flying finger gun, successfully detonating the electric current. Boom! With the trident as the guide, a thunderbolt swept Bondi Wald. The hammer looked at the World Destroyer in the thunderbolt with a serious face, and did not dare to relax at all. At this time, the battle between the two ships was also in full swing. Lance led a group of navy to suppress the world pirates with absolute firepower. However, this situation changed as two cotters of the world pirates joined the battle. First, there was the fish giant Sebastian. Mellow men with giant blood are born to be powerful warriors. Sebastian held 2 meteor hammers and jumped directly from the sea to smash a heavy machine gun into pieces with one hammer, and also injured several soldiers. "Surely stop him, don't let him destroy the weapons on the ship." Bang, bang, bang. Lance's rapid-fire rifle immediately changed its target and fired all the bullets at the fish giant. Upon hearing this, Shirley grabbed the trident in her hand, and then took a step forward and rushed towards Sebastian at great speed. The trident combined with the fur tribe's innate lightning to form a terrifying direct current. Under Shirley's guidance, the lightning shot directly towards Sebastian. Lightning tisk. Camouflage air. Just as the lightning was about to penetrate Sebastian, the fish giant instantly turned into a colorful phantom and disappeared. Phantom. No iron block. Shuri was shocked, and instantly felt something behind her, and the iron block started instantly. Boom! The meteor hammer hit Shirley directly with huge force. Puff! Even if Shirley used the iron block, she couldn't escape unscathed. She vomited blood and flew backwards under the heavy blow, and flew out of the range of the warship. Humph! The little guy from the fur tribe is too naive. Water strike! Sebastian took advantage of the victory and launched the Fishman Karate Water Strike instantly, and countless water drops turned into bullets and flew towards Shirley. Damn, Trident Static Field! Facing countless water drop bullets, Shirley didn't even have time to wipe the blood from the corner of her mouth. She stepped out of the moon step to stabilize her body, then stretched the trident forward and injected lightning into it. With the injection of lightning, the trident instantly lit up with white light. A diffuse lightning net was emitted from the top. Chi! All the water strike attacks fell on the lightning net and turned into a mist. Cough, cough, cough. Shirley, who blocked the attack, coughed rapidly, but held the trident with more force. Hee, not bad, but unfortunately, you are not my opponent. Fall down. Spinning tornado. The fish giant retreated back into the sea, and the next second jumped into the air from the sea, holding 2 meteor hammers, and the whole person spun at a very fast speed. Don't underestimate the navy. Thunder gun thunder. Shirley took a deep breath and injected all the lightning in her body into the trident. In an instant, the thunder and lightning sounded. Then she turned around and rushed towards Sebastian with the trident as the apex, and the whole person turned into a lightning. My dear, there is more to this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. It's more exciting later. Chi! Chi! The trident and the meteor hammer collided with each other, making a harsh friction sound. One side was spinning at high speed, and the other side was penetrated by lightning. Both of them were desperately outputting. Boom! With a final explosion-like sound, the thunder penetrated the whirlwind. Oh my god, my hammer! Sebastian's 2 meteor hammers were all damaged, and the trident left a deep wound on his chest. The fish giant fell directly into the sea. Shirley's condition was not much better. In order to break Sebastian's attack, she had used all her strength on the attack, and now she was falling into the sea. Ruyi stick stretch. Just as Shirley was about to fall into the sea, a long silver stick stopped her instantly. Go back. Looking in the direction of the sound, I saw that the Ruyi stick was in Lance's hand. It was he who saved Shirley. As the Ruyi stick stretched and retracted, Shirley was brought back to the deck. Send Lieutenant Shirley to the cabin quick. Lance did not dare to stop for a moment, because he saw a beautiful figure from the walled pirates already on the deck of the warship. Oh, you are awesome, brother. Is this long stick your weapon? I want it too. This man was dressed in red, a white robe, and a pair of small glasses. He was very pretty. Damn pirates, dare to board the Navy's warship. Get off. 3 shots. Lance was furious. He put the ruyi stick behind his back and fired again with the gun in his hand. 3 bullets were fired at the head, hands, and legs. Chinese medicine boxing technique, cordyceps sinensis heavy blow. The woman reacted very quickly. She squatted down and punched the deck. The wooden board was directly shattered by her punch, and the broken wooden board just happened to be lifted up to block the 3 bullets. Oh, it seems that you are the one who injured Garam earlier. My Nakin is lucky, handsome boy, come with me. Wold Pirates Ship Doctor and Fighter, Chinese Medicine Boxing, Nakin. Thank you for your likes and comments. It would be perfect if you can write a good review. Chapter 76 Sea Lion can hammer out fire, Tyran can do it too. Just a pirate, stop talking nonsense. Ray kick. Seeing that the gun was useless, Lance immediately changed his attack method. After all, he is also a student of the first class. Even if he is at the bottom, he is not a soft persimmon that can be slaughtered at will. The blue slash appeared instantly. But Nakin didn't care about the ray kick at all. It's just the 6 styles of the Navy. Do you want to compete with my Chinese medicine boxing? Chinese medicine boxing, secret, pure Arya decoction. The strong smell of Chinese medicine instantly emanated from Nakin. The slender fist instantly burst out with extraordinary strength, and with one punch, Lan Jiao's slash was instantly shattered. Winter Cordyceps Sinensis heavy attack. After shattering Lan Jiao, Nakin's attack became more fierce. A man rushed towards Lance like a tiger descending from a mountain. Iron block. Bang. A heavy blow sounded from Lance. Ugh. A cry of pain sounded. The hardness of the iron block could not stop Nakin's powerful blow. I told you, it's just the Navy 6 styles. Lance's face was extremely heavy. Damn it, shave. Storm kick chaos. Enduring the severe pain from his body, Lance moved again. A storm kick extension skill, chaos, was launched, and dozens of small slashes surrounded Nakin. Chinese medicine dome. A brown smoke appeared, which was the Chinese medicine powder thrown by Nakin. A shocking scene for Lance happened, and his storm kick was actually blocked by all the Chinese medicine powder. How is it possible? Oh, hee hee, handsome boy, I've told you everything. A mere Navy 6. Brancha Hikaru. Before Nakin finished speaking, a fierce shock wave directly pierced through the Chinese medicine dome and hit Nakin directly. Puff. The hammer directly penetrated Nakin. Nakin was hit hard, bleeding and flying backwards, falling straight into the sea. Lance, retreat, we are about to leave the calm belt, don't fight, stay away from the world pirates. The heartbreaking roar of the hammer sounded. Lance was shocked when he heard the words and looked up. I saw that the hammer was now covered with wounds and bruises on his face, and he was running in the air at a very fast speed. Behind him was the angry Bondi world, but now the world destroyer was all black and emitting black smoke. Just now, Bondi Wold, who was submerged by lightning, rushed out of the lightning with his powerful armament haki. Then he launched a brutal counterattack against Iron Hammer. Even Iron Hammer, who also activated armament haki for defense, became a sandbag in the face of the furious great pirate world destroyer. You forced me to do this, old gangster. I can't beat you, but I can send your crew to the stairs of heaven. Iron Hammer cursed and rushed towards Wold's pirate ship at a very fast speed. Wold felt bad instantly, and the Momo fruit was fully released, Momo 100 times faster. The whole person rushed towards Iron Hammer like a rocket. But Iron Hammer is not made of plastic, he is a forger. The 2 hammers of mind hammering and chest stone breaking were launched continuously. Directly pulled Wold into the square dance family twist one step at a time. Lance, who was familiar with Iron Hammer, understood that Iron Hammer was really angry and was about to make a big move. Everyone stop attacking, throw away all the heavy objects, go full speed. Quick quick quick! Moses, Moses, is there anyone? While commanding the crew, Lance picked up the Den Den Mushi and called the Navy hero Vice Admiral Garp. At this time, Iron Hammer had already arrived above the world pirate ship. He took out 2 stones and a steel plate. They were ice crystal stone, woven fire stone, and special steel. I'll let you hit me in the face, and I'll let you hit me. I'll give you an atomic boom. Iron Hammer turned around and took a vicious look at World, who was dancing in the square dance with the sound of hammering. He flew directly onto the deck of World pirate ship with a ruthless heart. Under the horrified gaze of the little Karami pirates, he placed the 3 materials on the deck. He used his left and right hands at the same time and started hammering. Assholes, you want to get away with it after provoking the blacksmith. Don't you know that in my hometown, blacksmiths are all ruthless people who can rub atomic bombs with their hands? Duan. The 3 materials began to entangle together under the heavy hammering of the iron hammer. But after all, this is not a forging room. Without high temperature heating, it is undoubtedly a fantasy to want to fuse the 3 materials. The iron hammer also discovered this problem. His heart trembled at first, but then he showed a trace of determination. Damn it! Even sea lions can hammer out sparks, why can't I, a blacksmith? Ham the flames for me. Duan. Heavy hammer. Duan. Sparks. Duan. Under the deliberate drive of the iron hammer, each hammer was extremely heavy. The heavy hammering sound overwhelmed the hammering of the soul and the breaking of the stone in the chest. But the iron hammer, which was hammering 3 kinds of hammers at the same time, had reached its limit at this time, and blood began to slowly ooze from the mouth and nose. But he had no intention of stopping, and continued hammering. Duan. Under the high-speed hammering, the 3 materials were being hammered together. Start a fire for me. Duan. Hey! Under the hammer that Taiko poured all his strength into, a ray of red light suddenly lit up. Raised his hand again and the red light was even more dazzling. Feeling the temperature on his right hand, Taiko was overjoyed. Ah ha 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 ha, I knew that all the development was done by my own imagination. Start a fire for me, hammer sparks. Under the roar of Taiko, his right fist instantly turned red, and a hammer fell down and directly rolled up a blazing flame to wrap the 3 materials. Ha 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 ha, Bondi World, I'll give you a big treasure. Take it well. I'm going to escape. Seeing the flames rising on the deck and wrapping the 3 materials, Iron Hammer put on his hat again to enter the invisible state and stopped hammering. Without the interference of hammering, World immediately activated the fruit ability and came to his own pirate ship. The flames coming at him made him even more furious. Activating the observation color was to find the trace of Iron Hammer. As a result, as soon as this observation color was opened, his heart skipped a beat, and the whole person suddenly looked at the center of the flame. Damn kid, ah! Momo 100 times cut. The huge blade instantly appeared on the deck, and the tip of the blade was against the 3 materials that were surrounded by flames and merged into one. The next second. Boom boom. The terrifying explosion sounded instantly above the pirate ship. A mushroom cloud appeared out of thin air, and the long sword that was amplified 100 times by the Momo fruit instantly melted into a piece of molten iron and fell into the sea. The airflow generated by the explosion directly blew the pirate ship to the ground. And Taikawi, who had already used the moon step to run hundreds of meters away, looked at the mushroom cloud with a comfortable face. Thank you for your praise and comments. It would be even better if you could write a good review. Chapter 77 Radar equals Observation Hacky. Flames and thick smoke completely surrounded the walled pirate ship. Taichawi looked at the scene in front of him with great satisfaction. But he was dumbfounded the next second. Momo 100 times faster. Facing the terrifying explosion, in order to protect his crew, Wald instantly showed Taikawi what a great pirate is. Wald, covered with the domineering aura of armed color, flew into the air quickly with 100 times the blessing. The moon step was just an ordinary skill under his feet. Wald ran in circles around the flames at high speed, and the airflow generated by his super-fast speed formed an updraft, sucking all the smoke and flames into the sky. Fuck, is he still a human? Get out of here! Iron Hammer was so shocked that his jaw almost dropped to the ground. It was the same moon step, but Iron Hammer instantly felt that his moon step was not so good. It was obviously the Navy 6 styles. Why did Wald, a pirate, play it better than him? Unscientific. When the flames and black smoke left the pirate ship, Wald's furious voice exploded. Asshole, die! Momo 100-fold cannon. Boom! Iron Hammer, who was still running away, suddenly felt a pressure coming from behind him. He turned his head and saw that he was almost scared to death. It was a cannonball that was 100 times larger than an ordinary cannonball. If it was hit head-on, he would definitely evaporate instantly. Oh my god! I shave continuously. A series of super-fast shaves were launched, and the hammer instantly turned into an afterimage and barely avoided the trajectory of the shell. Boom! The shell, which was amplified 100 times, exploded on the sea surface in an instant, and the effect was no worse than the atomic boom he had just rubbed with his hands. It's over, this bastard is really angry. All this was thanks to the collective injuries of several cotters of world. The fish giant Sebastian was slashed by Shirley, and blood was still gushing out of his chest. The ship's Dr. Nakin had fallen into a coma, and it was Sebastian who rescued her from the sea. The shipwright Garam was injured. In addition, his pirate group was almost sent to the sky by a bomb, and all these things made the world destroyer really furious. After arranging the crew, Bondi World chased after the hammer at the speed of a rocket. He still had 3 shells in his hand, and the previous 100-fold cannon was one of them. Little devil, die! Momo 100-fold cannon. Another cannonball flew over. Iron Hammer felt that his legs were about to break, but he had to hold on to survive. At the same time, Lance and a group of Navy soldiers who were desperately driving the warship were also shocked and scared. Although it was a small warship, it was still an obvious target on the sea. This was also thanks to the fact that Bondi World's attention was now on the hammer. The cannonball was also thrown in the direction of the hammer in the air, otherwise they would definitely be finished. But the hope of victory was just around the corner, and the warship was about to sail out of the doldrums and enter the Grand Line. And in Lance's field of vision, he had already seen a steel behemoth coming towards them from another direction. The very conspicuous dog head and the series of patches made Lance very happy. Hammer, hold on, that's Vice Admiral Garp's warship. Lance's screaming at the top of his lungs made Iron Hammer's heart move, and he looked over and saw that it was indeed Garp. Wald, who also heard the voice, was startled, but was covered by murderous intent the next second. Even the bastard Garp can't save you, I'm going to take your life, even if the King of Heaven comes. Momo 100 times cannon. The last shell was thrown, and this time Wald used his observation haki to the extreme. The trajectory of this shell appeared directly on the route that Iron Hammer was going to. Damn observation haki. Hammer 80. Iron Hammer showed a trace of unwillingness, but he was not a person who would bow to fate. The hammer struck instantly. The sound resounded through the sky, and a shock wave visible to the naked eye suddenly appeared. Boom! The shell exploded instantly, and the terrifying impact force and flames instantly wrapped the hammer. The Ice Nightmare Han sword appeared again, relying on the freezing air to wrap the hammer itself, so that it was not cremated on the spot. But the terrifying explosion of the shell still caused a great impact on the hammer, and the whole person was shot down and fell towards the sea. Cough, 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 bastard! Shave! Seeing that he was about to fall into the sea, the hammer bit his tongue suddenly to wake himself up, and his legs hurriedly exerted force, so that he took off at the moment he was about to fall into the sea. Oh my, it hurts! The movement of the distance made the hammer take a breath. The pain all over his body told him that he was now like a glass bottle full of cracks, and anyone who touched it would break it. But Wald didn't intend to let him go. Wald just took off a button on his clothes. Little brat, pay the price for angering me. Momo 100 times the gun. Armament Haki covered the button, and the next second the button shot towards the panting hammer like a rocket. No hammer hide. This scene made Lance despair. Gritting his teeth, his face heavy, Hammer, who was suspended in midair with the moon step, felt death so close for the first time. Chest break the big rock. Ham it out for me. How could he fail like this? He hadn't hammered enough iron yet. He hadn't let the famous sword of China resound through the sea. Just a button, don't even think about taking his life. Iron Hammer endured the severe pain and activated the fruit ability again, and the visible hammer wave spread out, trying to resist the fatal button. However, the button covered by Wald's domineering aura and the amplification of the Momo fruit made the shock wave as fragile as a piece of paper in front of him. Just when the button was about to hit Taikawa suddenly showed a trace of confusion on his face, and then subconsciously moved to the right. Swish boom! The button blasted directly into the sea with terrifying destructive power. Impossible, you have no ability to resist, how is it possible? Wold was originally confident and ready to enjoy the Navy, who had played tricks on him several times. But he didn't expect Taikawa to dodge this attack. Observation Haki, how is it possible? Yes, it was the observation Haki of the three types of domineering that saved Taikawa's life. In fact, Taikawa couldn't describe what exactly happened. He used himself to release the hammer, and released the shock wave outward with himself as the center point. At the moment when the shock wave was penetrated, he seemed to feel the feedback given to him by the hammer. In an instant, the trajectory of the button appeared directly in his mind. All this is like the sonic radar in the previous life, so mysterious, but normal. Good boy, it's hard for you to hold on until now. Wold, your opponent is me. Just when Taikawa was stunned, a sturdy man wearing a cloak of justice instantly grabbed him and threw him to the back, while he rushed towards the world destroyer. The man was the Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters, the hero Garp. Thank you for your praise and comment. It would be perfect if you can write a good review. Chapter 78, It's Really a Family, All Abnormal. Hey, my dear friend, how long are you going to be in a daze? A refreshing breeze whistled past, and Taikawa's flying body slowly stabilized and was finally caught. The very hearty voice made Taikawa feel safe instantly. Drag, you guys are too slow. I almost gave up. Too late. Drag's mouth twitched slightly, and a very exaggerated smile appeared. I saw it clearly, a breakthrough in danger, observation Haki, tut tut tut, Major General Hammer is really capable. Hammer. No, did you learn this nagging tone from Monkey? You're easy to get beaten, you know. I know. Hammer. My dad has beaten me countless times, and even the armament Haki has been beaten out of me. Drag looked indifferent, stretched out his right hand, and a black color covered his fist. Hammer. Sure enough, this family is not normal, they become stronger when being beaten. Wang Luffy is, and Wang Luffy's father is also. Just when the two of them were talking, Garp and Wald had already fought. The fierce offensive made the soldiers terrified. Momo 100-fold punch. Fist bone impact. Garp's domineering power is definitely at the top level in the ocean. Wold is obviously not as good as him, but he can't resist the BT fruit. The amplification of the Momo fruit makes Wald not lose at all. The two strong men were fighting each other happily. Hey, dragon, aren't you going to help? Help what I tell you, if I dare to go up now, I will be beaten into a pot lid by the old man. Do you believe it? Iron Hammer wanted to argue, but when he looked up at Garp's red face and thick neck, laughing and seeing the look of a quarrel, he swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. Okay, then I'll watch the show too. By the way, where's old man Sengoku? Hasn't he arrived yet? Drag shook his head. It should be soon. The old man heard that Wald had met you and he was extremely serious for once. Oh really? This surprised Taikawa a little. In his cognition, Garp was definitely the devil in the navy. He was proud enough to make him serious. Yeah, really, when the old man heard that you were in danger, he blurted out a sentence. Taikawa can't be in trouble otherwise, where can I find new toys? Then we rushed over with all our strength. Taikawa. He knew it. Hey, your warship is out too. That's Wald's pirate ship behind, right? Uncle Bogart, shall we deal with them? Drag rubbed his hands, and a hint of fighting spirit flashed in his eyes. He couldn't get involved in the battle of the big boss, but he could fight some small cotters, right? Bogart, who was wearing a hat, heard the words and his eyes flashed coldly. His right hand unconsciously placed on the hilt of the knife at his waist. No problem. Everyone, get ready. Give priority to picking up Rear Admiral Hammer's warship, and then wipe out the world pirates. Oh. At Bogart's command, the Doghead Patch moved forward with full fighting spirit. Damn it, Garp! Brother Binjak turn. Seeing the Doghead Patch approaching his own pirate group, Bondi World became a little flustered. Garp seized the opportunity and punched him in the face with a fist bone, giving him a cannon punch directly. You dare to be distracted when fighting with me? Wow, you don't respect me at all. Asshole Garp, no wonder Roger hates you so much. You are a mad dog. Even with the armament hacky on his face, Wald couldn't resist Garp's punch, and his nose bleed instantly. Humph, you are forcing me to bite you to death. No, forcing me to beat you so that you can't take care of yourself. Watch my fist. Wald was furious, and the two fought again. The Wald pirates below were a little flustered at this time. The deputy captain Binjak looked very heavy. Nakin, hurry up and give them medicine. Give priority to treating Sebastian. If Garp's warships get close, we will be greeted by a fierce battle. Only Sebastian can save us. Nakin, who was knocked unconscious, is now awake. The blow of the hammer directly injured her internal organs. But she is a ship doctor after all, and is proficient in various Chinese medicines. Under the suppression of the medicine, the wounds on his body were temporarily maintained. At this moment, he was treating the fish giant non-stop. Looking at the busy crew, Binjak couldn't help but look up at Wald, who was fighting with Garp in the air, with a trace of entanglement on his face. The speed of the steel behemoth was completely incomparable to the small warship of the hammer. Soon he joined Lance. Lance, how is the damage? The hammer ran to Lance anxiously to ask. Shirley was seriously injured, and there were more than 30 soldiers who were also seriously injured. The rest were all slightly injured. Fortunately, they were not killed. This is all thanks to our strong firepower. The seriously injured soldiers were also because of the two cotters of the opponent. Hearing this, the hammer was really relieved. These soldiers have been following him for a long time, and he really doesn't want to let them lose. He made up his mind in an instant that when he returned to the headquarters, he would refine his team well. Shirley is seriously injured, that damn fish giant, right? Humph. Lance, drive the boat to a place where it can't be affected, and leave the rest to me. Iron Hammer endured the pain all over his body and turned to board the Patch, leaving Lance with a very tough back. Lance nodded heavily, and then commanded the soldiers to continue moving forward. What, can you still fight in this state? Drag looked at the embarrassed Iron Hammer with some hesitation. Don't worry, it's not a fight with Wald, I can still fight some small Karami. Besides, don't you have you here with your protection, I can still die, right? After that, Iron Hammer stood proudly on the deck with a trident in his hand. Okay, it's up to you, but you are not allowed to snatch prey from me later. Drag crossed his arms and his attitude was very free and easy. That fish giant is mine, you can take the rest as you please. Iron Hammer's eyes were fixed on the blue figure on the pirate ship. I didn't feel satisfied with the electric fish last time, this time I must give it enough. The Doghead Patch and the pirate ship were getting closer and closer. Prepare the artillery. Fire. Both sides issued the same order, and the sound of gunfire and artillery rang out instantly. Ha 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 ha, I'm going to attack. Hurricane tornado. Drag smiled heroically, put his hands together and stretched forward, and the whirlwind instantly gathered into 4 tornadoes, which appeared in 4 directions of the pirate ship at the same time. Air Cube Shield. The ability users are always unreasonable, especially the superhuman type. Gayram, superhuman type cube fruit. Dozens of people appeared out of thin air. The cube directly blocked the tornado. Oh ability user, then you are my opponent. The wind was howling. The battle between ships officially started. Thank you for your praise and comments. It would be perfect if you could write a good review. Chapter 79, Playing with a Hammer in Front of a Blacksmith. Murray Karate Water Strike. The waves on the sea surface surged, and Sebastian's huge arms waved out countless water droplets. Just see water evaporate you. Heavy hammer sparks. Hey! Iron Hammer put away the trident, and hammered with both hands at the same time. Under the sound of the heavy hammer, the flames burst instantly. At this time, the task panel of Iron Hammer also changed. Name, Iron Hammer. Age, 20. Devil Fruit, Meta-Human Hammer. Hammer Fruit, Development Level 75. Developed Devil Fruit abilities: Normal Hammer, Air Hammer, Ring Hammer, Psychic Hammer, Broken Face Hammer, Hammer Flame. Armament Haki, activated 35, hardened. Observation Haki, activated 10. Overlord Haki, 2-color Haki is enough, don't worry about this, after all, you are just a salted fish. Abilities, 6 styles, perfectly mastered, 6 styles. Extended skills, mastered. Flame, as a blacksmith, is always accompanied by flames. After Iron Hammer realized the ability to create fire with a hammer, his system panel also displayed all the abilities of his fruit. The screen turned back to the battle. The rising flames directly burned all the water of the fish giant into steam. Navy brat, take my meteor hammer. The fish giant was very unhappy when he saw his attack was easily resolved. He jumped out of the water and smashed 2 broken meteor hammers. Playing with a hammer in front of a blacksmith. Little fish, you don't know why the flowers are so red. What's more, I am a hammerer who ate the hammer fruit. Big Hammer 80. Hands turned into heavy hammers and directly met the meteor hammer. Duan. The fish giant's face changed instantly. He felt that his meteor hammer was like hitting a steel plate several meters thick, which made his palm numb. Crack. What's more terrifying is that a cracking sound came from the meteor hammer. Under the powerful hammer, the already damaged meteor hammer instantly split from the middle and turned into pieces on the ground. My hammer! The fish giant wailed. These 2 meteor hammers have been with him for a long time. They are his weapons for years of fighting in the sea. Now it is broken. What your hammer? Try my hammer. 160 extra large hammer. Iron Hammer seized the opportunity, shaved his hands, followed by moonstep to the top of the fish giant, interlocked his fingers, and a super large heavy hammer fell on the fish giant. Bang bang! The hammer with the power increased to the extreme, although the speed was not fast, but every time it fell, even the air was shattered and made a bang bang sound. No camouflage air. After all, the fish giant Sebastian is one of the best fighters in the Walled Pirates. Seeing that the heavy hammer was about to fall, he quickly activated the skill he used to dodge before camouflage air. The whole person turned into a phantom to dodge. But the current Iron Hammer is no longer the previous Iron Hammer. He has seen the camouflage air trick in the animation in his previous life, and he has been prepared for it. A flash of red light flashed in Taikoi's eyes, which was the light of the activation of the observation haki. Then the next second. Shave. Lie down obediently. The figure disappeared instantly, and a loud noise spread throughout the battlefield. Boom! Ah! A scream suddenly sounded, and the figure of the fish giant slowly appeared. At this time, his eyes were white, and white smoke was still coming out of his head. Taichui was standing behind him, with his hands still in the posture of dropping hammers. "Hey Tui! Do you deserve to fight with your Uncle Tai?" Hiss! Taichui spat at Sebastian fiercely, and then a trace of hideousness and pain appeared on his face. The blow with all his strength made his already miserable body start counting down instantly. Pain and fatigue instantly spread all over his body. "Do Drago come and help me, I'm going to die." Iron Hammer instantly felt weak and fell to the ground like a puddle of mud. A black shadow instantly came in front of him and helped him up. "I told you, don't be stubborn, tut tut tut, go back and have a good rest." Shave. The man was Garp's adjutant, Bogart. Bogart had been paying attention to Iron Hammer's condition. Seeing that he was exhausted, he rushed over and brought him back to the warship. Iron Hammer, lying on the deck of the Patch, gasped heavily. "Ha!" The battle between the two sides was still going on. Wold had already hit the real fire at this time. With the full power of the Momo fruit, Garp could only temporarily avoid its edge. And most of his crew members had lost their combat ability at this time. Drago's strength was very domineering, and Tornado cooperated with the armed color domineering. Even with the double obstruction of Nakin and Gayram, he was like entering a no-man's land. "Asshole Garp, get out of my way." "Ah ha, that won't do." The two fists collided again, and the confrontation of armed colors made the air emit a murderous atmosphere. At this tense moment, a warship appeared on the sea again. When he saw the warship appear, Wald showed a trace of madness on his face. "Asshole Garp, you actually called Sengoku here too. You Navy is really too shameless." Yes, Wald was right. The person who came was the Admiral of the Navy headquarters, Buddha Sengoku. At this time, Sengoku was standing at the bow, his round glasses shining coldly. Swoosh! The next second, Sengoku instantly took off. The whole person stepped on the moon step and rushed towards Wald at a very fast speed. "Asshole Sengoku, this is my battle, get out of my way." Garp saw Sengoku joining the battle, and a trace of dissatisfaction appeared on his face. But Zhangguo didn't care about him, and the golden light was activated instantly. Human fruit mythical beast species Buddha form. Zhangguo instantly turned into a golden Buddha, stepping on the moon steps, just like the Arhat in the Western Paradise. At least that's what Tai Chui thought. Buddha light impact. The golden shock wave instantly covered Wald. Damn it, Momo 100 times faster. As an old rival, Wald didn't dare to be careless at all, and dodged at full speed. "Wald, just surrender. Impel prison is your way home." Zhangguo didn't rush even though he missed the attack, and slowly rolled up his sleeves, revealing 2 black gloves. Seeing this scene, Garp suddenly slapped his forehead, reached into his arms and took out 2 gloves. He, forget this treasure, Wald, let's do it again." Broken Wind Impact. The gloves are the masterpiece of Tai Chui, Broken Wind Gloves. Garp put on his gloves and punched, and a fierce fist wind rolled up in the air instantly. Wald's eyes flashed with surprise, and he used his legs to activate the power fruit, and the whole person dodged instantly. Fist wind, how is it possible? You must know that boxing is not as good as swordsmanship. The reason why fists are powerful is entirely due to the strong physique and armed color domineering of the user. I have never heard that fists can produce fist wind like slashing. How is it impossible, Wald? There are so many things you don't know. Buddha light impact, broken wind. Zhangguo sneered, and the shock wave mixed with fist wind rose together. Wald's 2 eyes were about to pop out of his head in shock. All of them can produce fist wind. Thank you for your praise and comments. It would be even more perfect if you can write a good review. Chapter 80. My master, please destroy me. Accept your fate, Bondi world, you have been rampant on the sea for too long. Put away your face, Sengoku. I will never admit defeat, even if I die. I am the world destroyer. Momo 100 times heavy blow. Facing Sengoku's shockwave and fist wind and verbal attack, Bondi World did not buy it at all. The power of the Momo fruit poured into his fists, and each punch brought out unparalleled destructive power. Even the combination of shockwave and fist wind could not knock World down for a while. The Momo fruit is completely unreasonable. It has no gorgeous effects but has unparalleled terrifying power. This is the terrifying thing about the world destroyer Bondi World. Sengoku, get out of the way, let me do it. Fist bone impact. Unlike Sengoku, Garp is more direct. The black iron fist directly hits World with an indomitable momentum. Humph, Wald, your pirate group has been defeated. It's meaningless for you to resist. Wald trembled all over, and even the offensive in his hands weakened a little. He looked down and saw that his pirate group was being suppressed by the navy. Several tornadoes rolled up around the pirate ship. Borsellino, how long are you going to watch the show? Jean Guo did not retreat. He finally forced Wald into a desperate situation. He would never let him get away. The same golden light bloomed again. But this time the golden light actually touched Wald directly. Inside Kawa, Jean Guo-san, fighting this kind of monster is terrifying. Have you been kicked by Light World Destroyer? The golden light turned into a tall figure, and the headquarters Major General Monkey appeared. Only a trace of seriousness appeared on his wretched face, and his straight long legs with golden light kicked Wald's waist heavily. Light speed. Oh yeah, bye. The golden light came fast and dispersed even faster. Bang! Wald reacted immediately after the pain, and his dark fist hit the monkey's face directly, and golden light shone in an instant. Wald's punch was full of murderous intent, and even the elementalization could not dodge it. The monkey was hit hard, and when the golden light gathered again, a clearly visible fist mark appeared on the wretched face. Tui! Spitting out a mouthful of blood, the monkey showed a trace of anger on his face. Why do you have to hit me in the face? Fortunately I didn't wear glasses, otherwise my poor glasses would be ruined. Jean Guo-san, it's not that I don't fight, it's just that the other party is too durable. The monkey who was punched did not move forward, but stepped to the side with the moon step. Damn kid, you actually attacked me. Momo 30X shotgun. Wold, who was attacked, became even angrier. In anger, he directly broke the gold necklace on his neck, and the necklace fragments covered with armed color instantly turned into weapons and flew towards the monkey. Damn! The monkey was shocked and quickly turned into an element to avoid it. I saw that none of the black fragments in the sky hit Borsellino. Tisk tisk tisk, it's a good thing that I awakened the observation haki, otherwise my handsome face would be disfigured again. Sengoku-san, it's up to you, I'll go to watch the battle below. The golden light gathered into a human shape again. Monkey patted his chest with a look of relief, and then flew towards the patch number below. Warring States. Damn Borsellino! There was no other way, so Warring States could only do it himself, and the golden shock wave covered his palms to attack. Hey, Iron Hammer, what's wrong with you? Oh, Monkey, do I need to say that I was beaten? After coming down, Monkey came directly to Iron Hammer and asked with great concern. Tisk tisk tisk, it's so scary, the World Destroyer, even our famous Iron Hammer Major General is going to be damaged. Iron Hammer, what kind of tiger and wolf words are these? Go away, if you have that time, you might as well go and beat him up for me. When Monkey heard this, he raised his hands. Forget it, I don't want to collapse here like you. Tisk, you were hit by a punch, weren't you? What's the matter? Take out your pixie fruit and shoot him. No, Admiral Sengoku and Vice Admiral Garp are here, I won't make trouble. While the two were chatting, the battle on the sea was over. All members of the Wald Pirates were defeated. Vice Captain Binjak, Combatant Sebastian, Ship Dr. Nakin, and Shipwright Garam were all captured. Bondi Wald, your crew has been defeated, do you still want to resist? Warring States, who launched another shock wave, launched another wave of saliva attack. But this time the saliva attack deeply hurt the heart of the world destroyer. He looked down, and his brother, his crew, and his younger brother were all captured. A trace of sadness rose in his heart. But then it was covered by a wave of anger. His eyes were fixed on the warship below. The whole person began to tremble slightly under the rising anger. Warring States and Garp both found that something was wrong with Wald and looked at him cautiously. Warring States, Garp, you won this time. But I am the world destroyer, no one can stop me from doing what I want to do. The sudden roar made Warring States and Garp feel a little uneasy. Sure enough, after Wald roared this sentence again, the whole person instantly turned into a rocket and rushed towards the warship below. Not good, stop him! Zhang Guo roared, and his right palm slammed heavily with a shock wave. Even if I die, I will take this bastard with me. Momo 100 times the speed. Wold took a shock wave from Zhang Guo, and launched the terrifying 100 times speed again. Hammer, be careful! Garp also launched an attack, and the wind-breaking gloves blasted out a violent wind. But Wald's speed was too fast, and the fist wind that appeared in a hurry could not stop his steps at all. Hurricane Tornado. 8-foot outline no, 8-foot Kayang Megatama. Wald's speed did not slow down, and the dark-armed color domineering covered his whole body, and his powerful body directly smashed the tornado and the golden light. Gan! You old idiot, why are you making things difficult for me? Iron Hammer looked at Wald's murderous eyes in the air, and his heart trembled. He instantly grasped the Ice Nightmare Han sword in his hand and took a defensive posture. But Iron Hammer, who was already at the end of his strength, was really hard to resist in front of Wald. Die, little ghost! Momo 100 times slash! Wald first punched out, directly blasting Iron Hammer out of the warship, and he also rushed out with Iron Hammer, and then snatched the Ice Nightmare Han sword from Iron Hammer's hand. The ability of Momo's fruit was activated, and the Ice Nightmare Han sword instantly became 100 times larger. The terrifying sword blade chopped towards Iron Hammer. Ah ha 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 ha! Completely crazy! No one can save you, go to hell with me! The Ice Nightmare fell down suddenly, and Wald's face was full of madness. Iron Hammer could no longer resist. He looked at the Ice Nightmare Han sword that was about to fall, and his face was full of peace and reluctance. In his mind, he couldn't help but think of the time when he forged the Ice Nightmare Han sword. Every hammer and every blow were his hard work. I didn't expect that a generation of craftsmen would die on the weapon he forged. This is really ironic. Destroy me! Suddenly, time seemed to stop. Iron Hammer's body, which was flying backwards, stopped, and the sword blade that was about to fall in the air also stopped. A voice full of reluctance came into Iron Hammer's ears. My master, please destroy me. Iron Hammer was shocked and asked in disbelief, who is it? Master, I am Ice Nightmare. Ice Nightmare, how is this possible? Don't be sad, don't despair, my master, destroy me, will be reborn. As the voice entered his mind, Taikui's mind stirred up a wave, and his eyes were full of shock and reluctance. Time turned again. Seeing that he was about to die under the sword blade, Taikui made an unexpected move. He opened his hands and let the blade of Ice Nightmare cut his chest. A roar sounded from Taikui's mouth. Old gangster, this is the sword I forged, do you want to hurt me with it? You have to ask it if it agrees first. Break it, Ice Nightmare, hammer of the soul, break the stone in the chest. The sound of heavy hammers rang out instantly, and a trace of shock waves spread from Taikui's chest. At the same time, there was also a mental hammer, and the hammering sound from the mind was clearly heard by everyone. They didn't understand why Taikui would hammer the mental hammer at this time. Only Taikui himself understood all this. Crack! A crisp sound rang out, and dense cracks appeared on the sword of the Ice Nightmare Han sword. My weapons are all infused with my hard work and spirit. They will implement my forging method. Wold, sleep forever in the ice, this sea is your grave. Freeze him, ice nightmare! The heartbreaking roar of Taikawa resounded through the sky with full of reluctance. The heavy sound of the mental hammer went straight into the ice nightmare Han's sword. Yes, my master! Congratulations on embarking on the road of master craftsmanship! Boom! Sword fragments flew up into the sky, and the terrifying power of freezing filled the sky. All the swords and freezing air surrounded Wald. Instantly, an ice coffin made of swords and ice appeared in front of everyone. In the ice coffin, there was the world destroyer Bondi Wald with a shocked face. Thank you for your likes and comments. It would be even better if you could write a good review. Chapter 81: The Existence of Weapon Spirits and Independent Space. Ice Nightmare. The ice coffin took shape in an instant, and Taikawa stared at the ice in front of him. There were countless sword blade fragments mixed in the ice, which were fragments of the ice nightmare Han's sword. Relying on the ice crystal stone and the ability to be given, this ice coffin was as hard as iron and difficult to melt. Just when the ice coffin was about to fall into the water, Taikawa moved. He directly lifted the ice coffin and sent it back to the deck of the warship. The trembling big hand stroked the surface of the ice coffin, and Taikawa was reluctant to let it go. Suddenly, a protruding ice surface attracted Taikawa's attention. It was a very obvious ice crystal wrapped around a sword blade fragment, and the fragment was diamond-shaped. Iron Hammer used his strength to take it down and held it tightly in his hand, his face solemn for a while. Within Kawawa, Taikawa-san, your sword can actually freeze Wald into an ice stick. This power is so terrifying. Monkey walked to Taikawa with a shocked look on his face, and couldn't help but sigh at the ice coffin in front of him. You're right. I didn't expect that the world destroyer Wald would end up like this. The same sighing voice sounded, and then two strong men appeared in front of the ice coffin one after another. It was Garp and Sengoku who had just fought with Wald. Sengoku had already released the ability of the fruit, with his upper body naked, staring at the frozen Wald. Garp also looked serious, which was extremely rare. My ice nightmare was made by fusing ice crystal stones, and it has the power of freezing. Wald used the Momo fruit to amplify it, and also amplified the power of ice. When it was broken, the ice element exploded, and I could freeze it with the sword. Everyone nodded. In this battle, the Wald pirates were completely wiped out, and everyone from the captain to the crew was captured. Taikawa, you did a great job. Marshal Kong will take charge of your contribution when you return to the headquarters, but you can rest assured that it will not be less. Zhang Guo patted Tai Chui's shoulder and expressed his admiration for Tai Chui without any concealment. From the encounter in the calm belt, to Garp's rescue, and then to the final freezing of Wald, Tai Chui has made a lot of efforts. But Tai Chui's mind is not on the credit or Wald at all. He just wants to know what the call from Ice Nightmare just now is. General Zhang Guo, I'm a little tired, I'll go back to the ship to rest first. As for Wald, I hope he won't be sent to the city of Push, just sink it on the spot. After saying that, Tai Chui walked towards his warship without looking back. Alas, poor Tai Chui-san, it's okay to be covered in wounds, but the sword he forged is gone. If I were him, I would be depressed. Monkey's very sad voice sounded, making Zhang Guo and Garp tremble all over. It was really that the wretched voice of this guy was too uncomfortable, coupled with the desolate feeling, Emma, the whole soul-stirring song. Get out Borsellino, I asked you to help, what happened? 8 feet of outline jade, right? Do you really think I didn't hear it? Monkey. Yabai, this old man actually heard it. After returning to his warship, Taikawa went directly into the lounge, locked the door, and issued an order not to allow anyone to who disturbed the order. Lance looked at Taikawa's serious expression, and then looked at the only remaining scabbard on his waist, and understood that Taikawa needed private space now. Weapon soul, could it really be a weapon soul? This world is ultimately a fantasy world. Ship spirits can exist, and there is no reason why weapon souls cannot exist. Taikui took out the remaining ice crystals and blade fragments in his hand, and a trace of confusion flashed in his eyes. As a forger from China, he fell asleep listening to the stories of various forging masters since he was a child. He knew the term weapon spirit very well and admired it very much. For example, the legendary Zanla sword. This is a sword of benevolence and righteousness. It was made by the sword-making master Ouyuizi. After it was forged, it was obtained by the king of Yu and then by the king of Wu. Legend has it that this sword is a sword that can distinguish between kings, and only wise monarchs can get it. This is the charm of sword spirits. Not to mention Ganzhong and Moi's self-forging of swords, and even the sun, moon, stars, mountains, rivers, and plants of Xian Yuan's sword. He had always thought that these were things in legends, but today, Taikui's heart was shaken. The voice from the Ice Nightmare Han sword told him that weapons could really have spirits. Ice Nightmare, don't worry, I will definitely rebuild you. A large amount of ice crystal stones and steel appeared instantly, and Taikui began to select them with a serious face. The fragment of Ice Nightmare was placed on the table by him, flashing an unusual blue light. Duan! Duan! The familiar sound of blacksmithing sounded again. Because of the incident of Bondi Wald, Taikui's original plan to go to Punk Hazard had to be temporarily shelved, and the group all returned to the headquarters in Marinford. What did you say? Taikui is still forging iron? Yes, General Zhangguo. Isn't this nonsense that bastard is still injured? But the situation is different this time. I don't know why the door of the lounge can't be opened no matter how hard I push it. At the port, Zhangguo heard that Taikui had locked himself in the lounge to forge iron since the Battle of Wald, and he was furious for a while. He grabbed Captain Lance and beat him, which really stunned Lance. What a joke, I'll go there myself. Zhangguo threw Lance aside, walked onto Taikui's warship with a step of not recognizing relatives and went straight to the lounge. My dear, there is more to this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. It's more exciting later. But the moment he stepped onto the deck of the warship, he felt a different feeling. Duan! Duan! The hammering sound was very rhythmic, and the whole space seemed to be wrapped in the sound waves generated by the hammering, which made this veteran general feel an inexplicable pressure. Zhangguo's face was a little solemn, and he came to the door of the lounge under pressure. Iron Hammer, it's Marinford, you kid, come out quickly. After saying that, he stretched out his hand to push the door. Hey! But the next second, Zhangguo was confused. Why can't this door be pushed? Zhangguo, who didn't believe in evil, used a little more strength to push the door again, but the result was the same. What is this? In order to find out, Zhangguo directly activated the observation haki and released it into the room. The result shocked him. In the lounge, Iron Hammer was hammering iron with a solemn face, and a long sword with a full body of ice blue on the anvil was almost completed. A piece of ice crystal stone fragment on the table was emitting repeated blue light, which was gradually wrapped around the long sword. The hammering triggered by the blacksmithing did not dissipate after it fell, but turned into an unknown force flowing in the room. The long-term hammering covered the entire room completely. The entire room formed a unique space. If someone forced his way in afterwards, it would undoubtedly stimulate the resonance of all the hammering and produce a terrifying attack. For a while, even Sengoku was stunned. Thank you for your praise and comments. It would be even better if you could write a good review. Chapter 82 Top Forging, Reshaping of Famous Swords. Sengoku, what are you doing? Why don't you pull out the hammer? This is... The carefree voice was Garp, but when he came to the warship, he completely became the second Sengoku. Because the situation in front of him was too special. An absolutely closed space, continuous hammering sound. Garp, tell someone to block this warship. No one is allowed to approach. Everything will be settled after hammer comes out. Oh, okay. Finally, it was Sengoku who gave an order to temporarily deal with the matter. After leaving the warship, Lance first sent Shirley to the hospital, and then ran to the boot camp without stopping. The training camp was relatively deserted at this time. After all, the second batch of students had graduated, and the third batch of students were still being recruited. Zephyr had a few days of leisure time, but unexpectedly, a surprise came to him. Teacher Zephyr, something happened. There's something wrong with Hammer. Lance ran to the bottom of the teaching building and started shouting. This shout was not a big deal, but it almost made Zephyr lose his soul. Zephyr, who was reading the newspaper, trembled all over when he heard this, and he dodged and hit broken glass, flew downstairs. Glass, it's too hard to be a glass in Marinford. What happened to Iron Hammer? Didn't he leave for Punk Hazard? Lance, explain it to me. Zeph knew that Iron Hammer went to Punk Hazard to learn about sea stone. But how could something go wrong just a few days after going out to sea? Teacher, we did plan to go to Punk Hazard, but we ran into the world destroyer Bondi World on the way. Zeph was instantly terrified. He knew Bondi World very well, and had fought with him before, so he knew his strength very well. What happened? Where is Iron Hammer? Lance, on the warship, he is now. Damn it, how could I run into him? Forget it, I'll go and see for myself. Before Lance finished speaking, Zephyr perfectly explained to him what complete madness was. Zephyr flew 100 meters, crushing the ground under his feet at the speed of a rocket, leaving Lance in a cloud of dust. No, teacher, I haven't finished talking yet. Oh, forget it, I'm tired, let's destroy it. At the same time, Sengoku had dragged Garp and several new generals to start a battle summary meeting. Even Marshal Kong and Staff Officer Crane were there. As the main person in charge, Sengoku was summarizing the battle, and Monkey Brother, Ryako, Garp, and several staff officers of the headquarters were sitting at the bottom. World Destroyer, Bondi World has been frozen by Hammer, and the cadres of his pirate group have been detained. Although this battle was full of surprises, the final result was still good. Among them, the performance of Major General Hammer was the most conspicuous. First, the Windless Belt encountered World, and then led the crowd to fight desperately, which created an opportunity for us to encircle and suppress the World pirates. Sengoku's summary was very accurate, and the old man Kong, who was sitting in the first place, nodded repeatedly. The arrest of Wald was a very happy thing for the Navy. After all, this bastard was a complete thorn in the sea. He would stab anyone who touched him, whether it was the Navy, pirates, or the world government. Very good, the results of this battle are very good. Old Man Kong stood up with satisfaction and looked around at everyone, and then found the problem. Warring States, where is Iron Hammer? Why is he not here? Speaking of Iron Hammer, Warring States showed a trace of seriousness on his face and told the current situation of Iron Hammer truthfully. Iron Hammer was injured in this battle, and the weapon he forged, the Ice Nightmare Han sword, was completely destroyed. He has been forging iron since the battle, and now. Old Man Kong was furious. How do you guys do things? Just let him continue to forge iron with injuries. Do you want to tire him to death? Warring States wiped the sweat from his head and continued, Marshal Kong, Iron Hammer is in a strange state now. The warship lounge where he is covered by his fruit ability and becomes an absolute space. If you enter rashly. Duan. Boom. Duan. Boom. Before Warring States finished speaking, a series of loud noises came from the port. The sound was so loud that it spread throughout Marinford. Garp and Dragon, who were originally sleeping soundly in the meeting room, woke up instantly. The former showed a trace of seriousness on his face, and his observation color let him know what happened. The latter was mumbling, "Is dinner ready?" Borsellino also activated his observation haki, and then showed an exaggerated expression of surprise on his face, saying, "Oh my god." Time went back to the moment when Zephyr set off. Zephyr arrived at the port and stepped directly onto the warship where the Hammer was. Hearing the familiar hammering sound, Zifa's worries were reduced a little, but he was anxious to see the hammer and had no idea what would happen next. He walked straight to the lounge and prepared to push the door in. Unexpectedly, the door stopped Zifa's progress. "Hammer, are you in there? I'm Zifa, open the door for me quickly." Zephyr, who was blocked, shouted, but there was no response except the sound of hammering. This made him feel bad. This chapter is not over yet, please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content later. Of course, if someone could remind Zifa at this time, he should activate his observation haki to find out. But unfortunately, no one reminded him, and he was so worried that his mind was in a mess, and he completely forgot about the observation haki. "Damn it, open it for me." The name of Black Arm Zephyr made him move forward bravely. How could a mere door stop him? The dark palm pressed directly on the door. The next second, the door opened, the hammer sounded, and the warship was broken. The absolute space was broken, and the hammering that had been condensed for several days began to explode. Duan duan. Bang bang. Boom. The continuous hammering began to spread around, and wherever it went, whether it was steel or wood, it was shattered. Zephyr instantly realized that he was in trouble. He also understood why Lance said that the hammer had a problem. But now there is no way unable to stop him, Zifa could only grit his teeth and rush inside. Who would have thought that the more he hammered in, the stronger the force became, and there was also a mental hammering. Zafar was careless and was hit in the face, and was instantly blown out of the warship. Although Zifa was not injured under the protection of the armed color domineering, he was also very angry. This is the origin of the curse. The destruction of the absolute space caused the warship to disintegrate in an instant. The only thing left was a piece of floor, a person, a piece of ice crystal fragment, an anvil, and a long sword that was about to be completed. But coincidences often break out at the same time. The moment the warship was completely damaged, Taikui's eyes flashed with a gleam of light, and he grabbed the ice crystal fragment and put it on the long sword. The next second, heavy hammer fire flower. The word by word sounded from Taikui's mouth. The fire exploded instantly, drowning him and his sword. Zephyr, who had just stabilized himself in the air, was furious when he saw this scene and was about to rush forward. He saw several figures arriving before him. "Everyone retreat. The port is under full martial law." Marshal Kong's majestic voice sounded and maintained the order of the port. "Drag, control the fire." "Allah, I'll do this." "Ice Age." Before Drag could make a move, a black-haired young man stepped forward quickly, and his hands burst out with terrifying freezing air, directly surrounding the flames and forming a thick ice prison. Natural system frozen fruit. This move made Drag and Borsellino, who came over, look at him sideways. "Well done, Kuzan." Garp praised him, but his eyes were fixed on the direction of the hammer. Kuzan was very happy to make a yeah gesture, but something strange happened. The flames that were burning more and more fiercely disappeared in an instant, replaced by a cold air comparable to frozen fruit. At the same time, there was also the sound of a long hammer. Use the remnant as a furnace to ignite the fire of inheritance. Use ice crystals as the sword body to open the road of the glacier. The combination of blood and sweat forges the peak of the sword. The fusion of steel and iron opens a new chapter. After each half sentence, there will be a hammer from the heart. When the last word ends, a total of 8 hammers are hammered to the heart, and then the cold air rises uncontrollably. A very gorgeous ice column is formed at the port. A long sword with a full body of ice blue and a faint light slowly appears. Break it and then stand up, and you will be the strongest. Nightmare is no longer suitable for you. From now on, I will call you Bing Ching. Famous sword, Bing Ching. The sword body is 1.5 meters long. Blade, the width of the sword narrows from the hilt to the tip, and it becomes sharper. If you look closely, you can see a tree-like structure made of special steel in the sword body, and the surrounding blade is made of ice crystal stone. It is the shape of the 7-star dragon abyss sword, but it is an ice blue dragon abyss. The sword guard is made entirely of ice crystal stone. The hilt is 30 centimeters long and made of wrought iron. When Taikawi finished speaking, the Bingqing longsword seemed to respond to him and lit up with a deep blue light. The frost turned into a tornado and soared up. At this moment, it seemed as if the famous sword came alive. Thank you for your praise and comments. It would be even more perfect if you could write a good review. Chapter 83. If you can't conquer it, you can't own it. What a terrifying ice power! This freezing power is different from my ice fruit. It's full of coldness and arrogance. Is this really a sword? Kuzan, who ate the ice fruit, is definitely the person who knows ice best in the world. Although Bingqing is ice, it is different from ice. It has more of its own temperament than ice. A sword with spirit. I've only heard of this kind of thing in one place. Zhangguo, Garp, you should know about it too. Old Man Kong showed a trace of horror on his face and turned his head to look at the two of them. Zhangguo and Garp nodded. Wano country. Another voice sounded from behind them. It was Zephyr who had triggered the absolute space and was hammered away. They all knew Wano country very well. It was a mysterious country. They mastered extremely advanced forging techniques. Many of the world's sharp swords, great sharp swords, and famous swords all come from Wano country, but it's a pity that this country is closed and never communicates with the outside world. As everyone was talking, the icicles began to break slowly, and countless pieces of ice began to fall. Soon, Taikawi came to the ground holding the famous sword Bingqing. It's strange to say that the Bingqing sword is obviously emitting freezing air all the time, and even the ground is starting to freeze, but Taikawi is not affected at all. This magical scene made everyone secretly smack their lips. Senior Bogart. Suddenly Taikawi spoke and called out directly to Bogart, which stunned the taciturn adjutant. Taikawi, what's wrong? Taiki walked slowly to Bogart, and the freezing air that hit him made Bogart shiver unconsciously. You are the only one here who is good at using a sword. I would like to ask you to try your sword and see if this reshaped ice blue can swing a sword that can cut through the sky. Slash, which is an ability that the original Ice Nightmare cannot use. But after the weapon spirit and remodeling, Taikawi believes that this drawback no longer exists. Among all the people in the port at the moment, only Bogart is a great swordsman, and only he can make Bingqing show its power. Bogart was stunned at first, and then a hint of fanaticism appeared on his face. As a swordsman, he has no resistance to good swords at all, that is, because those famous swords on the sea either have owners or are unknown, otherwise he, Bogart, would get one for himself. Now he still has the Miao Dao made by Taikawi hanging on his waist. He likes the sharpness of the Miao Dao very much, but Bingqing is obviously better. Okay. I'll try it for you. After saying that, Bogart reached out and took Bingqing from Taikawi. The moment he took it, Bogart felt the extremely cold air rushing into his body along the hilt. He looked at Taikawi with confusion. It's a normal phenomenon. The original Ice Nightmare Han sword was a famous sword that could compete with the Great Blade 21 works. The ice blue sword that was broken and then rebuilt definitely broke through the Great Blade 21 works. The most obvious point of famous swords and famous swords is that they will choose their masters by themselves. If you can't conquer it with your own courage, you can't own it. The words of Taikawi caused the ice blue sword to tremble continuously, as if it agreed with his words. Bogart's face showed a trace of seriousness when he heard it. As a great swordsman, he had also heard similar words. He was not vague at the same time. The right hand holding the hilt began to turn black, and the rich armament haki began to spread toward the sword body. With the blessing of armament haki, the cold air that poured into his body was relieved. But Taikawi shook his head. It seems that you, Senior Bogart, are not its master, but with the blessing of domineering, I think the power of a sword is still good. Just strike the sea with your sword. These words are really heartbreaking, but they are also true. Honest words are hard to hear, that's what it means. Ha 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 Bogart, you are rejected by a sword, I am dying of laughter. Wow, ha ha ha, you should just try the sword honestly. Kapu's exaggerated laughter suddenly sounded, and tears came out of his eyes. Bogart's mouth twitched violently, but he couldn't refute it, because he could clearly feel that his domineering was fighting against the power of freezing, and the amount of domineering was rapidly decreasing. Cut! Bogart, who did not dare to neglect, slashed a sword towards the sea. The tip of the sword fell, and an ice-blue slash came up. The direction of the sword was the direction where the hammer warship was before. The slash passed over, and the fragments of the ship instantly turned into ice chips. Everyone present was a top-notch high-level fighter, and they could clearly see that the wreckage was first split into two and then instantly covered by ice. A slash with freezing air. The power of the elements and this extremely sharp slash so terrifying. With red light in his eyes, Monkey Brother's face was full of shock, and his words were all full of praise for the famous sword Bing Ching. Seeing Bing Ching swing the slash, Taikoi's mouth curled up instantly. It's done this time, it's a perfect. Excited, Taikoi danced and jumped up, but the next second he collapsed to the ground, his strength began to fade, his eyelids were extremely heavy, and his eyes were always on the Bing Ching sword until they closed. Iron Hammer! Iron Hammer! Zephyr looked at his beloved disciple falling to the ground and quickly stepped forward. The others also stepped forward. It's okay, I just fell asleep. Zifa, who checked the status of the hammer, exhaled and slowly let go of his heart. The overloaded ironwork and the tense nerves made him persist until the long sword was forged. Hey, this bastard, his obsession with ironwork is really... Zhang Guo looked at the sleeping hammer, and a trace of admiration and concern flashed in his eyes. Okay, send the hammer to the hospital first. As for the Bing Ching sword Quzhen. Old Man Kong saw that the situation had stabilized and began to deal with the aftermath. Quzhen heard the marshal's call and stepped forward. I'm here, Marshal Kong. Use your ability to make a scabbard. Okay. Quzhen stretched out his right hand, and the freezing air condensed. In the blink of an eye, a scabbard made of ice appeared. Bogart took the scabbard and put the Bing Ching sword in it. Unexpectedly, the next second, the scabbard broke directly. The Bing Ching sword burst out with a strong cold air. It seemed to say, what a broken thing, is it worthy of being its sheath? Everyone was stunned when they saw this result. Quzhen, your ice is not good enough, it is rejected by a sword. Ha 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 ha. The exaggerated laughter sounded again, but this time the person with twitching mouth corners was Quzhen. Quzhen, thank you, Vice Admiral Garp. But there was a hint of obsession in his eyes when he looked at the ice-blue sword. How could he, a frozen man, not be able to handle an ice sword? This is unscientific. Thank you for your praise and comments. It would be perfect if you could write a good review. Chapter 84 Steel Behemoth Transformation Plan. 3 days later. Special ward of the headquarters hospital. The Iron Hammer, which had been sleeping for 3 days, woke up slowly. The awakened Iron Hammer directly entered the thinker state. The birth of the ice-blue sword made him truly understand what a weapon spirit is, and he officially embarked on the road of a master craftsman in this world. Physical hammering it is just the first step. The emotional soul training is the most important thing to create a famous weapon. The reason why the previous Ice Nightmare Han sword could not allow the user to swing and slash is because it lacks an extremely important factor spirit. How can a weapon that wants to become a top-level divine weapon be without spirit? After understanding this, Taikoi suddenly became clear-headed, and his thinking became active. Taikoi, you are awake. As soon as Taikoi woke up, the nurse had already notified all the senior executives. The first person who pushed the door in was Zifa. Teacher Zifa, I heard that my absolute space was blown up by you. Seeing Zifa, Taikui showed a smile on his face, but it was a smile with a knife hidden in his smile. Accidents are accidents. I was worried about you. You said you kid, you made such a big noise as soon as you came back. I haven't scolded you yet, but you blame me instead. Taikui listened to Zifa's chattering, and the smile on his face did not change. My warship was broken into pieces because of you, along with my weapons on that ship, which contained many good things from Germa. My teacher, how are you going to compensate me? Zepha's forehead was sweating instantly. What he feared was what he got. If it was just a school-level warship, it wouldn't be a big deal, but the guns and weapons on that ship were the main thing. That can make a school-level warship exert a firepower configuration that exceeds that of a steel behemoth. I'll answer you for Zepha. An equally deep voice sounded, and the afro was very eye-catching. The person who came was the headquarters General Sengoku. This time, Taikui deserves the most credit for conquering Wald, and you have created a magic weapon that surpasses the 21st level of the Great Blade. After the discussion between me, Xiaohe and Marshal Kong, the headquarters will reassign a Vice Admiral level warship, the Steel Behemoth, to your damaged warship. The staff will be 500, and you can choose it yourself. In addition to the standard ammunition and weapons, you can go to Punk Hazard to ask Vegapunk for the rest. Wow, a wave of fat. Taika's mouth was so happy that it almost reached his forehead. He had been coveting the Steel Behemoth for a long time. It was a guy who roamed the sea, far from being comparable to his previous school-level warship. And the expansion of the staff, doesn't this mean that he will be promoted? Unfortunately, the official position cannot be promoted. As for your rank, it will not be promoted this time. After all, the military exploits required for a lieutenant general are accumulated over a long period of time, and you are still far from it. But the generals under your command can be promoted. The warship is an additional reward for your victory this time, and it is also an encouragement for you. It does not count. Zhang Guo looked at Taikui's smile and knew what he was planning, but unfortunately, it could not be as he wished. Be content, I am content now. By the way, where is the Bingqing sword? When it comes to Bingqing sword, Zepha and Zhang Guo both showed a trace of laughter on their faces. No, what are you two laughing at? It would have been better if they hadn't asked. When they asked, they laughed out loud. Ha 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 ha, that sword. Kuzan is competing with it. Originally, the sword was given to Zepha for safekeeping. After all, the third training camp has not started yet, and there are relatively few people in the teaching building. There will be no problem with Zepha's care. However, Kuzan became more competitive after the scabbard he made with his ability was shattered and he was despised by Bingqing's sword. After taking the sword from Zepha, the competition between one man and one sword began. How could Kuzan, a frozen man, lose to a sword in the way of using ice? The result was that Kuzan desperately used ice to make a scabbard or container to put Bingqing's sword in. How could Bingqing, who has spirituality, do as he wished? One built and the other demolished, and the man and the sword fell into a dead loop. Hey, this Kuzan, how can he conquer the famous sword like him? Don't say it's him, even I, the creator, can't fully exert the ability of Bingqing's sword now. After all, I'm not a swordsman, and I lack the heart to yearn for the way of swordsmanship. The words of Taikui made Zhang Guo and Zepha stop laughing and nodded seriously. They are all masters of physical skills, and they understand the meaning of Taikui's words very well. Take Zephyr for example. He focuses on armament haki and physical skills, and he made a name for himself as Black Arm with his fists. If you want to conquer a famous sword, you must be a qualified swordsman. It is not enough to have the natural ice fruit. Also, old man Sengoku, what happened to that bastard Wald? Did he sink into the sea? Taikui was furious when he thought that his trip to the sea was ruined by Wald. He didn't sink into the sea. After all, if the ice melted by accident and he died, the Momo fruit would reappear on the sea, which is not conducive to control. I have arranged for that bastard Borsellino to escort the walled pirates to Impel prison. There, he will be kept in a frozen state and not given the opportunity to reappear. Taikawi. This is just digging a hole for himself. It's better to sink directly into the sea. Let alone anything else, just the ice nightmare and ice crystal stone, even if thrown into the warm current, the ice sheet's not easy to break, let alone in the sea. If Luffy goes to Impel Down in the future, it will all be destroyed. No, we have to find a way to go to Impel Down and change his place. Okay, take a good rest, we'll talk about it after you've rested. Let's go, Sengoku. The next day, Iron Hammer was discharged from the hospital. After being discharged, he did not go to Kuzan to get the sword, but ran to the port to visit his steel giant. Iron Hammer, how about it, this will be our car from now on. In front of a majestic steel giant, Lance, Shirley, and Iron Hammer were all excited. After a few days of rest, Shirley's injury has recovered, coupled with her good physical fitness. But Iron Hammer silently made a note that he must kill the damn fish giant when he goes to Impel Down. Not bad, but after these few encounters, I understand that it's not enough to have strong weapons. The vehicle must also be strong. Lance, follow me, let's go to the logistics department to get some materials, and I'll reforge it in the next few days. Shirley, you go and integrate the original team, and then go to Vice Admiral Crane to select the remaining 400 people. Then drive the ship to the dock, and we will meet there. Iron Hammer rubbed his hands and grinned, and he had already started planning the warship transformation plan in his mind. Thank you for your likes and comments. It would be even better if you could write a good review. Chapter 85 The Majestic and Invincible Warhammer. Logistics Department Warehouse. Iron Hammer, is it really okay for us to take so many things? Iron Hammer said without turning his head. What are you afraid of? I have a special license. I can choose the forging materials. This is the power given by the Warring States General. Why are you standing there? Just pretend. Take more iron and black iron ore. Lance looked at the hills that were emptied by Iron Hammer, and his mouth twitched. Finally, Iron Hammer took away 9/10 of all the rare materials in one go, leaving only a small amount of each thing. When the two pushed the mountain of materials away, Major General Andre, who was in charge of the warehouse, was so angry that he fainted. Well, not bad, with these materials, I am sure to build a warship that can walk sideways in the new world. Iron Hammer was full of excitement when he returned to the dock. He told Lance to put all the materials aside and turn to go to the arsenal to get his tools. Remodeling a ship is much more difficult than forging a weapon. First of all, the quality of the steel behemoth itself is extremely good. If you want to process it on this basis, you have very high requirements for the selected materials. That's why Taikawi found a bunch of rare materials. He was ready to keep improving and process it on the basis of the steel behemoth itself. He did it right away. Dun! The hammering sound left the arsenal, but began to sound in the dock. As safety is the main concern, the anti-collision property of the hull is definitely the key. So Taikawi chose to forge the steel first. The combination of wrought iron and black iron ore and diamond gives the steel super hardness. Although the special steel fused in this way is very strong and difficult to process, in the hands of Taikawi, who has mastered the flame and hammering ability, it is just a slightly harder toy. These steel plates are processed twice and cut into long strips of steel of uniform size. This can be well covered on the original hull. As for the wood such as deck, Taikawi used the high-quality Yarkai mangrove and some tin iron to reassemble it. Each wooden board was inlaid with a circle of iron edges, which looked very beautiful. Speaking of Yarkai mangrove, it was a treasure that Taikawi found in the warehouse. The huge tree roots should have been collected by the predecessors from Shampoo. Now all of them are cheap for Taikawi. While Taikawi was processing the materials, Shirley's recruitment was successfully completed. With the support of Marshal Kong and others, 400 people were quickly gathered. These people knew the name of Major General Taikawa and came here because of his reputation. "Brother, the soldiers have been recruited. What's next?" Taikawa had thought about the arrangement of these soldiers early on. After all, it would be a fantasy to want him to handle such a huge steel behemoth by himself, and the labor force was not available. Surely, let all the soldiers come to help with the transformation. Help dismantle it first. Except for the keel, I will dismantle the rest a little bit. I want to slim down the entire hull. After hearing the order from Taikawa, 502 people started to work, and they dismantled a luxurious steel behemoth into a skeleton. Then Taikawa took action himself. Under the sparks of the heavy hammer, the skeleton began to turn red, and then he used a powerful hammer to directly slim down the keel. And Taikawa also reinforced the skeleton twice to make it harder. Iron hammer, what's next? There is no retreat at all after the dismantling to this point. Do you see the steel? The soldiers are divided into 5 groups. 3 groups of soldiers will deliver it to the deck and then install it on the hull one by one. Just install it. I will handle the subsequent processing. The other 2 groups will install the wooden boards. Remove all the original wooden boards and replace them with the new ones I prepared. Shirley nodded and began to call the soldiers to work. For more than 10 days, Taikawa and the soldiers were renovating the warship. Various rare materials were transformed into various strengthening materials. From the bow to the stern, all were reinforced and renovated. Finally, on the 17th day, the warship was finally transformed. This is the car in my mind. Taikawa was black all over, showing a mouth full of white teeth, and smiled very happily. The soldiers were also dirty, but their eyes were full of excitement and expectation. And the steel behemoth in front of them had changed a lot. The warship, which was originally blue and green, turned silver-white. It was still silver-white, and the glittering silver-white at a glance was all special steel. After all the steel plates were loaded, Taikawa started the hammering process directly. After 3 days and 3 nights of continuous hammering, the familiar and exciting sound appeared. Ding, triggering the critical strike. Give the modified warship, steel behemoth, a 50 increase in defense, a 50 reduction in weight, and a 50 increase in power. With this attribute, this silver-white steel behemoth is instantly reborn. Even though it looks heavy, it has great power. Iron hammer, is this color too ostentatious? Lance's tired eyes flashed with excitement, but he was still a little worried. Show off, come on, just because of the steel plates on my warship, those little karami dare not come forward. I also gave it a resounding name. As soon as these words came out, Lance instantly became curious. What's the name? The majestic and invincible Warhammer. I'll find some black paint to write it on it when I get back. Iron hammer is full of confidence. Lance. The majesty of the god of Meow. Forget it, it looks good in silver and white. It won't look good if you paint it black. What about the weapons? In order to prevent Iron Hammer from doing something outrageous, Lance quickly changed the subject. Speaking of weapons, Iron Hammer looked a little depressed. Most of the weapons were broken into pieces along with the small warship. Let's take our time with the weapons. If it doesn't work, we can go to the North Sea to find Judge. With my relationship with him, it won't be a problem to ask him for support. Iron Hammer didn't know that Judge had recovered his memory, but to be honest, Germa's weapons are indeed advanced. Besides, there is Punk Hazard. The weapons technology of Vegapunk should be very good. That's it, Lance, get the soldiers on board, drive the ship to the port first, and then prepare to set off to Punk Hazard. Just like that, a silver-white warship slowly sailed into the port of Marinford. Countless soldiers were attracted by the warship. Oh my god, it's silvery white, it looks so luxurious. It's so dazzling in the sun. Whose car is this so exaggerated? The Navy soldiers whispered one after another. This news also reached the ears of the top leaders. Okay, Don't gather here, do what you need to do. Zhang Guo was ordered to come for inspection, and he began to evacuate the gathered soldiers after entering the port. Then he set his sights on the silvery white steel behemoth. Just at this moment, Taikui came in from outside, holding a bunch of blacksmithing tools in his arms, which he had brought from the dock to put on the ship. Hey, Zhang Guo-san, does my ship look good? Zhang Guo looked at the dirty Taikui and took a step back unconsciously. Is this your ship? How did it become like this? I was afraid that I would encounter terrible enemies next time I sailed, so I forged the steel behemoth. How is it? Does it look good? Zhang Guo nodded. It must be said that Taikui's craftsmanship is still very good. Each steel plate is very delicate and looks majestic. But soon he showed a trace of doubt. It takes a lot of materials to transform the entire ship. I think these steel plates are at least made of iron ore. Where did you get so many materials? Facing Zhang Guo's doubts, Taikui showed his white teeth and smiled. I took it from the warehouse, not much, only 90 of all the materials. Zhang Guo's expression froze instantly, and the next second he spit out a mouthful of red tomato juice. At the same time, a roar resounded throughout the port. Damn, hammer my warehouse! That's the material for the whole of Marinford. Hammer, you loser! Thank you for your likes and comments. It would be even better if you could write a good review. Chapter 86, Landing on Punk Hazard. A silver-white warship was traveling at an extremely fast speed on the sea. The silver-white hull was shining in the sun. The only flaw was that a human-shaped pit appeared at the bow for some reason. Damn, old man Zhang Guo, didn't I just use some of his materials? Why did I do such a heavy hand? Look at the bow of my majestic and invincible hammer, he broke it. Hammer rubbed his swollen face. He complained, very unhappy. Lance, Shirley, and a group of soldiers were silent after hearing this. They still remember the scene at the port. When General Zhang Guo heard that Taikui had emptied his warehouse, he immediately came with a wave of Balal, a little magic fairy, and transformed with golden light. The golden Buddha raised his palm and pressed Taikui on the bow and rubbed it hard. He was still muttering, my materials, my savings. He was a real resentful Buddha in the boudoir. I'm so angry. Wait, old man Zhang Guo, when you retire, if I approve a pension for you, I will eat it myself. Lance. I almost forgot that this guy's target is the head of the logistics department. You should be more careful in the future, otherwise it will be too miserable if your pension is really deducted. Shirley, control the course, target Punk Hazard. I'm going to forge iron, don't look for me if you have nothing to do. By the way, so-and-so, move those flintlock rifles to my room. Since boarding the ship, Shirley has perfectly acted as a lookout and deck commander. With her cooperation, Lance is much more efficient. Duan. Duan. After a while, the familiar sound of forging iron came slowly. For some reason, Lance, Shirley, and the 100 soldiers before felt very comfortable when they heard the sound of forging iron, and their hearts were much calmer. After the hammer left, Lance, as the first mate, began to arrange the work. Dear colleagues, we will be partners in the same team in the future. After these days of hull reconstruction projects, I think everyone is familiar with each other. Our commander is a hands-off boss. He does nothing but forging iron. You don't have to pay attention to him at ordinary times, but once a battle breaks out, you must obey his words. The tone changed from light to heavy, and in the end Lance's face was very serious. This is the rule of the warship. When there is nothing to do, everyone can call each other brothers, but once the war starts, the superior is the superior. Everyone nodded to show that they understood. Okay, everyone returned to their positions. We will enter the doldrums soon. New World, Punk Hazard. Dr. Vegapunk, Rear Admiral Hammer of the Navy headquarters, has headed here. Oh, the blacksmith, he is finally coming. Yes, he participated in the extermination of Bondi World a few days ago, so he was delayed for some days. Okay, Order the soldiers to put all the prepared weapons on the first floor, and notify me when he arrives. In the laboratory, an old man with a huge head was doing experiments in an orderly manner. When he heard that hammer was coming soon, a glimmer of hope appeared in his eyes. It can be seen that this man, who is called the man with the world's first brain, is full of ideas about our Rear Admiral Hammer. 3 days later. Hey, is this Punk Hazard? The environment looks good, and there is a central lake. The Hammer group who entered the New World through the Com Belt finally arrived at Punk Hazard safely. Shirley was instantly attracted by a vibrant island. As a fur tribe, nature has a strong attraction to her. Lance, go and call me, we are here. Lance shuddered unconsciously. Can I not go? I'm a little scared. As soon as these words came out, the scene of Zifa being hammered away instantly appeared in everyone's mind, and everyone shuddered. No, you are the first mate. If you don't go, who will go? Shirley pushed Lance towards Hammer's forging room. The forging room is the most important place on this warship and the core of their team. Since boarding the warship, Hammer directly occupied the command room located in the center of the rear of the warship and hung up the sign of the forging room. The iron hammer that was forging iron in the past few days triggered the absolute space again. Even the soldiers who delivered food were isolated. No, Shirley, I'm usually nice to you, you can't hurt me. Lance's legs were weak when he saw the forging room right in front of him. But Shirley didn't listen to him at all. She pushed him to the door of the forging room, then turned around and ran away, leaving Lance alone with a face full of fear. Listening to the heavy hammering sound and looking at the closed door of the forging room, Lance swallowed his saliva unconsciously. He raised his right hand slowly, but it was shaking all the time. Okay, no need to knock on the door, order everyone to prepare for landing. Just then, the sound of the iron hammer suddenly came from the forging room, which made Lance feel relieved instantly and felt that he was relieved. Don't talk, I will come out by myself when the warmer docks. Done. Without giving Lance a chance to speak, the hammering sound rang again. Lance looked at the door of the forging room with a confused face, and a name flashed through his mind, Observation Haki. Yes, Taikawa used Observation Haki to detect the movements of Shirley and Lance. During the forging in the past few days, Taikawa discovered a very amazing phenomenon after trying. That is, when he turned on Observation Haki while forging, he could clearly detect the movements of the billet or material, allowing him to achieve the ultimate effect of each hammering. Because he had been forging for a long time with high concentration, he did not have any feeling tired, and the consumption of domineering is also extremely low. While waving his right hand, Taikawa looked at the dozens of flintlock rifles piled up on the side, and the corners of his mouth rose unconsciously. Welcome Major General Taikawa and everyone to Punk Hazard. I am the person in charge of the garrison here, Lieutenant General Edward. Dr. Vegapunk is waiting for you on the first floor. Lieutenant General Edward, one of the veteran lieutenant generals, is also a man who has made many military achievements. He is now the person in charge of the Navy stationed in Punk Hazard. A lieutenant general is in charge of guarding, which shows how much the world government values Punk Hazard. No, it should be said that it is Vegapunk. Lance shook his head very embarrassedly. Hello, Lieutenant General Edward, I'm not Major General Hammer, I'm his adjutant Lance. The Major General is still forging iron and has not yet left. Dr. Vegapunk is waiting for me. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry in. Halfway through the conversation, a figure appeared in front of the two. The man was full of energy, exuding a smell of furnace fire. It was Hammer. Edward, sure enough, he is a blacksmith, this smell is really good. Thank you all for your praise and comments, it would be even better if you could write a good review. Chapter 87 Memory Medal, a trick on Monkey Brother. Hey, is this the Punk Hazard known as the Biological Treasure House? It's quite impressive. Iron Hammer's eyes lit up when he walked into the research base. The hall full of technology looked very impressive. Yes, this is the main scientific research base of Punk Hazard. Everyone, please come in. Dr. Vegapunk has been waiting in the weapons hall for a long time. Edward's face was very calm. He had seen enough of these things on weekdays and was completely immune to them. Iron Hammer's face did not change, still with a smile on his face, but his mind was still running at high speed. Vegapunk, Warhead Island. In his previous life, he got so excited that he blew up the furnace. When he mentioned these, he sighed. Although his life is not bad now, he still felt angry. Forget it, since he is here, he will make the best of it. But this time he must find high-tech weapons from here, otherwise it will be a waste of time. Iron Hammer, who had made up his mind, even moved a little faster. Soon, under the guidance of Lieutenant General Edward, the three of them came to a very large room. There were a lot of weapons piled up inside, all kinds of them. It made Taikui and the others stunned. Submachine gun, a small thing. Bazooka, a 4-round one. Mortar, can this thing really be put on the ship? Flamethrower, well, this is similar to the one on Judge's side. Howitzer, oh my god, this thing is good. Oh my god, what is that? Barrett, no, this caliber is even larger than Barrett. All kinds of guns have filled Taikui's eyes. The hearts in his eyes are about to fly out. Lance is the same. As a sniper on the ship, guns are his life. Calm down, these are just some obsolete items, don't worry too much. Suddenly, a very calm voice sounded from behind the three people. I saw a very tall man wearing black clothes and a shield 01 on his head. Seeing him, Taikui's heart moved. Shakya. Has the clone been developed at this time? It seems that Vegapunk has been on guard against the world government from the beginning. I am Dr. Vegapunk Shakya, and I am glad that you came to Punk Hazard. Shakya fixed his eyes on Taikui and scanned him up and down. Are you Major General Taikui? I heard that your forging can give objects special properties. I am curious, is this given by your fruit ability? Taikui calmed down. Hello, Dr. Vegapunk, the giving you said is indeed my fruit ability. I have made a lot of special props with it. After that, Taikui took out a long sword from the ring, which was the sword energy long sword. The shield on Shakya's head instantly lit up with 2 rays of light, and his voice was a little excited. Space props, it seems that your ability is very powerful. Even I haven't made good progress in space research. Hearing this, Taikui showed a hearty smile on his face. Brother, even if you are a superhuman brain fruit user, you have knowledge beyond anyone else. But this is not something that science can figure out. This is given to you by the system. Scorpion is unique. I am so jealous. The superhuman brain fruit allows the user to have unlimited brain capacity. His brain can store unlimited information, but the more data he absorbs, the bigger his brain becomes. Vegapunk's innate genius and unlimited brain database make his brain the largest brain in the world. And the Shakya in front of him is actually just a clone created by Vegapunk. Iron Hammer can understand it. After all, they are just ordinary navy, and Vegapunk has no need to come out to meet a major general. Even if this major general has a very magical Kai's ability is not enough. Doctor, you are joking. You are the smartest person in this sea. I came here to seek some help from you. Help, tell me. Shaka regained his original calmness and waited for Taikui to ask questions. First of all, I want to get some weapons from you. Don't worry, I brought the order of the Warring States General. Secondly, I want to see if you have any metal that can accommodate extreme properties. I made a long sword of ice element. Ordinary scabbards can't coexist with it. Even the ice made by the natural ice fruit ability can't coexist with it. Hearing this, Shaka flashed 2 brilliant lights again. Ice element longsword forged with ice crystal stone. Yes, and the power of ice element has increased after my ability has increased. It seems that only that kind of metal can be used to deal with it. That kind of metal? A trace of doubt flashed in Taikui's mind. The weapons are all here. You can choose any guns or anything. They are all obsolete anyway. Take whatever you want. As for the metal you mentioned, follow me. After saying that, Shakya turned around and walked towards the laboratory on the other side. Iron Hammer winked at Lance and Shirley. The two of them made an okay gesture to Iron Hammer in tacit understanding. Take everything you can, don't miss a bullet or a gun. If you want to suppress the power of elements, the best metal is memory metal, but this metal is extremely rare. Even here, I don't have much in stock. Memory metal. A man's figure suddenly flashed through Iron Hammer's mind. That was Vinsmoke Judge. This chapter is not over yet. Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content below. Isn't this his cheap brother's specialty? I heard that you have met Vinsmoke Judge, so you should know something about memory metal, right? I only met him because of the mission. Without looking back, Shakya began to explain memory metal. Memory metal is a very special substance. My research on it is still in the preliminary stage, but it has the properties of fusion and restoration. Even if it is destroyed, it can be restored within a certain period of time. If you use memory metal to make a scabbard for the long sword with the power of ice element, the scabbard should be able to perfectly contain the power of freezing and not be destroyed. Memory metal. Iron Hammer actually knows this thing. Whether it is Jerma's combat suit or the Seraphim that appeared later, they are all made of memory metal. This time I came to Punk Hazard and gained a lot. Even the early memory metal is very strong, and this is metal. A gleam of brilliance flashed in Iron Hammer's eyes. If it is metal, it can be forged. As long as it can be forged, Iron Hammer is confident that it will be refined. Such a large piece of metal should be enough for you to make a scabbard. As for forging, you are a blacksmith, so you don't need my help, right? Iron Hammer was very happy to take over a large piece of metal, and asked a question that surprised Vegapunk. Does the doctor have any ideas about the later development of weapons? It's still under consideration. Whether it's biological research or scientific research, it's all for weapons, right? I don't know, does the doctor know about laser rays? I know about lasers, but it's difficult to turn lasers into weapons. It's not difficult at all. I have a good research direction and experimental personnel. Iron Hammer showed a sly smile. Sorry, Monkey Brother, you'd better play a role earlier, so that Tai's warships can be equipped with laser weapons as soon as possible. Thank you for your likes and comments. It would be perfect if you can write a good review. Chapter 88. The Stingy Commander is seriously ill. I said, you too, take a lot. Iron Hammer looked at the mountain of guns on the ship with great satisfaction. Hey, didn't they say they were obsolete? Then I'll take as much as I can. I've got all the submachine guns and mortars. Now, our team's weapons are ready. Lance was caressing a Barrett like he was caressing a lover. This was the one he chose for himself. With its long range, strong penetration, and attack power, it's definitely a good thing for killing people and robbing goods. Brother, you didn't see the face of Lieutenant General Edward. He was so depressed that he almost burst into water. Ha 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 ha. The resolute Lieutenant General instantly appeared in Iron Hammer's mind. Tisk 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 tisk. Okay, now that we have the guns, let's stop wasting time and set sail, aiming for the North Sea. North Sea? Why are we going to the North Sea? Nonsense, of course I'm going to find my cheap brother Judge. I have something to ask him. Lance nodded, and although he was very confused, he still ordered the soldiers to prepare to set sail. At the same time, in Vegapunk's office, a researcher with a huge head was picking up a den mushy. Hello, I'm Vegapunk. My research has a new direction, and I need the cooperation of a major general in the Navy. His name is Borsellino. Fire, don't save ammunition. A mere pirate dared to touch my invincible hammer, sink them without a single one. Hammer and his crew, who had just left Punk Hazard and entered the New World, were soon attacked. Hammer, who was still forging iron, was furious. Why does he always run into blind people every time he goes out? Hammer, judging from the pirate flag, this is the Tyrannosaurus Rex pirates, Captain Tyrannosaurus Dorta, an animal-type devil fruit, ancient Tyrannosaurus Rex form ability user. Bounty 190 million, Vice Captain Razor, animal-type devil fruit crocodile form, bounty 135.5 million Baileys. There are more than 300 pirates under his command, which is considered a relatively large pirate group. They are pirates who have just entered the New World. As an adjutant, it is his job to be familiar with each pirate group. I don't care if he is a dragon or not, all weapons are in place. Sink him. The pirate ship, Tyrannosaurus Rex, is a large pirate ship with a dinosaur head on its bow. Captain, the firepower of this silver-white warship is a bit terrifying. Razor looked at the silver-white warship with a serious face. Dorta also felt a little tricky, but the two sides had already fought. If they retreated at this time, they would become targets. Let the giant shield man move forward, bring the ship over, and engage in a boarding battle. The captain gave an order, and dozens of huge shields appeared instantly. All the pirates hid behind the shields, and the pirate ship was also approaching the warship quickly. Yo, there are also shields. First mate, bring up my mortars, howitzers, and rocket launchers, and use the shells freely, blast them for me. You can only use these 3 types. My anti-aircraft guns and cannons are not allowed to be used. They are useless against them. Soldier, you said it was fun, oh, stingy commander. If the original warship firepower belongs to the lightweight firepower network, then the warships after being resupplied by Punk Hazard have completely made up for the shortcomings. As the heavy firepower was brought to the deck, the soldiers in charge of heavy weapons showed a grim smile on their faces. Fire! Iron Hammer's face was cold and he gave an order. Boom! Swish! Mortars and howitzers fired first. Several missiles and shells drew beautiful parabolas in the air and exploded on the shield. The violent explosion directly blew the shield man away. Ah! For a while, screams came one after another on the pirate ship. But this was just the beginning. Although the rocket launcher was a step slower, it was more powerful. For a while, the deck of the entire pirate ship was a sea of fire. This made Tyrannosaurus Dorta and Razor look even uglier. Damn Navy! Roar! As the distance between the two ships got closer and closer, an angry dragon roar sounded from the pirate ship. A brown-yellow Tyrannosaurus Rex appeared instantly. Oh, it's really a Tyrannosaurus Rex, quite interesting, Lance. When Taikui saw the Tyrannosaurus Rex appear, his face showed a trace of surprise, but it was just a trace of surprise. Hey! Bang! With a loud bang, a very delicate bullet burst out at an incredible speed and hit the Tyrannosaurus Rex directly. Ah! It hurts me to death. As soon as the Tyrannosaurus Rex appeared, it howled. A burst of blood burst out from his chest, and a penetrating wound appeared instantly. It's Barrett, this power can definitely smash an ordinary person if it hits him. Lance, standing on the warship's observation deck, looked at his achievements with emotion. White smoke was still coming out of the muzzle of the Barrett in his hand. Tisk, guns are the most boring. Brother, leave the crocodile to me. As a fur tribe, Shirley doesn't like guns very much, but prefers hand-to-hand combat. The white figure turned into a stream of light and rushed straight to Razor. Razor felt a little pressure coming and went straight into the human beast form. The whole person quickly grew bigger, with scales all over his body, his head turned into a crocodile head, his limbs turned into sharp claws, and the violent breath rose instantly. This chapter is not over yet, please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content later. Look at me tear you apart. Death roll. Facing the intruder, Razor was not careless at all and launched a fatal attack directly. Opening his bloody mouth, waving his claws, he rushed towards Shirley. Unfortunately, Shirley was an agile warrior and instantly showed extraordinary fighting power. Too slow. Shave. Thunder Fist. Speedy Shave was launched instantly, and the whole person dodged Razor's attack at a speed invisible to the naked eye and came behind him. The fist meat flashing with electric light instantly hit Razor's back. Wow! The terrifying electric current instantly covered Razor, and screams came out of his mouth. The captain and the vice-captain were frustrated one after another, which made a group of little Karami terrified and confused for a while, and countless people were killed and injured under the fierce artillery fire. Damn Navy Razor, let's go! Okay. Tyrannosaurus Rex charge. Giant crocodile charge. With a roar, the two giant beasts suddenly jumped up from the deck and rushed towards the warship. Tisk my prey! Shirley was upset to see her prey running away. Just as she was about to chase him, she heard a heavy hammering sound. Don't get on my ship, I'm afraid it's dirty. Duan. Broken hammer. Two shock waves covered with armament haki hit the two of them like cannonballs. The two men, who were originally full of momentum, stopped instantly, and flew back to the pirate ship the next second, smashing two big holes in the deck. Shirley, Lance, take them. Also, don't let any of them get on my warship, it's very expensive. Shirley. Lance. This guy is seriously ill. Thank you for your likes and comments. It would be even better if you could write a good review. Chapter 89 Battle of Et Wol. The two pirate captains were hit by the hammer's domineering blow, and even the thick-skinned Tyrannosaurus Rex and Crocodile could not move for a while. The attack of the broken face hammer penetrated their bodies directly. The impact of the armament haki and the impact of the hammer directly gave them a full-body hammer massage, which was very comfortable. Damn, I hit a wall. Cough cough cough. Tyrannosaurus Dorta looked very ugly, and he felt pain all over his body. Razor also looked a little depressed. I didn't expect to meet a tough guy just after entering the new world, hey. With the defeat of the two of them, the rest of the pirates of the Tyrannosaurus pirates became meat on the chopping board in a minute, and were soon dealt with by Lance and Shirley and a group of Navy. Tie them up with seastone, ability users, be careful. Lance looked at the two who were still unable to move, and couldn't help but sigh that the hammer was really fierce. Lance, after dealing with them, continue to go to the calm belt, target the North Sea. Got it. After explaining the direction, the hammer returned to the forging room again and started the iron-making time. Lance, this group of pirates is quite rich, more than 200 million Baileys, and a lot of good stuff. What do we do with these things? Shirley has already walked around the pirate ship with her speed advantage. Do you still need to confiscate them all? Got it. The two of them laughed very naturally, and their smiles were full of satisfaction. Bololo. Bololo. Hello, this is the Warmer, mate Lance. I'm Sengoku, Lance, where is the hammer, where are you now? General Sengoku, the hammer is forging iron. We just came out of Punk Hazard, defeated a group of pirates, and are preparing to go to the North Sea through the calm belt. Don't go to the North Sea, tell the hammer to go to the Et Wol Sea at full speed, full speed. Pa. Lance, did you die so quickly? But after all, it was the general's order, so he didn't dare to neglect it and ran to the forging room. Iron Hammer General Zhang Guo ordered us to go to the Et Wol Sea at full speed. Outside the forging room, Lance started to roar directly. He would not touch the door, even if he was beaten to death. Duan. With the sound of a heavy hammer falling, the forging of the iron hammer was interrupted instantly. The door opened, and the iron hammer came out with a frown. Et Wol Sea. Roger and the Golden Lion. Lance looked at the iron hammer and muttered to himself, a little confused. Iron hammer, what did you say? It's okay, everyone prepare for battle, and then go to the Et Wol Sea. Be careful, there will be a shocking battle there. After that, the iron hammer returned to the forging room, but he didn't forge iron this time. Instead, he began to recall the Battle of Et Wol. Flying Admiral Golden Lion and the future Pirate King Roger. Ah, what a troubled time. If I had known I would not come to Punk Hazard, I would have gone directly to the North Sea to find Judge. It's so annoying. In the New World, 5 warships are traveling at a very fast speed, on one of the warships. Sengoku, do you think Golden Lion and Roger will really meet in the Et Wol Sea? This time I choose to believe Garp. After all, no one knows Roger better than Garp. In the command room, Sengoku was frowning and talking to Ms. Crane, who was also frowning. Garp, don't sleep. Garp. Looking at Garp, who was still sleeping soundly, Sengoku was furious. A young man next to Garp instantly took out a sword and put it on Garp's neck. Hiss, how cold. Damn Kyuzen-ha, Sengoku, why are you looking at me like that? Yes, this young man is Kyuzen, the 3rd student of the Navy Elite Training Camp. Hey, Cap-san, Sengoku-san called you again. I saw you were still sleeping, so I froze you with Bing Ching. It worked great, ha ha ha. Kyuzen, who was supposed to attend the training camp, was also on the warship heading to the Et Wol Sea. It all started after he arrived in Marinford. Although the 3rd training camp had not started yet, Zifa valued talents, so he quickly trained Kyuzen. This is a rough jade. Under Zifa's teaching, in just a few days, he began to master the use of the 6 styles, and his overall quality was extremely high, which made Zephyr very satisfied. After the iron hammer went out to sea, Zephyr placed all his attention on this curly-haired boy. As a result, when the 3rd training camp officially started, this bastard directly applied for early graduation. Zephyr was so angry that he asked around and found out that there was a shadow of Garp, the bastard, behind this. Garp dragged Kyuzen to his ship as a fighting force on the grounds that Dragon had to go on a mission alone. Kyuzen, who was determined to fight a powerful pirate, agreed directly. Finally, a world where only Zephyr teacher was injured was achieved. Garp, are you sure Roger will go to the Et Wol Sea? Of course, that bastard will definitely go. Okay, I have contacted all the navy in the New World, including Hammer and Dragon, they are all heading to Et Wol. Garp picked his nose, and when he heard that his boy was coming, his veins popped up instantly. Dragon, the bastard, actually abandoned his father this time. I will let him experience the iron fist of my love. Zhangguo. If you don't leave, you're the one with a problem in your brain. Iron Hammer-san, are you coming too? This battle is so interesting. No wonder Iron Hammer always says there are no normal people in the upper echelons. Fire at full capacity, don't save shells, we are already close to the Et Wol Sea. Lance, these pirate groups are all carrying the logo of the Flying Pirates, is it the Golden Lion's fleet? It seems so, be careful. As the warships get closer and closer to the Et Wol Sea, more and more pirate groups appear on the sea. They have already fought with 3 pirate groups in such a short time. Surely, look at the 9 o'clock direction, is that a warship? Suddenly, Iron Hammer's voice sounded. Shirley jumped up to the observation deck and put on her glasses and looked towards 9 o'clock. Yes, I saw Rear Admiral Darag. Lance, get closer to Darag. Hey, Darag, even you are here. It seems that this time the show is quite grand. Iron Hammer ran from the deck of his warship to Darag's warship in a flash. But as soon as he got on the ship, he felt that Darag was a little depressed. My best friend Iron Hammer, you are here too. It was not the order of old man Zhangguo, otherwise I would have gone to the North Sea to play. What's wrong with you? I feel that you are a little depressed, which is not like you. Darag suddenly put on a very serious face and looked at Iron Hammer. Iron Hammer, if one day, if I leave the Navy, will we still be close friends? When these words came out, Iron Hammer was stunned at first, and then instantly understood Darag's thoughts. The smile on his face gradually subsided, and his expression became a little serious. Drago, do you understand the meaning of a close friend? In my opinion, a close friend is someone who will silently support you no matter what you do or what you are going to do, instead of obstructing you. What can stop a man from going to the sea? What do you think? After hearing this, a smile appeared on Drago's face unconsciously. Hammer, my close friend, thank you. Come on, I'm just a small major general, but I heard that you are about to be promoted to lieutenant general. Now you will be the first among the four of us. Hey no, it seems that Monkey is already a lieutenant general, right? Yes, our monkey brother was promoted after the Battle of Wald, although he was seriously lazy, but the awarding of the lieutenant general has not yet been carried out. That guy is too lazy. Drago smiled unconsciously when he thought of Borsellino. I want to leave the navy. As expected, what's coming will come. Thank you for your likes and comments. It would be even better if you can write a good review. Chapter 90, Operation of Catching Big Fish in One Net. Have you thought about it? Well, I haven't expressed my thoughts in the past few years because the old man is here, but after I led the team to sea alone recently, I found the darkness of this world, which is a problem that the Navy can't solve at all. What are you going to do? I'm still thinking about it. Hey! The two men standing on the deck facing the wind and rain were thinking like this. Drago, I know you have your own plans in your heart. Just be true to your original intention. It's useless for you to think about the rest. Iron Hammer patted Drago's shoulder heavily, then got up and flew back to his warship. Drago was left alone to continue in the rain. My original intention. My dear friend, my original intention is to make this world no longer have high and low distinctions, and no more trouble from the arrogant celestial dragons. Celestial dragons. Drago, talking to himself, looked at the back of Taikui stepping on the moon step, with a trace of determination in his eyes. Old man Zhongguo, dragon, and I will be there soon. Where are you? Oh, I saw you. How did you see it? Don't make a fuss, I'm wearing glasses. Yes, it's the one for Monkey King. Okay, we'll go right over there. Beiji. After hanging up the Den Mushi, Taikui walked to the deck and gestured to Darag on another warship. The next second, the two disappeared instantly and flew towards the Sengoku warship at the same time. Hey, isn't this Kyuzan? Why are you here too? Haha, I applied for early graduation. How can I not come with such a big event? Tikui damn, early graduation again, so annoying. Okay, by the way, is the Bingqing sword with you? Yeah, it's in the kitchen, I'll get it for you later. Iron Hammer. What kitchen? Seeing the puzzled look on Taikui's face, Kyuzan explained to him with his white teeth, and this explanation almost sent Taikui away. The freezing power of the Bingqing sword is very powerful. After hearing about it, the chef in the kitchen borrowed it from me to freeze meat and fish. You know, after freezing it, the sashimi has become delicious. Iron Hammer. Iron Hammer's face became visibly ferocious, and Darag, who was standing next to him, was very tactful and left. Kyuzan, who was still complacent, was left behind. You bastard, that's a famous sword that surpasses the level of a large sword. You actually sent me frozen meat. Take my punch, Hadouken. The dark fists directly hit Kyuzan's abdomen from bottom to top. Oh no! Kyuzan, who was hit hard, turned pale with fear. He knew about armament haki. He was trembling all over after being hit by Zifa's dark fist. But the pain he imagined did not come. Under the exquisite control of Taikui, armament haki was only to catch Kyuzan's entity, and the hammer attack was the highlight. The hammer attack, full of fluctuations, directly hit Kyuzan into the sky. So high I'm going to fall into the sea. Moon step. Kyuzan, who was flying in the air and being baptized by the strong wind and rain, panicked at first, but used the moon step in the next second. After landing safely, he looked at Taikui with a face full of resentment. But Taikui ignored him, left a sentence, quickly took back Bing Ching, and walked towards the combat command room. According to the analysis, Roger and Golden Lion have met now. At this time, Zhang Guo was analyzing the battle situation. When he saw Taikui and Dragon arrived, a flash of red light flashed in his eyes. The light was filled with overwhelming fighting spirit. Taikui, Dragon, you are here, very good. What we have to do now is to wait until Roger and Golden Lion officially fight, and then we will quickly attack Golden Lion's fleet. Try to cause a devastating blow. Good guy, Taikui heard this arrangement. Isn't it just a matter of the snipe and the clam fighting for the fisherman's benefit? He couldn't help but applaud. Not bad, old Zhang Guo, you are a typical chicken stealer. Zhang Guo, listen, people say no. Get out, Taikui, otherwise you tell me how we can fight against so many pirates and bad weather. Zhang Guo blushed and spit at Tai Chui. Tai Chui didn't care at all and directly expressed his thoughts. Old man, are you stupid? No matter how many little Karami you have eliminated, as long as Golden Lion is there, he can pull up a team in a minute. If you don't deal with Golden Lion, nothing you do will work. This targeted remark made Zhang Guo pause for a moment. Tai Chui was right. The reason why the flying pirates are difficult to deal with is because there is a Golden Lion who has eaten the float fruit and has extremely strong mobility. Ha 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 ha, Zhang Guo, you actually let Tai Chui hit me, I'm dying of laughter. Garp laughed wildly while eating donuts, and Zhang Guo was so angry that he wanted to hit him. Asshole Garp, Tai Chui, although what you said is right, do you think it is realistic to want to kill Golden Lion on the sea? The question was thrown back to Taikui, and Taikui had nothing to say. After all, Golden Lion is an absolute tyrant. When he couldn't beat him, he immediately ran away relying on the power of the fruit, which really made people lose their temper. How about we organize a decapitation team, sneak in little by little, and then find a chance to kill Golden Lion? Warring states, this is absolutely stupid. Where did you put Golden Lion's observation hacky? Except for you newcomers, everyone present is an old navy who has fought Golden Lion several times. I dare say that as long as I get closer to him, his dog nose will immediately know that I am coming. Taikui was embarrassed at this time. What Zhang Guo said was true. Once the observation hacky was turned on, they didn't have to do the decapitation operation, but directly let him do a big fish operation. Okay, you don't have to talk, Taikui, who can be angry to death by listening to you talk. Everyone prepare to fight, wait until Roger and Golden Lion start fighting, and quickly wipe out the pirate fleet. The order was given, and everyone began to prepare. Iron Hammer was waiting for Kuzan to bring the ice blue sword. Iron Hammer, here, ice blue. Looking at the ice blue sword, Iron Hammer smiled. He took it and flew back to his warship, and went straight into the forging room. Lance, follow the main force, we go wherever they go, we fight whoever they fight, don't expose your firepower. The old man from the Warring States period has good eyesight, let him see, hee. Lance understood instantly what by Taikui meant. Everyone, change your weapons. Just use ordinary cannons and flintlocks. No other firearms are allowed. Having followed Taikui for so long, Lance can be said to have learned the true teachings of Taikui. Be shameless, grow in a sleazy way, don't waste time, learn a lot. Thank you for your praise and comments. It would be even better if you can write a good review. Chapter 91, The Thunder Raider done. Wol Sea. This is a sea full of storms and waves all year round, with heavy rain falling from the sky. And today, this sea has welcomed countless distinguished guests. On the red side, one side of the sea, is the lone wolf in the sea, the Oro Jackson, that is, the Roger pirates. On the other side, there is a huge fleet of pirates, led by the Flying Pirates, the Admiral of the Golden Lion Pirate Fleet, the user of the float fruit, the Golden Lion, Shiki. Roger and Golden Lion stood at the bow of their respective ships. The two heroes on the sea looked at each other from a distance. Roger. Ha ha ha, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Suddenly, a very unruly laugh sounded in the rain and thunder. Golden Lion like long hair, heroic temperament, a lit cigar in his mouth, and a domineering look in his eyes, it was Golden Lion. As the laughter sounded, a majestic and terrifying domineering aura of domineering color emanated from his body, and even the bad weather of Atwal seemed as well behaved as a kitten for a while. The red lightning turned into an invisible impact that shook the surrounding sea water. Facing this greeting, Gold Roger grinned. Shiki, long time no see. Your welcome is a little special. The same majestic domineering aura of domineering color roared out, shattering Shiki's domineering color. Ha 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 ha, Roger, become my right arm and dominate the world together. You, plus me, we are enough to sweep this sea. Golden Lion confidently extended an olive branch to Roger. But his dream was doomed to be shattered. Roger decisively rejected his proposal. Ha 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 ha, I refuse. Shiki, our pursuits are different. Golden Lion was immediately furious, and his eyes instantly glowed red. Then I have no choice but to kill you, Roger. Ah ha ha ha, this is what I want to say, kill him, guys. The battle between the two sides was about to break out. At the same time, behind the Golden Lion fleet, 8 warships slowly approached. Has it started the collision of these two hegemonic colors? Zhang Guo looked solemn, and even those who were in the back could clearly feel the confrontation between Roger and Golden Lion's hegemonic colors. Is this the clash of kings on the sea? How exaggerated! Iron Hammer leaned on the guardrail with a casual look on his face. He was just a small major general. Even if they really fought, he would not meet Golden Lion or Roger. Asshole Iron Hammer, you don't want to learn from Borsellino, right? Look at you, what a disgrace! Zhang Guo looked at the aura on Iron Hammer that was similar to that of Monkey King, and instantly became furious. Tisk, stinky old man, are you going to fight or not? If not, I'll go back to forging iron. I saw that a sword had been hung on Iron Hammer's waist again, the Bingqing sword. The scabbard was very simple and silver white. It was the scabbard that Iron Hammer made for Bingqing using memory metal. With memory metal, Bingqing can finally stay quietly in the scabbard without emitting cold air. Fight, since they have already started, there is no reason for us not to do it. Everyone start the fight, target the Golden Lion pirate fleet. At the command of the Commander-in-Chief Sengoku, 8 warships began to move forward fully armed. Garp, you should also prepare, if possible, leave Roger behind. Speaking of Roger, Garp instantly rose up with endless fighting spirit. No problem, Roger is mine. Kuzan, follow me. Drag, you bastard, just go by yourself, I have a new helper. Before leaving, Garp did not forget to roll his eyes at his son, making Drag uncomfortable, and gave Kuzan a look that said you're on your own. Kuzan was confused. Iron Hammer, if you are given time to prepare, can you use your ability to make some extra large bombs or something like that? Sengoku suddenly asked Iron Hammer. This was beyond Taikui's ability, so he scratched his head and responded. Zhang Guo-san, you're putting me in a difficult position. Let's not talk about whether there's enough time, I've never even used a bomb. Then try another method. Do you have any large-scale attack methods? No, I really don't. I'll promote you to Lieutenant General when I get back. Yes, just wait. Zhang Guo, bring me my quick-acting heart pills. After that, Taikui began to fiddle with his space ring. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Then he took out a very worn-out speedboat on the deck. Zhang Guo looked at the speedboat in front of him, and his mouth twitched. Isn't this the speedboat that Zifa gave you during your assessment before? Are you still keeping it? Taikui turned his head and rolled his eyes at old Zhang Guo, and continued to fiddle with his things without saying a word. I saw Taikui first took out a trident, then took out a lot of gold-patterned oars, and put them all on the speedboat. The next second, Duan. Taikui started forging iron directly on the deck of the Warring States warship. This made warring states speechless. Taikawi, what are you doing? I asked you to do something big, but you came here to repair the ship. Old man, can you just watch honestly? Duan. Taikawi replied impatiently, and then continued to forge iron. In just a short while, the navy had already exchanged fire with several pirate ships at the end of the Golden Lion fleet. In this stormy weather, the two sides fought fiercely. And the battle between the Golden Lion and Roger was also in full swing. The Oro Jackson rushed directly into the center of the Golden Lion fleet. Roger took the lead, holding the supreme sword ace. God avoids. Golden Lion was not afraid at all, holding the famous sword Kyujo Sakuragi with both hands, and also fought back with slashes. Lion Chikiriye. The red slashes collided with countless golden slashes, and the terrifying domineering color scattered everywhere. The pirates under the command of Golden Lion also launched an attack. On the Roger pirates' side, the strong men led by Vice-Captain Pluto Rayleigh were not afraid at all. Jabba, Barrett, guard the two wings of the ship. The rest of you can attack freely. One goal, don't let them destroy the hull. A very strong man, with a hint of coldness on his face, knocked away several pirates who tried to board the Oro Jackson like a cannonball. He was extremely ruthless, but his eyes stayed on Captain Roger during the action. There was a fluctuation in his eyes that made people unable to understand. The battle became more and more intense. Roger's side had casualties, while Golden Lion's side had more than a dozen hulls sunk. Behind the Golden Lion fleet, the navy's attack became more and more fierce. Zhang Guo looked at the battle in front of him with a heavy heart. Just then, a voice full of excitement rang out. It's done! Thunder Raider done! Iron Hammer stopped hammering and looked at the speedboat in front of him with satisfaction. I saw that the speedboat had been transformed by him, with the trident inserted on it, and under the trident were various oars. And the oars were connected to the end of the trident. And under the transformation of Iron Hammer, several steel plates were reinforced on both sides of the speedboat, wrapping the trident in the middle. Thank you for your praise and comments. It would be even more perfect if you could write a good review. Chapter 92 Express Ship equals Unprecedented Explosion. What the hell did you make? I asked you to make a bomb, but you made a express ship. Zhang Guo looked at the unique speedboat in front of him in silence, his eyes full of disdain. Faced with his disdain, Tai Chui didn't care at all, and still looked at his masterpiece with great satisfaction. I tell you, old man, don't underestimate my speedboat. I forged it back then and gave it the property of never being damaged. Even if you become a concave convex man, you can't break it. Speaking of this speedboat, Tai Chui revealed a trace of memory. This speedboat accompanied him across the ocean and sailed to the other side. Zhang Guo, never broken. It sounds a bit amazing. The next second, golden light shone. Fuck, old man Zhang Guo, what are you doing? Put down your big bear paw. Amid Taikawi's exclamation, Buddha Zhang Guo took action, but it was just against a broken speedboat. The shock wave was exquisitely controlled by Zhang Guo within a small range, and directly hit the bottom of one side of the speedboat. DEI, one sound. A very funny sound appeared, and the initiator Zhang Guo looked confused. He didn't understand why the shock wave would make such a sound. Even Taikawi, the creator of the speedboat, was confused. It is true that it will never be damaged. After all, the speedboat did not have any scratches when the shock wave fell, but what is this DEI? In order to verify the situation, Taikawi also raised his right fist and hammered the speedboat. DEI. Another weird note sounded. The corners of Taikawi and Zhang Guo's mouths began to twitch, and then one person and one Buddha began to punch the small speedboat. DEI DEI DEI. DEI 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 DEI. Various DEI DEI sounds came one after another, from 1 to 4. Zhang Guo. Iron Hammer. Look, old man Zhang Guo, I said my speedboat will never be damaged, isn't it? Yet it really won't be damaged. The two who were dead quickly withdrew their hands, looked at each other and found that each other's eyes were full of embarrassment. Okay, no more nagging, help me put the speedboat down. Oh, okay. As the speedboat entered the sea, Iron Hammer jumped directly to the driving seat, took out a piece of bent steel and fastened it tightly on the forward baffle. The next second, the speedboat began to move forward with the roar of the engine, and Iron Hammer quickly jumped up and returned to the deck of the warship relying on the moon step. Watching the speedboat go rushing straight to the belly of the Golden Lion fleet, Taikawi and Zhangguo looked at each other and nodded. No, old man, I nodded because I know what's going to happen. What do you mean by nodding? I saw you nod, so I nodded. Taikawi, can this be called a wise general? The wise general of Hammer. The three parties fought fiercely. Roger and Golden Lion refused to give in to each other. But as time went on, it was obvious that Roger's physical strength was gradually declining. Almost all the strong men present saw this situation. A trace of anxiety flashed in Pluto Rayleigh's eyes. Golden Lion was a little comfortable. Barrett flashed a trace of sadness. The ship's Dr. Kurikas also flashed a trace of anxiety. We can't drag it on everyone, do your best, let's kill it. Roger. Seeing this, Rayleigh roared, and the three-color domineering aura was activated at the same time. Roger, who was fighting with the Golden Lion in mid-air, understood the current situation very well. He immediately used another sword to dodge. You didn't dodge. You are not necessarily better than the Divine Bull 13. Facing Roger's full-strength dodge, even the Golden Lion did not dare to take it head-on. He swung out several slashing waves and then retreated. Roger, don't think about running. Lion's power, Gos Hoji scroll. Under the power of the floating fruit, the roaring waves instantly turned into several large lion heads to block Roger's retreat. What is that? Just as Roger was about to curse, he suddenly saw something flashing with lightning rushing towards them at a high speed. Roger, you are still this bastard, you interrupt during the battle. The Golden Lion swung out a slashing wave in dissatisfaction. Get out, Shiki, look for yourself, there is really something coming. Looking at Roger's angry face, the Golden Lion felt relieved, but he still turned on the observation color to check. It didn't matter that he checked it, his face darkened instantly. Because driven by his observation haki, he actually found the figure of the Navy behind the fleet. And he also felt the rapidly approaching thing that Roger said. Fuck, Roger, it's that trident. The Pluto Rayleigh also found something strange, but unlike Roger, Rayleigh recognized the thing that almost caused their annihilation at a glance. What, that thing that can attract lightning? Roger was shocked. I saw that the lightning raider of the hammer had rushed to the center of the battle between the two sides and was still moving forward quickly. The trident was activated the moment the speedboat moved forward. The terrifying electric current was like a nuclear bomb in this thunderstorm. As the speedboat got closer to the center of the thunderstorm, its own lightning became more and more intense. When it appeared in the sight of Roger and others, it had already begun to condense lightning. Fuck, no more fighting, Rayleigh, run. My dear, there is more to this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. It is more exciting later. Roger, who has been roaming the sea for many years, can clearly see that the lightning condensed on the trident has reached its peak with his extraordinary ability to perceive danger. In this kind of weather, once the lightning breaks out, it will be a disaster with thunder all over the sky. Jabba, turn on the power system, get ready to run away. Rayleigh cut down the invading enemy with a knife and shouted at Jabba. In the puzzled face of the Golden Lion, Roger's pirate group has begun to prepare to run away. But the Golden Lion will not let them run away so easily. Don't think about running, Roger, your way home is to die here. Lion power, sea scroll. The ability is released to the extreme, the sea surface is instantly upside down, and even the speedboat is brought into the air to get closer to the lightning. Roger, Rayleigh, and the others were so scared when they saw this scene that their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. This Golden Lion, I'm afraid he's stepping on a landmine and jumping into thunderbolts to commit suicide. Finally, the Thunder Raider finally exploded in mid-air, and the trident burst into dazzling lightning, attracting everyone's attention. All the thunder in the air was gathered together by it, and the next second, crack! The trident burst into thunder, and the whole body turned into white light. The thunder and lightning exploded, and with the trident as the guide, all the thunder began to pour down indiscriminately. Fuck, what is this? The frightened golden lion quickly cancelled his ability, and the sea water fell instantly, but unexpectedly the speedboat was wrapped in thunder and lightning and suspended in mid-air. At this time, both sides stopped fighting, and felt the thunder and lightning like a natural disaster, and began to flee in all directions. But the hammer did not only put a trident on the speedboat. As lightning burst out, the ore with golden patterns under the trident began to explode. This is a kind of lightning lava, which is an ore produced by lightning infusion, and contains some thunder power. Under the violent thunder bombardment, these ores also began to work, absorbing a large amount of lightning. But there is always an end to absorption. What will happen when it reaches the end? Explosion. Iron Hammer is not sure what kind of explosion a large amount of lightning lava will cause. So in order to cause the greatest damage, Iron Hammer also put a lot of woven fire stones in it. With fire and lightning, the explosion will not be small, right? The fact was just as Taikui imagined. Under the explosion of lightning lava, and woven flame stone. Boom! Boom! Even the sea water was blown into a large pit with a diameter of tens of meters, and then a vortex was formed in an instant. The strong wind caused by the explosion began to howl, and the golden lion flying in the air was the first to be affected. Countless pirate ships that did not have time to dodge were directly turned into fragments in this terrifying explosion. The golden lion, who tried his best to stabilize his body, suddenly saw an unknown object flying towards him. The next second he fell into a coma. The situation on the Roger pirates' side was much better. Roger's timely return, coupled with the jet ability of the Oro Jackson, allowed them to escape from the hands of the god of death again. The ship and the people rushed out despite being struck by several lightning. As for the people who were struck by lightning, they are Roger Barrett and a poor little cutie with a red nose. Thanks for your likes and comments. It would be even better if you could write a good review. Chapter 93, One Step Closer to the Minister of Logistics. Fuck, Iron Hammer, what kind of bomb did you make? Jean Guo stood at the bow and looked at the surging sea and the howling wind, and exclaimed for a moment. Iron Hammer looked as if it was a matter of course. All warships retreat at full speed, don't move forward. Under Jean Guo's order, all warships began to retreat in the storm. It was also thanks to the fact that they were far away from the center of the explosion that they were able to escape. Those pirate ships in the center were not so lucky. The storm caused by the explosion was more violent than an ordinary storm, not to mention the shock wave generated by the explosion was also so terrifying. The unconscious Golden Lion was rescued back to the ship by his confidant before he fell into the sea, but the hull broke the next second. Countless pirates fell into the sea. Seeing this, some strong men smashed the hull with their own strength, grabbed several wooden boards and ran out. The capable people showed their magical powers, fighting to survive. Iron Hammer, you still say you can't make bombs? I know you can, otherwise you wouldn't have blown up the headquarters arsenal. What did you put on it? Watching the Golden Lion fleet fall apart in an instant, Jean Guo felt indescribably happy. After all, he has been annoyed by the Golden Lion for so many years. Isn't this bastard just able to fly now? He is stupid. It's nothing, it's just. Jean Guo, there was a huge explosion on the battlefield between Golden Lion and Roger. The scale, wow, even I am surprised. What are you talking about? A very loud voice sounded, and it really arrived before the person. It's Garp without asking. I am also very curious, why there was such a large-scale explosion in the middle of the battle, and even triggered a terrible tsunami and storm. Another soft voice also came slowly. It was the chief of the headquarters, Vice Admiral Tsuru. The other generals also came to the warship of warring states with the help of Uebu and Shave, and all looked at him and Iron Hammer with curiosity. Well, you have to ask Iron Hammer, it's his masterpiece. Warring States was also full of questions, so he simply threw the question directly to Iron Hammer. For a while, everyone's eyes were all focused on Iron Hammer, and he was embarrassed. Don't look at me like that, I just followed the order of Old Man Warring States and made a bomb and sent it over. In a very calm tone, he said something that affected the overall situation. Listen, this bastard is getting better and better at fooling people. Iron Hammer boy, don't talk nonsense, hurry up otherwise, I'll let you taste my iron fist of love. Garp raised his fist as big as a casserole to intimidate, his face full of dissatisfaction. I think it's okay. Let him have a taste of the iron fist of love. Drag had the support of Iron Hammer before, and his mood improved a little. Now he also began to add fuel to the fire. Iron Hammer looked at Garp, who was getting closer and closer to him, and waved his hands. Stop it, my fragile little body can't stand your iron fist of love. You should keep Hammer Dragon. I just modified a previous speedboat, inserted a trident on it to attract lightning, and then put a bunch of lightning lava and woven fire stone. You know the trident, Garp, Dragon, just like the last time we met Roger's pirate group. As for those minerals, hehe, whether it is lightning lava or woven fire stone, it will cause an explosion, and in this weather, with the power of lightning, hehe. Everyone trembled unconsciously when listening to Iron Hammer's narration, especially Garp and Dragon. They had seen the natural disaster caused by the trident attracting lightning, and the power was awesome. Others thought of the scene when Hammer blew up the arsenal at the headquarters, the mushroom cloud. No wonder it was so powerful. Hammer, you have done a great deed this time. Look at the huge fleet of Golden Lion. The bomb you threw directly triggered a violent storm. Only 1/10 of his fleet survived. Zhang Guo pushed his glasses and looked at the storm with emotion. It is hard to imagine what kind of blow the people at the center of the explosion would suffer. It was a promotion you promised, old Zhang Guo, you can't deny it. Zhang Guo. This bastard. Return, the storm is spreading, retreat quickly, don't worry about Golden Lion and Roger, this storm will probably not stop for a while. Commander-in-Chief Sengoku ordered everyone to retreat, and the 8 warships began to turn back in tacit understanding. A few days later, the army returned to Marinford, of course, excluding several generals such as Dragon who were patrolling the New World. Well done, this time the Golden Lion's fleet suffered a devastating blow, which is a good thing for us. At least the New World can be stable for a few days. In the meeting room, Marshal Kong listened to Sengoku's report and happily smashed a table. Everyone retreated to avoid the flying debris. As for the Roger pirates, forget it, Garp, the subsequent pursuit mission will still be carried out by you. Garp nodded heavily upon hearing this, indicating that it was no problem. Kuzan behind him also grinned happily. Seeing that you have all made great achievements, I am also a little itchy. Zhang Guo, you make arrangements. I will go to the New World in person in a while. Everyone was shocked when this was said. Marshal Kong. Zhang Guo took a step forward and was about to speak when he was stopped by Marshal Kong. This chapter is not finished yet, please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. What do you really think, that I am too old to move? It's settled. I haven't been to sea for a long time. If I don't seize the opportunity, I will never have another chance in the future. Zhang Guo, after I go to sea, you will be in charge of everything in this headquarters, and Xiao He will assist me. Looking at the old man Kong blowing his beard and glaring, Zhang Guo swallowed the words on his lips. The Chief of Staff, Lieutenant General He, also sighed slightly. Both of them are smart people, and they all understand the significance of Marshal Kong's voyage this time. As for Iron Hammer, your contribution this time is very huge, and I will formulate the reward later. When he heard the word merit, Iron Hammer, who was originally a wooden man, came to life instantly. Marshal Kong, General Zhang Guo promised me that he would promote me to Lieutenant General after this. Is that true? Zhang Guo nodded helplessly. Lieutenant General, it's not impossible, but Iron Hammer, although you have performed very well in recent days, first you conquered Wald, and then you helped our army weaken the Golden Lion fleet. But do you think these merits are enough for you to be promoted to Lieutenant General? Having said this, Tai Ikui's face instantly drooped. Thinking of Tai's loyalty to the Navy headquarters, he was not even promoted to Vice Admiral. Look at Monkey and Dog, they are both going to be promoted to Vice Admirals. As for Longzi, it's to be determined. Ha ha ha, what are you upset because I said a few words to you? Go away, go around the world and catch some pirates, then you can attend the Vice Admiral Award ceremony with the other 3 bastards. Old Kong laughed at Tai Ikui, and his right hand unconsciously touched the long sword at his waist. Really? Really, this is a decision made by an old marshal, how can it be false? Okay, I'm setting sail now. What's up, everyone? I'll come back immediately after catching some pirates. After many twists and turns, Tai finally embarked on the road to becoming a lieutenant general, and he is one step closer to the position of logistics minister. Thank you all for your praise and comments. It would be even better if you could write a good review. Chapter 94. Take the Bingqing sword, old man. We ordinary people are so happy. Tai Ikui hummed a little tune and went home. He bought a lot of ingredients. Such a good day must be celebrated. But at the same time, he overlooked one thing. That is, Tai Ikui will definitely celebrate on such a happy day. So when Tai Ikui came home after buying vegetables, his house was already full of guests. Isn't this my house? Why do I seem to see Old Man Sengoku, Old Man Kong, Old Man Garp, and Kuzan teacher Zifa and Crane? Why is there Garden Lance? Tai Ikui looked at the group of people in his yard with a blank face. These people had already set up the barbecue grill very skillfully, and brought a lot of delicious dishes and meat, even wine. Tai Ikui, you kid didn't come to see me when you came back, and I had to come to see you. You're too much. Today you have to cook a table of delicious dishes, otherwise I will beat you. Seeing Tai Ikui, Zifa was the first to run to him, with a hint of satisfaction on his face. No, why are you all here and so neat? Did you calculate that I would cook? Although a little surprised, Tai Ikui didn't care. After all, everyone present was his old acquaintance. Ha 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 ha, today I gave you a huge reward. If you don't celebrate, are you still you? Old Man Kong blew the sherry in his hand in one breath, and looked at Tai Ikui with a very satisfied look. Okay Lance, Shirley, Garden, Kuzan, come and help me, we won't go home until we are drunk today. Why should we help? We are all young. All 4 of them were silent. Huo, Tai Ikui's cooking skills are amazing. Kuzan, cool my wine. No wonder and he brought me here to eat. Tai Ikui, I didn't expect it. Everyone was eating happily at the dinner table, and Tai Ikui also grinned. After all, he was going to be promoted to Vice Admiral, so he was happy. The next step was to be the logistics minister. When that time came, the villain's revenge would come from morning to night, just wait. Suddenly, Tai Ikui saw the old man Kong drinking with Zifa, Sengoku, and Garp, and remembered something. He went back to the house and took out the Bingqing sword. He threw it in front of the old man Kong, making him look confused. What, Tai Ikui, isn't this the famous sword Bingqing? Well, I'll lend it to you. Aren't you going to take my best sword in the navy with you, and you can't lose face for the navy? Oh, why did you suddenly become so kind? Iron Hammer rolled his eyes at him speechlessly. He couldn't say, I know what you will encounter this time when you go out to sea. Then you will regrettably make a wrong move, then our naval hero will instantly gain a better reputation. Just take it. It can be used for show or to chop people. Anyway, with your attainments in armed color domineering, even if the Bing Ching sword does not recognize you as the master, you can still swing it to chop people. The ice element plus the incomparable sharpness make it easy to chop people. Old Man Kong looked at the Bing Ching long sword in his hand and the scabbard made of special memory metal, and he was a little moved for a while. Okay, then I will take it. After all, it is your kindness, Iron Hammer. Ha ha ha, come on Iron Hammer, drink. This action seems insignificant, but it is still very imaginative. After all, Iron Hammer is not a good man. Zhang Guo and Ms. Crane looked at each other and saw a trace of uneasiness in each other's eyes. At the same time, the Roger pirates and the Golden Lion pirates were not so lively. After the Oro Jackson broke out of the storm, it sailed for a day before finding an island for repairs. The 3 people struck by lightning and the damage to the hull were very serious. First of all, Roger was very happy to break out of the encirclement and the center of the storm. He held Ace and roared to the sky, and a thunderbolt struck you into a little black man. Barrett was even worse. That was because he was too close to Roger and conducted electricity. As for the cute little buggy, it was purely a natural disaster. Damn, this thunder is too terrible. I'm still trembling all over. Really, rub it for me. Get out, stay away from me, don't infect me with bad luck, Barrett. Stay away from me too. Pluto Rayleigh looked at Roger and Barrett, who were all in black, with disdain. The two were very depressed. Also, why hasn't Buggy woken up yet? Crocus has already checked him and he's fine, but he just can't wake up. Shanks, don't worry, he's just a little darker now. Shanks sat next to the little black Buggy with a worried look on his face. Suddenly Barrett moved, and he came to Roger regardless of the numbness on his body. Captain Roger, I want to challenge you. Everyone was shocked. Barrett, what are you doing? We just ran out of the gates of hell, and you're doing this now. Compared to the dissatisfaction of others, Roger seemed very calm. Captain Roger, I saw your fight with the Golden Lion clearly. Do you still have the power to stand proudly on the sea? So I want to challenge you, I want to personally confirm your strength. Barrett stared at Roger with red eyes. Unexpectedly, something happened that he could not accept. Ha 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 ha, no more fighting, Barrett, you are right, my current strength. Are you sick, Captain Roger? Are you really already? Yes, Barrett, I won't live much longer. My dear, there is more to this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading, the latter is more exciting. Barrett began to tremble as if struck by a bolt from the blue. All kinds of light flashed in his eyes, with regret, sadness, unwillingness, and confusion. The two of them just looked at each other blankly, one smiling and the other looking at each other blankly. Since you have lost the power to stand proudly above everyone else, there is no need for me to stay in the pirate group. Finally, all of Barrett's emotions turned into nothingness, and the whole person was filled with coldness. Then he walked towards the other side of the island without looking back. Barrett, what are you doing? Our voyage is still going on. Rayleigh and Jabba stepped forward to stop him, their faces full of shock. Let him go, Rayleigh and Jabba. Roger's voice sounded slowly, and at the same time, Barrett stopped temporarily. Go, Barrett. Pursue what you call the strongest in the world, I believe you will find it, that is your own path. Barrett turned his head upon hearing this, a trace of ferocity on his face. Roger, you are no longer the strongest in the world, but I will definitely become the strongest in the world and break your limit. Then he left without looking back. The Flying Pirates. Golden Lion was attacked by an unknown object before and fell into a coma. It was his men who risked their lives to rescue him from the sea. He had just woken up at this time. The pain and fatigue all over his body made him feel a little uncomfortable. He stood up with difficulty and saw the concerned faces around him. Why do you look like you're dead? I'm the Golden Lion. Ouch, my head, what is this? Suddenly, the golden lion ran to the side and found a mirror. The next second, "Fuck, who is this coxcomb?" On his head was something that was given a reputation by countless fans in his previous life. One of the 12 crafts of the Supreme Sword, the awesome rudder. Thank you for your praise and comments. It would be even better if you could write a good review. Chapter 95, Hammer flew away with a sword. 20 days after the Battle of Atwol, Hammer set out on a journey to the sea again. "Hey, Hammer, we've only rested for a few days, and we're going to set off again." Lance stood beside Hammer with a sleep-deprived look on his face, asking feebly. "Haven't you rested enough? Let me tell you, how can you get promoted so quickly like this? How can I get out of my current predicament without promotion? Look at me, I am very motivated to become the Minister of Logistics. As long as I become the Minister of Logistics, he. Standing at the bow, Taikawa has begun to imagine himself becoming the Minister of Logistics and in charge of financial power. When the time comes, he must deduct 3 years of pension from old man Zhangguo, and he has even thought of the reason. "Zhangguo, because you privately indulged your goats to eat all kinds of naval secrets, causing serious damage to naval intelligence, I will deduct 3 years of your pension. Do you accept it or not?" He. Lance looked at Taikawa with a sly smile and unconsciously stood aside a little. It was too creepy. This bastard must be up to no good. Marshal's office of the Navy headquarters. "Marshal Kong, have you really decided?" Zhangguo looked at Kong, who was sitting at his desk, with a serious face. "Zhangguo, this position is for you after all. I just let you adapt in advance." "But, Marshal Kong..." "No buts, I asked you to come, so what else do you have to say?" Old Kong interrupted Zhangguo's words forcefully, with a serious face. "Zhangguo, the Navy has been at a disadvantage in the confrontation with pirates in recent years. Although Rox was destroyed, none of his men are easy to deal with. The burden on your shoulders will be heavy, you must be mentally prepared. The reason why I went to sea this time was to attract some firepower for you. There are too many scums on the sea, and someone has to give them a target." At the end, a hint of coldness appeared in the eyes of Old Man Kong. A hint of admiration flashed in Zhangguo's eyes. This old general whom he had followed for half his life had been working for the prosperity of the Navy. And, Zhangguo, do you think that I will retire to the mountains after resigning?" Suddenly, Marshal Kong changed his tone and showed a silly smile on his face, which made Zhangguo a little confused. "The higher UPS have already given the order. If nothing unexpected happens, I will become the new commander-in-chief of the 3 armies and go to Marijoa, ha. The hearty laughter and the shocking news surprised and delighted Zhangguo. "Really, Marshal Kong? Of course it's true. I have someone above me, so I can't be wrong, ha. So, Zhangguo, you have to guard Marinford for me this time. Those little bastards are also quite powerful. Let them try more. They are the future of the Navy. Especially Taikawa, after he comes back from this voyage, don't let him go out to sea. His forging ability should be kept in the headquarters. The post of logistics chief is given to him. As long as he can create a more perfect combat power for the Navy, a mere logistics chief is just a matter of money, you understand?" Zhangguo nodded fiercely, and said with a very firm attitude. "I understand, Marshal Kong, Taikawa's ability is indeed very strategic. When he comes back and stays for a while, I will arrange for him to take the post of logistics chief. Let him shine in Marinford." Marshal Kong looked at Zhangguo with great satisfaction and nodded. But he had another plan in mind, thinking, "Zhangguo, don't blame me for cheating you. If you let that fool Tai Chui become the Minister of Logistics, I guarantee that he will deduct all our pensions. Otherwise, why do you think I agreed to go to marry Joaquin as the Commander-in-Chief of the 3 armed forces? It's not to avoid him, otherwise, if he really deducts my pension, where will I put my face? As the saying goes, if you don't go to hell, who will go to hell. What's more, you are a big Buddha, so, Zhangguo, it depends on you. Zhangguo didn't know the psychological activities of his own marshal at all, and he vowed to lead the navy to the peak. Taikawi, which sea area should we go to first? I heard that the East China Sea is particularly peaceful, so why don't we go to the East China Sea first? On the warmer that had already sailed out of Marinford, Lance was confirming the course with iron hammer. Whatever, whether it's the East Sea or the North Sea, you can sail. Anyway, you have to go to all 4 seas. Remember to call me when you get to the North Sea. I have to go see Brother Judge. After saying that, Iron Hammer evolved into a hands-off boss and walked to the forging room to prepare for forging. Lance was left alone to silently set the course. Iron Hammer returned to the forging room, took out a piece of steel billet and started forging. What should I forge? The warship was destroyed before. When the ship was dropped, all the inventory disappeared. Hey, come one by one. After saying that, Taikawi began to forge iron to replenish his belongings. And Lance also chose the first stop, the East China Sea. A few days later, the Warhammer had already sailed into the East China Sea. Along the way, they only encountered a group of pirates. Lance did not inform Taikawi, because the bounty of this group of pirates was very low. He decisively ordered artillery fire to wash the ground. After 5 minutes of artillery fire, this group of poor pirates directly lost their pirate ship. The final result was obvious. All of them were caught by Lance and thrown into the bottom warehouse. Just when Lance was standing on the deck very comfortably and blowing the sea breeze, a roar full of sadness suddenly sounded from the ship, scaring everyone on the ship. How could this happen? What went wrong? How can I repair it? It was the highest commander of the Warhammer, Rear Admiral of the Navy Headquarters, Hammer. At this time, Hammer had fallen into madness. In front of him were a pile of weapons, including boxing gloves, long swords, long sticks, and tridents. Brother, what's wrong with you? Hammer, why are you screaming? It's scary. 2 figures first came to the door of the forging room and shouted at the door. They were Lance and Shirley. Iron Hammer pushed the door open and came out, his face full of panic and anxiety. Lance, Shirley, I'm done, my career is over. My life. A series of wails made Lance and Shirley full of questions. What happened? That's right, brother, what happened to you? I saw Taikawi immediately return to the forging room, grab a bunch of weapons and then run to the deck, shouting, "Come on, I'm really finished." The panic of Taikawi puzzled the soldiers, and then a group of people came to the deck. Crashed. As Taikawi threw a bunch of weapons on the deck, he picked up a long sword from it and said with a sad face, "You will know when you see it." Under the gaze of everyone, Taikawi swung his sword towards the sea. The next second, Taikawi flew into the air and flew straight in one direction. Yes, he flew. Taikawi was carried by a sword and flew up. Chapter 96, All Kinds of Weird Attributes. My God, what's going on? The scene in front of him made Lance completely confused. Shouldn't the long sword be able to cut out sword energy? How come the sword energy is gone and the hammer was also carried away? The others were also shocked. The hammer was carried away by the long sword, and it flew very fast. In a short while, it had flown 100 meters away. After flying 100 meters, the whole person of the hammer stopped in the air and began to fall. It was the hammer that flew back by himself, stepping on the moon step. After falling, the hammer's face was full of panic. He threw down the long sword and picked up the gloves and put them on. It's not over yet. Look at this. The hammer wearing the gloves took out a fist-sized stone and punched it, shouting, "Become Lance! Lance!" The next second, the stone hit by the fist began to tremble, and countless fragments began to fall. After a while, a palm-sized model of Lance appeared. However, this model is very rough, and it is not Lance at all. It can only be seen as a person. Then why do you say that this model is lance? When Taikawa twisted the model in his hand, everyone understood. The word lance was engraved on the back of this thing. No, where is the fist wind you promised? How did it become a sculpture? Everyone was even more confused, even Taikawa himself was frustrated. He checked his panel more than once, and only one sentence appeared on the panel. Name, Taikawa. Age, 20. Devil Fruit, Meta-Human Hammer Fruit, Development Level 80. Developed Devil Fruit abilities, Normal Hammer, Air Hammer, Ring Hammer, Psychic Hammer, Broken Face Hammer, Hammer Flame, Independent Space. Armament Haki, activated 35, hardened. Observation Haki, activated 15. Overlord Haki, don't even think about it, this Haki will not be born in you. Abilities, 6 styles, perfectly mastered, 6 styles extended skills, mastered. System abilities, critical hit granting, fully enabled. Fully open. The full opening of Shent Miao, does this mean that anything can happen? Why didn't this thing exist before, or is it triggered after the fruit ability is highly developed? He asked the system many times, but how could the system that had already run away answer him helplessly? Taikawa tried for a long time, but as a result, only one of the weapons he made during this period still had the original attributes, and the attributes of other weapons were all distorted. Long sword, ability to fly, swing in one direction and can carry people to fly 100 meters. Gloves, plastic gloves, can change the shape of objects. Long stick, one hit to break, it's not others who are broken, it's itself, can you believe it? At this time, Lance was holding the half-broken long stick and fell into confusion. The iron slag on the ground. Trident, fixed transformation, pick up the trident, trigger the effect, a certain king's headdress, cloak, and armor set. Just when Taikawa thought it was the Aquaman costume, he was quite happy when he thought of the golden armor and crown, but then he thought that Aquaman had no cloak. Finally, Taikawa, who picked up the trident, instantly transformed. Yellow clothes, blue pants, white collar, how unique the shape is. Isn't this the Runtu in the elementary school textbook? Taikil was going crazy. Brother, is it possible that you just have a problem with the attributes of weapon forging? What if it's clothes or something? Shirley looked at herself in Runtu's costume and fell into deep thought, and expressed her suspicion. Hearing this, Taikawa's glasses finally glowed, and the next second he rushed back to the forging room. Duan! The sound of iron forging followed closely, leaving behind a deck of people and a pile of weapons. Can this thing really take people flying? Oh my god, I'm flying! Ah, no, I'm falling, save me! A soldier picked up a long sword in disbelief, swung it and flew into the air, and fell into the sea 100 meters later. The deck was instantly silent, and Shirley was the first to react. What are you doing? Save people! Marshal Kong, I wish you good luck in military affairs. Looking at Marshal Kong, who led the army to the sea, Zhang Guo was full of respect. On the contrary, the old man Kong who stepped onto the warship was very happy. The target is the new world, let's go. In the next few days, Taikawa still locked himself in the forging room to do ironwork. The rest of the people also figured out the properties of all weapons in these few days. Now they are having a lot of fun. The deck is now full of sculptures, including large dogs, cats, and small bugs. From time to time, 1 or 2 soldiers would fly into the air and then fall into the sea, but they were all wearing swimming rings. Lance also opened a small lance course on the deck to teach the soldiers one of the 6 styles, the moon step. Of course, this was agreed by Taikawa. After all, now that he has a flying sword, what if he can't fly and falls to death? Just when everyone was having fun, a howl full of excitement sounded. Then a figure suddenly rushed onto the deck, and it was Taikawa. At this time, Taikawa looked very funny, with black stains all over his face, but it couldn't cover up the excitement in his eyes. Surely, it's done, it's done. Ha 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 ha. Looking at Taikoi's crazy look, Shirley retreated without leaving a trace. My dear, there is more to this chapter, please click on the next page to continue reading, it's more exciting later. What happened? Lance looked at the big package in Taikoi's hand with curiosity. Taikoi opened the package with a silly smile, and it was full of clothes, boots, and other wearables. Then he picked up a hat and said excitedly, the original hat was invisible, right? Everyone nodded, and the next second Taikoi put the hat on Lance's head. Then he picked up a kitchen knife and gestured at Lance with a sinister smile. Fuck Taikoi brother, Chewy brother, what are you doing and why can't my legs move? Lance screamed in fear, and everyone looked at him with confusion. At this time, Lance was drawing a dragon with both hands, but his legs were standing straight. This hat has no invisibility effect, but it has a very interesting attribute, leg lock. As long as you wear this hat, your legs will be locked. Ah ha ha ha. Iron Hammer laughed, then picked up a cloak and put it on Lance and removed the hat on his head. What are you standing there for? Wave the cloak, understand? Just wave it. Still don't understand? Then grab a corner and shake it towards the sea, right? Hey, don't rush at me, rush at the sea. Lance listened to Iron Hammer's command with a confused look on his face, and swung his cloak towards the sea. The next second, several air blades broke through the air, leaving several gullies on the sea at a very fast speed. Lance. Everyone. Iron Hammer, ha 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 ha. Thanks for your praise and comments. It would be even better if you can write a good review. Chapter 97 Weird Props 2.0. What is this sword chi? Lance looked at the divided sea with a confused look, his eyes full of disbelief. It's not sword chi, but it's almost the same. It's air cutting. Oh, the effect is the same anyway. Cutting cloak, air cutting will occur when swinging or swinging. The damage is unknown and needs to be explored by yourself. This cloak is awesome. It made me laugh the first time I tried it. Ha 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 ha, there are more and more. Try this watch. Iron Hammer excitedly put a black watch on Lance's hand, and then immediately hid far away. Lance, there is a button on the left side of the watch and a button on the right side. You can press any button or press them at the same time, depending on your mood. Lance looked at Iron Hammer's smirk, and he instantly felt as if he was wearing a bomb instead of a watch on his wrist. But in the midst of curiosity driven by, he still chose to press the switch. Well, let's start from the left. Seeing Lance pressing the switch on the left, Taikoi spoke again. Aim at the sea, you loser. Lance turned speechlessly towards the sea, and then pressed the switch on the left side of the watch. Click! A thunderous sound rang out instantly, and a blue lightning instantly appeared from the dial like a thunder dragon and fell on the sea in front of Lance. Fuck lightning! This watch! Lance looked at the watch on his wrist excitedly, thinking that this watch was a godsend. He actually used it as a bomb, which was really wrong. But this idea did not last long and disappeared. Lance tried the button on the left and decisively pressed the button on the right. The next second, a thunderous electric current shot out instantly. The electric current began to spread with the watch as the center, and everyone was shocked and dodged. A few poor guys who didn't dodge in time instantly became electric rats, twitching all over. The most pitiful one was Lance. The watch was on his hand, and the current immediately climbed up his body. Now he has completely become a conductor of the current, and he was shocked and twitching all over. He wanted to curse, but because of the current, the words he said were incomprehensible. Ha 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 ha, I can't be the only one to be electrocuted. Lance, are you happy? The current disappeared, and Lance felt that his tongue was completely out of control. He could only glare at Taikoi with angry eyes. He stretched out his hands that were twitching from the electric shock and slowly pressed the left and right buttons. Fuck, you really pressed it. Hurry up and use the iron block. Air Hammer, hit the bull from behind. Seeing that Lance really pressed both buttons, Taikoi was shocked, and his right hand suddenly hammered out, and the shock wave burst out and directly blasted Lance out of the hull. 100 question marks appeared on Lance's face when he used the iron block in the air, but he was dumbfounded the next second. The 2 buttons on the watch all fell, the dial turned white instantly, and terrifying lightning swam on the dial. Crack! A bolt from the blue fell directly. Lance was bathed in thunder even with the watch on him. When the thunder dissipated, Lance had completely become a little black man. Taikawa was quick-eyed and quick-handed, and Uebu stepped forward to bring him back. Medic, come quickly, Captain Lance is going to shit. Lance! You are the one who is going to shit, I'm still alive. So, the properties of the clothes and boots you made are different from before. Iron Hammer nodded heavily, and then began to introduce the abilities of these clothes and protective gear. Hat, leg lock. Simple and clear. Cloak, air cutting. Watch, lightning watch, the left button is attack, the right button is defense, both sides will perish together. Shield, explosion, no matter what it touches, it will explode, of course, the person holding the shield will also be exploded. Boots, flame, yes, these broken boots will catch fire when you put them on, and the flames are so big that they almost burn the deck, and the boots themselves are not heat insulated. The burning feeling of wearing a burning boot, you can experience it yourself. Lance looked at the equipment and protective gear on the ground speechlessly, and he had a headache. And after my experiments these days, I found that these attributes are completely unconnected and completely uncontrollable. But once a useful attribute appears, it is definitely a good attribute, just like a cloak. Shirley on the side wanted to say something, but seeing Taikawa's happy look, she held back. You guys get used to these things. I haven't finished hammering the Fang Tian Huaji before. I'm going to hammer it out first to see if I can activate any new attributes. After saying that, Taikawa returned to the forging room in a flash, leaving the people on the deck, looking at each other, and then fell into silence. Okay, everyone return to their posts and continue sailing. As for these equipment, just put them aside. If anyone thinks they are brave enough, just try it. No problem, no need to discuss with me. Lance talked while smoking, and walked to the bow alone after that, not knowing what he was thinking. Duan! The heavy hammering sound rang out again, and everyone on the Warhammer trembled, fearing that their Major General would create an exaggerated attribute and destroy himself. Some little pirates, do they really think the Navy is easy to bully? I just arrived in the New World and they are here to give themselves up. Marshal Kong's warship had already sailed into the New World, but who would have thought that as soon as he entered the New World, some blind pirates would come to him. The result, of course, was a pebble hitting a stone. At this moment, the lookout's exclamation rang out instantly. Marshal, it's bad, there's an enemy ahead. That figure red. It's the Red Count Barrick Redfield. A trace of seriousness instantly appeared on Steelbone Kong's face. Red. Humph, who cares, get over here. A mere pirate, do you still want me to make way for him? General Sengoku, it's bad. Sengoku, who was processing documents, looked up instantly and saw a signalman running into his office out of breath, shouting while panting. Marshal Kong entered the New World and met the Red Count Barrick Redfield. Now the two have already fought in. After a long time without saying the name of the place, Sengoku was very angry. Where is it? In the New World, Biso Island. Sengoku grabbed a Den Mushi and dialed it. Hello Garp. Thank you for your likes and comments. It would be even better if you can write a good review. Chapter 98. You go to the Spiral Ascension. Tisk, the little pirates in the Four Seas actually dare to take the initiative to attack the navy. Sink to the bottom of the sea. Looking at the pirate ship that had become fragments in front of him, Lance had a blank expression. This is a group of pirates who attacked the Warhammer as soon as they saw it. Needless to say, they were smashed to pieces by the huge firepower. All the pirates who survived were captured and sent to the bottom warehouse. I don't know how long it will take for Iron Hammer to beat iron. We're almost done with the East Sea. Forget it, if it doesn't work, just go to the West Sea. As the first mate, Lance needs to do a lot of things, and the most important thing he does is to plan the sailing route for Iron Hammer. After all, his superior is a competent hands-off boss. Suddenly, a vibration came from the center of the ship. It was very clear, the vibration became more and more intense, and the whole hull began to shake. Lance felt bad instantly, as expected. The next second, a beam of fire rushed straight into the sky, directly penetrating the warship and burning through several decks. Oh my God, I'm in trouble! At the same time, the depressed voice of Iron Hammer sounded. Hammer, what on earth are you doing? You destroyed the ship. Lance couldn't stand it any longer. Hammer looked at Lance, who was roaring at him through the big hole on the deck with an embarrassed face. He wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. He was holding a hammer in his handies, a hammer, a long-handled hammer. This is an accident, it's really an accident. I don't believe you, what on earth are you doing? Hammer was even more embarrassed as more and more people looked at him. The Warhammer was directly docked on an island in the East China Sea because of the damage, named Glazed Pearl Island. So, you just wanted to get yourself a hammer. The hammer turned into a spirit can, it spit fire so it burned through the ship. Lance was spitting saliva with an angry face, and Hammer listened to him scolding with an embarrassed face. But when it comes to the ability of the hammer, Taikui showed a trace of excitement on his face and retorted. It's not an ordinary flame, it's a spiral flame. Can you imagine it? The power of the spiral flame is not inferior to the laser. High temperature, high penetration plus the burning of the flame, this hammer is amazing. Lance's head was full of well characters. Amazing, I think you are amazing. Spiral, I think you want to spiral up to heaven. Fortunately, our Warhammer is made of special steel, otherwise you can burn the ship with just one blow. It's no wonder that Lance is angry. Playing with fire on the ship, tut tut tut, except for a stupid warrior and the little lion that is unusually strong for some reason, no one dares to do this. Oh, isn't this an accident? You have confiscated my hammer, so let it go. Looking at Taikui's flattering look, Lance was so angry. At this time, a person suddenly appeared in Lance's mind, that is, Bogart, the adjutant of the Navy hero Vice Admiral Garp. At this moment, he seemed to be able to feel the helplessness and sadness of Bogart's predecessor engraved in his soul. It's really a pity to have such a superior. Iron Hammer didn't know that Lance had put him and Garp together, otherwise he would have had a debate with Lance. How could he be the same as the one who picked his nose? Just when Lance was thinking about Vice Admiral Garp, the New World had become a mess. Garp was rushing towards the New World Biso Island without stopping. The New World's periphery, Biso Island. Now the island is full of deep pits and cracks. Old Ghost, you are exhausted. Humph, you are not much better. Steel Bone knock. A red figure and a sturdy figure collided again. It was the great pirate Red Count Bar-Oric Redfield, referred to as Red. The Commander-in-Chief of the Navy Headquarters, Steel Bone Kong. It has been several days since the fight. Both of them are top figures on the sea. When they fought with all their strength, even the island suffered a lot of damage. However, several days of fighting also made the two of them almost exhausted. Hoo. Old Kong was covered with sword wounds, with blood stains on the corners of his mouth, staring at land not far away. Ryder's situation was obviously better than Marshal Kong, but he was also pale, and his red dress was full of damage. Haha, Old Ghost, your strength has regressed. Faced with Reed's ridicule again, Old Kong was already too lazy to retort. It would be better to recover more physical strength. Seeing that Old Man Kong did not retort, Reed did not say anything more, raised the umbrella sword in his hand again, and condensed the armed color domineering again to cover the umbrella sword. The sea belongs to the pirates after all, Old Ghost. As soon as the voice fell, the domineering color began to surge, and the powerful momentum burst out again. Although it was already weaker by who knows how many times, the impact brought by the domineering color was still so obvious. Old Man Kong clenched his teeth. He knew that he probably couldn't block this attack. He sighed in his heart, damn, I am really old. This is the last attack, Old Ghost Kong Umbrella Sword 100 Shadow Slash. The black umbrella sword pierced out hundreds of sword shadows to block all the retreat routes of Steel Bone Kong. There was no other choice except to take this attack. At this critical moment 2 roars sounded at the same time. Old Man Kong. It's not over yet. The Navy will never bow to pirates. Look at my Navy's Dingations and Iron Hammer Sword. The Bing Ching sword is unsheathed, freezing the sky, freezing the earth, freezing the air. Yes, when Old Man Kong just lowered his hand, he suddenly touched the Bing Ching sword hanging on his waist. The long sword, which was obviously just for decoration and never used, became Old Man Kong's last trump card at this moment. When the terrifying freezing air appeared, even Old Man Kong, who was holding the sword, trembled all over, but he gritted his teeth and poured the remaining armed color domineering into his hand. He swung a sword forcefully. The Bing Ching sword, with its ice blue body, triggered a terrifying cold wave as soon as it appeared. It was the freezing air that had been suppressed by the memory metal. There was no need for any swordsmanship at all. With the long suppressed freezing air, a large piece of frost was directly formed. Reed's 100 Shadow Slash was instantly blocked by the freezing air. The reason why the freezing air can work is that the state of both parties is only 1/10 of what it was at this time. If they were in full state, the freezing air would not affect them at all. But because the physical strength and domineering of both parties are close to withering, the power of the freezing air is revealed at this time. It has become the key to determine the outcome of the battle. What is this? The red light appeared in Reed's eyes again. That is the observation haki. And Reed's observation haki is far more terrifying than the ordinary observation haki. He has the ability to read people's hearts. In an instant, he understood what the scene in front of him was from the Old Man Kong's thoughts. Forged by human power, did he sense it in advance, or was it an unintentional act? It was a picture. A young man named Iron Hammer handed the ice blue sword to Steel Bone Kong. "Ah, get out of here, Lonely Red!" The picture was broken, and the freezing power in the sky directly swept Reed. After a while, an ice sculpture that maintained the fencing action was completed. After doing all this, Kong Gang smiled with difficulty. Even though his right hand was covered with armament haki, it was still frostbitten. After all, both his physical strength and haki had been exhausted. "Iron Hammer Kid, I am grateful to you. New World, Bisso Island. The great pirate Lonely Red Count Burrick Redfield defeated. Thank you for your praise and comments. It would be perfect if you can write a good review." Chapter 99 Welcome Ceremony of the Warring States. "Old Kong, are you okay?" A sturdy figure rushed into the battlefield. It was Garp. Old Kong supported his body with the ice blue sword. Even though he was eroded by the frost, he did not loosen the hilt. He stared straight at the frozen Reed, not daring to relax for a moment. He was slightly relieved when he saw Garp rushing here. "Garp, don't worry about me, go see Reed and capture him. I was able to capture a legendary pirate on my last voyage, which will definitely boost the morale of our navy." When talking about the navy, several rays of light flashed in the Old Man Kong's eyes. Garp nodded and strode directly on the ice to walk towards Reed, using his observation haki to the extreme to feel Reed's breath. Discovering that Reed had fallen into a coma due to being frozen, Garp's eyes also flashed a hint of surprise. "This is the Red Earl Barrick Redfield, who was defeated by the Navy Marshal. Old Man Kong, he's unconscious. Okay, send him and the ice to the ship, then return to Marinford as soon as possible, and let Sengoku contact Morgan's O, and Hammer, let him return to Marinford as well. Let's put aside the Four Seas affairs for now. Hammer contributed greatly to our victory this time. Marinford, the headquarters of the Navy, the Admiral's office. Bololo. Hello, this is Sengoku. What, really? Okay, I'll contact him right away. Ha 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 ha, Marshal Kong, well done. After Sengoku hung up the den mushi fiercely, he howled to the sky, and the deafening laughter resounded throughout the building. East China Sea, Glazed Pearl Island. What, going back to Marinford? No, old man Zhangguo, are you kidding me? No matter, I still have to patrol the 4 seas. I just finished strolling around the East China Sea and will go to the West Sea soon. What does Kong Lao mean then? I don't either. I will patrol the 4 seas, and then go back to be promoted to Vice Admiral. What, Red Earl? Just catch him, it's Kong Lao's credit, what does it have to do with me? Okay, I can go back then. Let's make a deal, I will patrol 2 less sea areas when I go back. Deal. BAA. After saying that, he ran back to the forging room at a rapid pace and left the rest of the work to Lance. Lance. I am really impressed, these old bastards. A few days later, the Navy headquarters, Marinford. This steel fortress is full of solemnity and majesty, an invisible pressure spreads across the entire island. At the port, generals at all levels, led by General Sengoku and Chief of Staff Vice Admiral Tsuru, were all on full alert. Suddenly, a warship appeared on the sea in the distance. Here it comes, everyone get ready. At Sengoku's command, all the generals tensed up instantly, their eyes looking straight at the warship in the distance. But as the warship got closer and closer to the port, everyone found that this warship seemed a little different. The silver-white hull, even the sails are silver-white. Take a break, this is not Marshal Kong's ship, this is Rear Admiral Hammer's ship. Zhangguo was extremely speechless, but he couldn't get angry. After all the naval officers were there, and he had to save face. As the warhammer slowly entered the port, the sound of hammering spread like a bell in the port. Duan! Duan! Everyone twitched their mouths when they heard this sound. Zhangguo was so angry that his eyes were jumping. The hammering sound finally disappeared, followed by a national quintessence. Fuck, what a big scene! Old Zhangguo, are you raising troops to welcome me? How can our Iron Hammer bear this? Iron Hammer stood on the deck and looked at the officer's honor guard below, his face flushed. It would have been better if the old man Zhangguo's face hadn't been completely black. Get down then, move your ship to me, otherwise, you don't have to go back to Marinford anymore. Seeing the golden light on Zhangguo's body, Tai Chui did not dare to neglect it, and quickly stopped smiling and ordered Lance to move away. Lance shook his head helplessly, and then sighed heavily. It was really the superior who caused the trouble and the subordinates suffered. There was no way, he had to go on the road he chose with tears. Look at Xue Li, who was one step ahead of everyone and ran to the side of the garden. 2 young girls were whispering there. Tai Chui put on a serious face and stood beside General Zhangguo. It was Zhangguo who forcibly pulled him to his side. No need to think, this matter must be related to him again. In the end, Lance took on everything alone. Wait until the warhammer was moved away. Everyone began to look forward to it again, and this wait lasted for a quarter of an hour. Tai Chui was really bored standing there, and his mind was full of the drawings of the iron and various props he had not finished forging. Hey, old man Zhangguo, how long do you have to wait? He responded with a murderous look from Zhangguo, which frightened Tai Chui so much that he immediately shut up. After waiting for another quarter of an hour, the gate of justice in the distance on the sea level suddenly opened. Here it comes! Zhangguo's eyes lit up, and he shouted in a low voice. Everyone understood that it was Marshal Kong who had returned. Sure enough, when a somewhat damaged warship sailed into the port, everyone held their breath. Until the warship docked at the port, the walking ladder was lowered. A very sturdy old man, wrapped in gauze but full of energy, walked down slowly. Everyone's face was full of admiration, and even Tai Chui had a trace of respect from the bottom of his heart. Ha 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 ha, Zhangguo, what are you doing? I'm back and making such a big scene. Ha 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 ha. Although he said this, the joy on Kong Laota's face was obvious. This move of Zhang Guo obviously made Kong Laota very happy. Congratulations on your triumphant return. Triumphant return, triumphant return. Zhang Guo's shouts instantly resounded throughout the port. For a moment, even the seabirds in the sky were startled by the shouts and flew around. As Kong Laota walked off the warship, behind him were Garp and a group of soldiers who had done nothing. The soldiers looked stern and serious, and they guarded a red figure slowly walking down in a very rigorous manner. It was the Red Earl who was defeated by Kong Laotu. Hee, Kong Logui, you navy still likes to be extravagant. The tone was full of sarcasm, but as the Red Earl spoke, the army below fell silent, and everyone's eyes were focused on this great pirate who roamed the sea. You defeated General dares to shout, be careful or I'll freeze you again. Old man Kong couldn't help but put his hand on the Bing Ching sword at his waist. This scene made the Red Earl narrow his eyes slightly, and also put his eyes on the sword. On the sword. He didn't lose to Old Man Kong, but to this sword, the famous sword Bing Ching that Old Man Kong called the Ding Gaishanzhen of the Navy. Thank you all for your praise and comments. It would be even more perfect if you can write a good review. Chapter 100. It's all over. The whole world is discussing one person. Hee, it turns out that he is Iron Hammer. Iron Hammer. Ryder's eyes shifted from the Bing Ching sword to Iron Hammer in the square array. The eyes that struck the heart made Iron Hammer tremble all over. Fruit ability, it's really amazing. The scarlet red light flashed in Ryder's eyes. Relying on the extraordinary observation haki, reading people's hearts is the specialty of the hero Red Earl on the sea. Hey, old thief in red cotton jacket, it's very rude to peep at others like this, don't you know? Iron Hammer was very unhappy and unfolded his observation haki. Although he couldn't compete with the top-level observation haki like Reed, it could still play a certain role. Not to mention Reed's current physical condition is at the bottom, and there are handcuffs made of sea stone. Hee, good kid, I'll remember you. The Red Earl withdrew his eyes and fell silent. Iron Hammer was speechless after hearing this, thinking. Please, it was Old Man Kong who defeated you, why do you remember me? Even if you come out of Empire in the future, by then, Tai will have been the Minister of Logistics, and I will stay in the Navy headquarters. I don't believe that you, an old ghost, can rush over and chop me. Old Man Kong glared at him fiercely. Zhang Guo, how is the thing I asked you to prepare? Zhang Guo nodded after hearing this. It's ready. The press conference can be held tomorrow. Seeing this, Old Man Kong nodded with satisfaction. Garp, you will be in charge of guarding Reed for the time being. After the press conference tomorrow, send him to Impel Prison. Garp. I didn't catch up with anything, and I became a jailer, but after all, it was Old Man Kong who gave the order, so Garp had to do it. After dealing with Reed's affairs, Old Man Kong dragged his wounded body to Taikawi. Taiki, thanks to you this time. Without this sword, I guess I really can't take him down. Taikawi watched Old Man Kong hand over the Bing Ching sword and took it. Tisk, that's just your luck. Are you still busy? If not, I'll go for ironwork. Old Zhang Guo, don't forget what you promised me, patrol 2 less sea areas. Looking at Tai Chui's look of asking for a beating, Zhang Guo gritted his teeth in anger, and Lieutenant General he shook his head helplessly. All the officers and soldiers watched this scene without daring to breathe. Ha ha ha, don't worry, you have to attend tomorrow's press conference too. Iron Hammer. Why would I attend? Old Kong smiled mysteriously, and then said something that made Tai Chui instantly stunned. When I was fighting with Reed, I saw seagulls in the sky, and they were seagulls with backpacks. Do you think that bastard Morgans will expose the ice blue sword? Even if you don't come out, Morgans can still expose you. So, Taikawi, tell me, will you stand up openly tomorrow, or will you be exaggerated by Morgans? Taikawi felt that the whole world was grey. No, how could you two top powerhouses on the sea let a newsbird take a picture? And it was Morgans, the big-mouthed news bird. Seeing Taikawi going crazy, Zhang Guo's mood instantly improved, and he followed up with a sentence. Marshal Kong is right, I have contacted Morgans. If I hadn't temporarily suppressed him in the name of the world government, your news would have been all over the sky. Taikawi, oh my god, I'm going to shit. My life is over. In a trance, the press conference was held as usual. Looking at the noisy reporters, Taikawi was completely confused. Even he was pushed to the stage by Sengoku. The whole process was down, and his face was pale. What is the most developed industry in the One Piece world? It must be the news industry. The news of the morning press conference was sent to all parts of the world in the afternoon. The Navy commander defeated the great pirate sea Barrick Redfield. The Navy's new generation forging master, Rear Admiral Taikawi, forged the famous sword Bingqing, adding another sword to the ranks of the supreme swords. According to rumors, the producer of the invisible hat and perspective glasses, Orn, is Taikawi. Does the Navy have a bigger plan for exposing the new generation so high profile? For a while, the world's discussion became Taikawi. This made Taikawi, who wanted to retire to death, instantly enter the social death stage. He locked himself up on the Warhammer, closed the door and refused to see anyone. New World. Oro Jackson. Vice Captain Rayleigh, check the news. Red Count Barrick Redfield has been defeated and the navy that caused the natural disaster is on the news. Baki, who had recovered from the lightning strike, shouted in horror while holding a newspaper. Rayleigh took the newspaper and read it carefully, then looked solemn. Heavy. That kid, a forging genius. Rayleigh, let me see. Wow, this navy kid forged a supreme big knife, is that true? Unlike Rayleigh's seriousness, Roger still looked heartless. Roger, you bastard, give me the newspaper. Golden Lion Station. Boss, Barrick Redfield was defeated. That old guy was defeated too, how shameful. This chapter is not finished yet, please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Also, boss, the Navy broke a big news. A major general forged a supreme big knife and he seems to have forged a lot of strange things. What, show me? Golden Lion Shiki looked at the newspaper, and his face became uglier and uglier, and finally he tore the newspaper into pieces. So, the ship that caused the disaster during the last encirclement of Roger was most likely the work of this bastard Hammer. Good job Navy, good job Hammer, right, I'll remember you. Holy Land, Mary Gosa. Don Terry, haven't you found out what I asked you to find out yet? Report to the Honorable Saint Risward, I was just about to report this to you. Oh, is there any news about the Maker Orn? Yes, this is today's news. It says that a famous forger named Hammer appeared in the Navy. He forged a famous sword that is comparable to the Supreme Sword. What does this have to do with Orn? Don Terry, do you think I am too indulgent to you? Don Terry wiped the sweat from his forehead after hearing this, and said quickly. I dare not. According to the news from Morgans, Orn is very likely to be Hammer, but he went to the Hydra Club hiding his identity. After saying this, Saint Risward showed a hint of surprise, and then shouted directly. Then what are you waiting for? Come on, get ready to go, I'm going to Marinford. Yes, Saint Risward. Thank you for your likes and comments. It would be even better if you could write a good review.